Okay, all right. What we doing here? We working on a game. I'm making a game. It is about aliens. That's the alien. Today specifically, I want to focus on. I want to focus on terrain stuff. Yeah, I want to focus on terrain stuff. This is not the normal camera angle. This is not the normal camera angle. This is. And let's just say there are many terrain blocks that make this endless runnerism kind of work. We got gabgames.com in the house. GG to you too. Thanks for stopping in. How you doing? Yeah, so I want to make the terrain stuff better. Specifically, you might notice if I attack this house, let's say, and we keep going, and that terrain block comes. Oh, look, the house is still gone. Wait, what? Did we run in a circle? Well, you might think so. Hey, what's up, Dungeon Martian? Welcome. So basically, this used to have Gab Games is doing good, love to hear it. You may have remembered a version where indeed it would be replaced when we came back around to the same tile. However, that system turned out to have a bit too much of a memory load on the game itself. Welcome, Aditya. I don't know if I said that right, but I tried. Aditya? Thanks for coming through. How you doing? So I, with the help of chat, changed the system so that now it actually reloads the same tile back into the scene over and over and over again, which presents a new problem. For example, that the houses don't replace. Also, this alien invasion game, by the way, is about abducting things like humans and cows, and that gets you points. There's some cows over here. There's some humans over here, believe it or not. There's some cows. See if I can grab a few. Nope, I missed them. But that's actually quite bad if I get them all, because then I can't keep getting them because they won't respawn. So that's another problem with this new terrain thing, is that they're spawning in and then never coming back because, again, it's not replenishing. So this is what these blocks look like. Kind of like this, right? They're these strips, and they just all get fed in constantly. And the way that it's been set up is there's a terrain collector and a terrain controller. So there's the old terrain controller, which we've left in here just because, but so just ignore that one. The new one is the in-scene terrain controller, and then the terrain collector. And so the terrain collector is actually this area 3D, which you can kind of see back here. And this holds all of the tiles that aren't loaded in yet. And then the ones that are loaded in are going to be fed on the terrain controller right up here. Previously, there wasn't a stash back here of terrain tiles, and they would all just get fed in. And so now that we switched that system, I need to find a way to have these houses replenish their health and not be destroyed when they are recycled, and we need the spawns to reappear on recycle. So those are some things that I want to do. There's another thing that I want to do, actually, and I kind of want y'all to help me decide. Y'all who are here in chat right now, and as you come through, I need some help. Because there's another task I can do. I'm gonna pull up my Hack and Plan. If you guys don't know what Hack and Plan is a project manager, kind of like Trello, but it's more targeted towards game devs. So it lets me set up all the stressful things that I need to keep in mind and remember. For example, tiles have respawnable elements, right? That's something that I wanna work on today. Tile spawns have randomized meat objects. That's the other thing I might want to work on. So here's what I also want to work on is this debug tool. Change terrain file paths / levels. So what this would do, so right now what we're looking at is just like this debug tile or whatever. And it's got like some houses on it. It's got some trucks. It's got some cows. It's got some people. That's it. And then it's just a barren wasteland, right? And so in theory, I can come to that terrain controller that I was telling you about, and in the script, of it. Oh, that's some tiny text. That text is a little tiny, even for me. Well, especially for me, actually. But what I can do is I can change which blocks load in. So these are kind of like the different levels, right? So this right here, this terrain blocks path. Right now it's this debug level. And this corresponds to these folders that I have down in the bottom left here. I'm gonna show them to you. All right, so here's all of my files for the game, right? And there, bam. That's the same path that is here on there, same path. And so these are the tiles, those strips that you saw that are being loaded in right there. Now, let's say I wanted to load in a different set of strips. Let's load in this one. Now, this is level 0, another kind of dev test sort of thing. Just basically it takes a bunch of assets and just slaps them in there. But it's quite crowded and there's a lot going on. So let's change the path to say that. And so all that I have to do is get rid of that. Now, this is the other thing that I might want to set up today, which is instead of having to come in here and change the file path in the script, I would love a debug menu that I could pull up, and then I can choose level 1, level 2, debug level 0, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And so you can see now we have a different level here. And this has considerably more tiles. And so in this one, we should actually be able to see the terrain collector. If I pull the camera out, yeah. So you see back here how there's just like this stationary thing? That is the terrain collector, which holds on to all of the tiles that aren't currently visible in the scene, right? So let me put up a poll because I'm not sure what I want to work on today, or at least first. We got Edward in this house. Welcome, Edward. The Discord notification went through. Nice. Yes, I did set up notifications on the Discord. They don't go through if the, there's like a, I don't know, the bot sometimes is going through maintenance, but it's not going through maintenance, so I'm glad that it worked. Yeah, I don't know why the YouTube notifications don't always get to people, but they should. Especially if you ring that bell. So I'm going to say what to do. Debug, or let's just say terrain, or let's say level select menu, or terrain, what would I even describe it as? Terrain respawn stuff. I'm not really selling it well. Level select menu, terrain respawn stuff. I guess I should title it as what to work on first. All right, let's see if you guys have some thoughts. Dungeon says, I think this debug manual will be pretty easy to implement. I hope so. I mean, knowing me, I'm gonna take it and make it more complicated than it has to be. I mean, because I want it to be nice, right? I want it to be nice. Why did the game stop? Oh, it didn't stop. Oh, we ran into a building, and so the player stopped moving because we ran into a building. Gotcha. That makes some sense. Look how much faster this is when you run. The terrain moves more quickly towards the player. It looks so fast from this angle. It looks comically fast. That's fascinating. So yeah, so this is a great view of like how the system works. And so what needs to happen with the terrain stuff, what we need to do is the terrain respawn stuff is I need to say that when, see how a tile just went from here to back there? I want to say that when it goes back there, every node, every child of that terrain block that has something that can respawn on it, they all need to have all of their hit points restored, their collision restored, their visibility restored, and that's pretty much it. And then for the respawn stuff, I actually got a great suggestion during the member stream of how we can do that. And so that's going to be another interesting thing where we can still basically will have all of the spawns available on there all the time, and then they'll just either be visible and collidable or not visible and not collidable. And then when the player grabs it, it's going to instantiate a new meat object at that place. All right, let's see how the poll is shaking out. Probably not a lot of votes yet. Probably not a lot of votes yet, but let's see where we're at. Edward has a lot of progress on the card game you're working on. Nice. Let's go, progress. Okay. Oh, 4 votes. 75% says level select menu. Interesting. I'm gonna put some thinking. I'm gonna put some thinking music. While we maybe just get a couple more votes there. Couple more votes. Well, I'm thinking then I'm gonna work on the level select menu. I hear you, Dungeon Martian. I mean, you know, basically what it needs to be able to do is have, I guess we can make like an array. Maybe I could make like an export array or something that we can drag file paths into, and then those file paths could just be associated with buttons, you know? What am I eating? One of the main things I'm almost always eating, which is quinoa. Let me, at the expense of the poll, let me green screen out. So we, quinoa and green beans. It's quinoa and green beans. One of my favorites. Apparently I gotta be careful with green beans. I don't know, apparently they have like, pesticides or something? That's exciting. I gotta make sure I buy organic. Dude, it tastes awesome. Because I flavor the crap out of it. I flavor the ever-living crap out of it. All right, so I don't know. We'll get some more folks coming through and voting. And I'll tell you what. If the votes are like, no, we are right here. If the votes shift, I'll change my task. That might help too. Green beans are your fave? I love green beans! I try to eat vegetables. I do. I try to eat a lot of vegetables. Green beans, out of all the vegetables, I prefer them. I especially prefer like the long ones. I like them longer myself, right? It's got some quinoas on it. Now, they were out of the long ones, so I actually had to mix some of my old long ones with some of the little cut ones. So there's the cut ones and the long ones in one dish. It's heretic of me. But I'm not upset. I'm not upset about that. I'm okay with that. I'll eat it anyway. Broccoli's your favorite? Broccoli's good too. Broccoli's good too. Broccoli is fun. Broccoli's like fun to eat, especially if you can get good broccoli. I feel like so often I get like broccoli that's like all stems, and I'm like, this is not fun. This isn't what I want. I want the floret, or whatever, whatever the fuzzy top part is. That's the good stuff. It looks like a little tree. It's true. It was amazing with the rice and cheese and tastes good. Fair points. These are fair points. I like long one stir-fried green beans with rice. Nice. You guys have good taste, literally. All right. So let's just let's leave the poll up there, and maybe as I start working on it, it'll inspire a potential shift. You know, and folks will be like, actually, maybe you should work on the terrain stuff. And if not, that's okay. That's quite all right. Completely acceptable and understandable. And then we'll pull the chat back up here. All right, so, whoops. So let's do the menu. Now I want it to be nice, right? Because I kind of want this to connect to like other systems as well, right? Hey, Guy, thanks for popping in. Help us decide what I should work on. What should I work on? Should I work on a level select menu or terrain respawn stuff? I'm thinking level select menu, at least to start with. At least to start with. Green beans on a green screen. That's it. Go together like broccoli and cheese. You know it. You know it. My favorite vegetable is sugar. I mean, look, a lot of vegetables have a lot of sugar, like carrots. So, I mean, look, you can get some good sugar out of that. Pierogi Gone is here. Pierogi Gone's not gone. You might not know this, but when members join the stream, they get a song. Pierogi Gone is not gone. 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 Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Welcome, Pierogi Gone. Good to see you. Ooh, the votes are very clear. We only have 5, but level select menu is the one. That feel when your last tutoring session of the day cancels so you can get fries and watch leads. Pierogi Gone is not gone. Let's go. We have selectively bred vegetables to be so sweet that the animals get addicted to the amount of sugar in vegetables. Is that true? Is that true? It honestly sounds believable, I will say. And Rogi is less gone every day. That's right. I can turn down a nice pecan pie, not gonna lie. Well, I certainly understand. I certainly understand. You heard it somewhere. At least you're citing your source. At least we can know what your source is. So it's 100% true. Rabbits can't eat carrots. Wow, because they're too sweet. That's, wow. I mean, if 2 of you said it, it has to be true. So I have a couple of debug buttons already. So there's like hit points that go over the top of things. Too much sugar. Too much sugar. So if I press the 1 key on my keyboard, it brings up the hit points for the player. So like the player runs into this tree or this house, whatever I can manage to. Apparently I suck at running into things. So now this leg down here has 3 HP because I ran into something. Now that arm has 3 HP. The other arm has 3 HP, right? So then I can toggle that on and off by pressing the 1 key. And then all of the objects that are currently set up to have hit points, if I press the 2 key, it shows or hides them. So here we have these helicopters. They have 2 HP. That 1 HP is an extra hit point if you hit it before it hits the ground. The trees have hit points. This barn has hit points, right? And so these are the only like debug buttons that currently exist. I really don't need a menu for this. I kind of just have some keys. Although someday I would like to implement that into it. So if I'm going to make a level select thing, you know, there's a couple questions. Like, do I want it to be something that I just press, let's say, number key 3? Oh, I didn't realize we have another debug. I forgot we added that. Hey, what's up, S? It's getting on pretty good. It's getting on pretty good. We have an FPS debug button. I totally forgot about that. Not getting a lot of frames there, are we? But it might also be my computer. This isn't a very powerful computer. So maybe we say we press key 4 and that brings up the levels. I feel like that's the best for now. Like in my dreams, right, we would set up like a separate scene that could get loaded that would actually ask you before you start the game, you know, if, you know, what level you want to play in. But let's keep it simple for now. And let's just say, it chooses a default one to start with, and if we press the 4 key, which feels weird because instead of 1, like I don't know, like it feels like 1 should be level select, but whatever. I guess we don't need to worry about that. I could easily switch it from 1 though if I really wanted to. So we need a button that will pull up the level select, and then it'll just be a list, I guess, that'll correspond to an export array that has the list of stuff. So I guess the first thing is to really just design that menu and have it be able to get pulled up by the buttons. But let's see how our poll is doing, if that is something that we are to do. Indeed, 9 votes now. 67% say level select menu. All right, we start with the level select menu, and then when we finish that, we'll get back into terrain spawn stuff. I'll keep the poll up there, though. Edward says, what kind of sucks about Scratch? Oh yeah, you do make games in Scratch. Art editor is that you can't import images directly into other images. You have to import an S as a separate image and then copy and paste the alter. Ugh. That sounds frustrating. But like, kind of like something you can triumph over. You know, it's adversity. You're resilient in the face of adversity. I believe in you. Loads of different buildings. Yes, indeed. That's true. So this is just, this level is just one where I've just slapped most of all the assets that I've made down onto different tiles, just to like be able to see them and have, you know, just a dev area. So this has just everything that I've made in Blender so far, except for the pickup truck. There's no pickup truck in here because I made that last week. Also the fences. The fences aren't in here either yet. So when I make stuff which sprites from the outside scratch, I forget to delete the original sprite and end up with a bunch of item stuff. That sounds like a lot. Also, in your dreams... did I say that? Is that what I said? Quote from Google search, rabbits can eat carrots, but they should not eat only carrots. Carrots are high in sugar and low in fiber. Well, yeah, which goes help. Yeah, well, that's also why I brought up the carrots, because carrots aren't actually that healthy. They're not that bad for you. They're not like eating a candy bar, right? But yeah, they are low in fiber, and that's kind of where a lot of the good stuff comes from vegetables. Also the different variety of vitamins that you find in different vegetables. Oh my god, I'm not gonna read all that. Can be given as a treat. Wait, isn't that like a Bernie Sanders meme where he was talking about like, can be given a little sausage, salami. Cats can have a little, is that, I don't remember, man. Wow. 2016 was crazy. Also, Insane Alpha Beta is here. Insane Alpha Beta is a member. Thank you for supporting Apple Game Dev. Insane Alpha Beta. C, D, E, F, G, Insane Alpha Beta. Alphabet can't describe how great you are. Insane Alpha Beta can't be described by the alphabet. Insane Alpha Beta can't be described by the alphabet. Insane Alpha Beta needs letters that transcend the alphabet to be described. Insane Alpha Beta, thank you for supporting Apple Game Dev. That might be one of my weirdest songs. That one was avant-garde, was that one. I think a menu of some kind would be good, as that's something I don't think your game has yet. It just goes straight into the game. That's right. Well, yeah, so I agree, and that's the other part of it. Like, do I want to, like, put the effort into... Because I honestly have never even done scene switching. I literally haven't even done that yet. I don't even know how to do it. And so, like, that would be kind of another thing to learn, and, like... You know, I'm kind of, I feel like it almost feels like a different task. Like I would be getting distracted if I did that. And yeah, it just goes straight into the game, totally. So, and it's like, do I want to do two birds with one stone, or do I want to actually, you know, just get the job done? And I think I kind of want to get the job done. Because the thing is I could take what we do, if I just do a little debug pop-up, you know, I could just take that same code and apply it to a level select menu in the future. So yeah, but I definitely hear what you're saying. Will there be a main menu screen with the level selector? There will be something like that. Yeah, of course. Yeah, whatever is good at some point. For now, I just think it will do a debug thing. What's up, Sriram? I think I said that right. Welcome. How you doing? 2016, wow, I don't even think I was alive then. Oh, man. Off talk, I was curious how your Eclipse trip went. Oh, it went great. Yours went pretty great. Weather was perfect where I went in central Arkansas, and a random stranger let me use his 4-foot-tall telescope a bit. That's awesome! That's awesome. Yeah, we traveled a few hours outside of where we live to go into farm country, where we pulled off the side of the road and sat on the ground on a blanket, and we got to see 4 minutes of totality. 4 minutes of totality. It was freaking unbelievable. It just, like, the sky does a lot of things that I've seen. That is something I don't see the sky do ever. It was freaking unbelievable. It was amazing. And then I sat there and stared at it for the hour and a half that it took for it to, the moon to get, or the sun to get past the moon again. and it was worth it, or the moon to get whatever, whichever one was passing, whichever one. It was worth it. It was amazing. I had a blast. It honestly was it was like an important moment in my entire life. I loved it. I'm glad you got to see it too. And you got to look through a telescope? I'm a little jealous of that, in a good way. You could probably guess what I voted for. I'm a sucker for menus. Yeah? I didn't know you were a sucker for menus. I didn't know you were a sucker for menus. Oh, where's the poll at? 10 votes, 70%. All right, we are definitely level select menuing. It's the first thing you do. You know, sometimes that's a first thing I do, but not this time. Insane alpha beta, high alphabet, no. Gooey is the best guy. Oh, like guy, you're pronouncing it like guy? That's pretty cute. That's an adorable way to spell guy. Oh my gosh, I really like that. I voted menu because I like pretty menus. We'll see how pretty it is. Get tree, change scene to file. Oh, that sounds like that'll get the job done. Wait, but so I don't just, I see, but you're saying, so, right. That would be for changing levels. Yeah, I got you. I guess for me, when I say it would be complicated, it would raise a lot of questions of like, you know, like, do I want to add a loading screen in between? You know, it's going to introduce the whole game. How do I feel about it just being like a blank thing? Like, I'd kind of want to I'd overthink it, and not in a bad way. If that was my task, if I said, today we are making the main menu, right? It's like, perfect, makes sense. But today I'm not making the main menu, and I don't want to get distracted and make a crappy main menu. You know, I just kind of want to make a debug thing. Would you like to see my jam project so you can see how I do it? Would I like to see, at some point I'd be interested. Today is not going to be main menu day though. I gotta stay on some focus, and I do have my my hack and plan here. Possible things to do. Dealing with the terrain respawn and then the debug tool. So it's in my project manager as a debug tool. But with that said, I would be incredibly interested in seeing that, for sure. There's actually a Discord channel in the live stream category for talking about this game and working on stuff. That would be a good place. You could share it there, or you could put it in the Godot channel with a code tag or something. Edward says, fun fact, card games so far only have 6 sprites, was an incredible amount of compressing. Older me would have probably made each costume, which would be a different sprite. Wow, you've learned a lot. The stars, the moon, they have all been blocked out. Florence and Machine lyrics. Oh, nice. Technically 6. I love making main menus. Understandable. It was cloudy. You didn't get to see it. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, the weird ambience is cool, too. Hopefully, if you ever get a chance to go see Totality, it's worth it. Make whatever, like we lost out on our pizza day. Every Tuesday, we make pizza. We make it. I mean, we don't roll the dough, but we buy dough. And we lost out on at least that and a couple other things because of the money we spent on gas to get up there. But it was worth it. Make those concessions if you ever get a chance. That's from main menu to the game. Right. Glad you enjoyed it too. Got a jet. Best on your menu. Thank you. Will there be a pause menu? Probably, maybe. I don't know. I guess it wouldn't do loading screens. Yeah. Tile spawns have randomized meat objects. Sounds like something very cryptic, and I'm all for it. It does sound cryptic. Upload it to itch another time then. Yeah, that works. Yeah, would that have the code? I guess you could make sure you bundle the code in there. All right, we had another vote. Oh, that other vote was like, no, maybe don't do the menu. Okay, so let's... Not even growing wheat into tomatoes to make your pizza from scratch. Shaking my head. I know. What am I thinking? All right, so... Let's see if we can't make this happen. So I'm gonna go to 2D. I do have like a kind of section for this. Be organic. Yeah, organic is ideal. Organic is ideal. I guess, you know, I guess you could grow your own stuff and it not be organic. To be fair, technically. So I want to come to my UI section. So I have this canvas layer over here. It's not actually like its own instance scene, which is often like how I would do things, is instance a scene. But for this, it's just kind of sitting there, minding its business, doing its thing. That is not what it looks like. Let's move the zoom up here. I'm excited about this. I'm really excited about this, man. I'm really glad you guys chose that. I'm actually very excited about this. So, because it's going to kind of look nice. It's going to kind of look nice. So this just has the abductions on it. And that's it. That's all this is, actually, is just the abductions counter. So that is to say, when we grab things, when we drop them into the score dunk, it increases it. I don't know that I want this to be... I mean, I think it should be on the same canvas layer. Should it be on the same canvas layer? I don't know. I don't really know what the argument would be for having multiple canvas layers. I mean, I guess yeah, I guess, I don't know. I don't actually really know how I'd want to handle that. I don't even have a clue. Does the internet have a thought on that? Godot multiple canvas layers. I don't know what I even think about that. How should I handle multiple canvas layers? How should I handle them? Do multiple canvas layer nodes at the same layer number? How do you organize your canvas layer? So it sounds like people are using multiple ones, which is interesting and good. I'm trying to work with the canvas layers without creating a mess. Here are some problems. If the player collides with an enemy, I load in the battle UI. See, the UI is its own canvas layer that draws on top of the world player scene. I also have a battle background sprite that I'd like to draw in between the player and the environment. This means that I can't have the battle background in the UI canvas layer, as it would draw over the player. Okay, so this is a 2D game. I have to reference the world node and the background as a child via code, and keep track of the Z index, as well as change the position of the sprite. This works, but I don't like cross-referencing all of my scenes. Okay. I guess that's something. Why is this not loading? There are 7 comments. I see that they exist. What are we doing right? I use multiple canvas layers for multiple UI unrelated to each other. You do? So honestly, Aditya, that makes me want to do it then. I mean, if someone in the chat has some experience with doing it that way, that makes me want to do it that way. I'm going to keep it real. And Reddit can't even be bothered to load it. They're the ad. They're like, oh, we got this. Here's the ad. Oh, right, the content. Let me think about that. Okay. Wow. Wow. Oh, wow. Okay, Reddit. Good luck with that initial public option, guys. You're killing it. So, okay. So, Aditya, I'm going to straight up add you on here. That is credit worthy, because I'm just gonna do it then. I'm just gonna do it, and if we run into an issue, it'll be Aditya's fault. So we're gonna say that's a Godot consultant credit. I think that's a fair credit for that. Okay. Good. So let's do it. So this says UI. So I guess this is technically HUD, if I'm being honest. But I want to make sure I'm not I don't think I'm referencing this anywhere. Actually, maybe I am. Oh, you know what? We're only referencing the score number. See how I have it? Well, you can't see. I have it as a unique access as a unique name with the percent next to it. If I ever find it again, goodbye. It was nice seeing you. Maybe we'll ever see you ever again. Oh, there it is. So it's got the, whoa! I didn't know I could just click on it to make it go away. This means I can access it even if I like move it to a different place. I'll still be able to access this as a reference. So that means I'm probably not looking at this anywhere. So I guess we can just try it. That's always the best way to check, to debug, is just to force the bug in and see if it is a bug. Okay, so if I come up here and grab this, does it still update? It does! Don't think we need to worry about that reference. Good. Cool. Alright, so that's good. So then we'll call this the HUD, and then I guess I want to create a new canvas layer per Aditya's saving me from worrying about it suggestion. We'll add a new canvas layer. And I'm going to call it something. Like pause UI in 1, character stats plus lives plus coins in 2nd, debug tool in 3rd, and make it switch between visible and invisible. Wow. So, yeah, so actually at the moment, oh, you know what? Actually, I do have this debug control node, which I currently do not have in a canvas layer. I just realized I don't even have this. This has the FPS on it. That's all pretty much. Oh wow, I was gonna put on a I was gonna have like a label pop up if like hit points are hidden. So it would just like say, hey, you were hiding hit points. That's kind of a nice thing. So it sounds like I need to put this whole debug thing, which maybe might break some. I have a feeling this is almost certainly gonna break something. And then we can call this debug. That's a good suggestion, Aditya. I like it. Does this break something, right? Surely. All right, let's see. Oh wait, it's not breaking anything. It didn't break anything. Nothing is broken. Everything is fine. It broke nothing. Cool, good, wonderful. I love it. I love it. Good, good, good. No complaints then. So with that in mind, I'm going to add a let's because I want there to be layers within here, right? Like I want the FPS, but I want there to be like almost like a let's make a new, let's say that this, instead of debug, let's call this information. I'm gonna call this information. That's what that's gonna be called. And then I'm gonna make a new control node inside of there, and this will be menu. All right, so this will be our debug menu, which will be separate from our debug information. I'll get a margin container, yes. I think that's fair. I like margin containers. Oh, liking. Sorry, by the way, if you haven't liked this video, please consider doing it. If you hyper smash that thumbs up button right underneath this video or on top of it if you're watching on mobile, that means more people will see this live stream while we're live and after we go live. So hyper smash that thumbs up button, help the channel out. Thank you so much. Just wanted to throw that in there. So I actually, when I say the word like, a red light comes on over there and it says, hey, remember. That's not true. Okay, so margin container. So I want the margin container to be a little bigger. Thank you, Aditya. Thank you. Hyper subscribe and like. Those are other things. True, true. Let's go ahead and put this. I kind of want it to be like in the center, you know? I think that's where I want it. Oh, and so I need the control node itself to be centered. Let's put it like here, and then the margin container similarly we'll put in the center. And then I'm gonna drag it like this. I don't know, I'm just kind of like how I'm imagining it, is that it's kind of like that. Can we make the anchor like reach? I guess we can just anchor it to the center. You said subscribble. That's kind of cute. That's adorable. I don't know how big I really need it to be. Oh, and you know what else though? You know what I'd like? And for the control node, oh, that's the menu. So the control node, I actually want to take up the whole screen. Center container is a thing. Maybe not what you want. Really? It's a thing that I might not want. What? Why? Why might I not want it? I actually want there to be like a background. So let me put up a panel. Let me put up a panel. And actually, you know, you make a good point, Edward. I think subscribing, if you guys haven't subscribed yet, would also be helpful, actually, now that you mention it. So I'm kind of imagining that this would be above here, so it would gray out everything underneath it. But as you can see, it's very much on top of it, or below it. So, and I want it to be on top of it. So I guess this is where we get into like Z layer stuff. So this is on layer 1. It's a type of node that may or may not be useful for what you're envisioning. A type of node? Oh, wait. Oh, there's a... Oh, there is... Really? 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 Separator, range, text edit, color, container. Center container! A container that keeps child controls in its center. What? I just figured I'd just use a margin container. I was like, we should use a margin container because that's what I always use. Wow, I have no idea. I mean, heck, I say we try it. Why not? Let's try a center container. I don't know. Let's try it. Shoot, dang. It's there. Maybe we can even do both and just try to like analyze like what's different about it. Do it. Okay. But I do need to adjust the Z layer. So this debug layer is on layer 1. The HUD is on layer 1. So if I put the debug on layer 2, will I notice a difference? Technically, off the top of my head, I'm not sure. Oh, there we go. That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted. I wanted to gray it out. What's up, Radoslav? Welcome. Hope you're doing good. And center container has less control, but doesn't need to be adjusted at all. Doesn't need to be adjusted at all. Automatic center. Wow. Well, thanks for stopping in anyway, Radoslav. It's nice of you. So wait, but okay. I mean, that's intriguing. But I mean, if I look at it on here, like when I first created it, it very much was not centered. Like I had to center it. So like let's undo all of that. Now I just want to learn about the center container. Now I'm just curious to understand the center container. Because when I drop it in here, you can see it's anchored to the top left and it's in the top left. So let's say I add in here, let's make a panel. And then this panel, I am going to, let's give it something that makes it, where is it? The center container doesn't center itself. It centers what you put inside of it. Oh. Oh. That makes more sense. But you can just make it the whole screen. Oh. Interesting. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know if I like that. Okay. Heard. Let's stick with the center. So okay. I understand a lot better now. I won't do my test anymore. Radoslav messed up when introducing functions that you tried to do properly. That's okay. We all make mistakes. Yeah, it does sound high stakes. So let's make this a little larger. I'm thinking, because what I want in this panel that's in here. Why is this panel so tiny? Where is this panel? Why does it not look like anything? It looks like nothing. It's invisible. I can't. Oh, because its size. This node is the child of a container. Oh, so the panel is going to automatically be the size of the container? I'm confused. Theme styles. It might not be what you mean. It's kind of edge case. Okay, we'll find out. Let's see what happens. So I'm going to make the panel have a flat texture. Sure, gray. That's fine. I mean, if I just hit play right now, what are we going to see? What is it going to look like? Okay, so it's not even... Why is it not even visible? Let me create a new panel. I don't know. I just feel like I need to create a new panel. Where is it? Where is the panel? Why is it invisible? Whereas if I create a margin container and we add a new panel in there, let's make the margin container bigger. This is part of also why I feel like UI stuff can be messy, because I find it confusing. Because I find it confusing often. Let's make this considerably larger. And if I drop a panel in here, see, now I see it. Now it's visible. So it's like what? Why is the center container being different? And it doesn't even show up in there. I'm sorry, but you've lost me with the center container. That's about all I need to see. Center container is trash. I'm sure I'm just doing a little something wrong. But for now, we're just going to not do it because this is making more sense to me. So in the margin container, I'm going to add a VBox. And the VBox, I want to have some buttons. And I guess I'll need a button. So I don't really know how to make... I guess we'll need to custom map the array onto there or something. Probably. Let's put some text on here. I'm not just sure what went wrong. Yeah, it's okay. You said it's anchors to be... Yeah, it's good that it exists. To be along the top left and bottom right. Maybe. I'm kind of over it, honestly. I'm honestly over it. Maybe. You know, maybe. But this, I don't even have to troubleshoot this because I already know this works. So we're going to say... I don't even know how to name these. This is debug level. Will be this button. Button 1. We're gonna do button underscore 01. Dong 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 dong. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I'm way beyond it. Dong 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 dong. Ever forward. Ever forward. And this will be level 0. Level 0. There's other ones too. Like I even have like we have level blank level. You know, I don't know how these are. I mean, I guess the problem with numbering them, I guess I should really say button. I should really like label what they are. I'm gonna say level debug 01. These names are going to be interesting to deal with. Level level 0. 0. Make a new button. I'm trying to convince you not to hate on center containers in the future. Sometimes they're nice. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, right. Because you know, maybe in the future I'll be like, I had a bad experience once. I'm going to say this is level... I don't really know that it's debug. Because it's not really a level anymore. I don't really know what to call any of these. If I'm being honest. I don't really want to think too hard about it. But like I wanted to match the file names. Like there's also, let's say level blank. Level blank grass. I don't really know what I'm particularly doing here. Level blank grass. There's also, well, that only has one level in it, so I probably won't use that. I guess I really don't have anything else right now. So, whatever. We'll just say blank grass, you know, something like that. Something like that. It's just for now. We'll worry about sorting it out later. Good to insert your time here. How you been? Hey, Psychonic. I'm doing pretty good. How are you? Welcome. Today, I am starting out with a level selection menu. I'm making a debug so I can change what terrain level we're looking at while I'm playing the game. And then I want to work on respawning stuff in the level as the like tiles roll by when you're playing the game. But the chat agreed that this would be a good starting task. So that's what I am starting with. And I just realized this needs to be a little bigger. If it's debug, we should make these fonts bigger. Yeah, this might get, and you know, honestly, I might want to add like multiple columns in here at some point, you know? I don't know. I want some flexibility to it at some point. Can I see the terrain though, or I missed this part? You kind of did miss it, but I don't care. I'll show you again. I'll show you again. I need to hide. So since I'm working on the debug menu, it's gonna currently just be, it's gonna be there. So the way that the terrain stuff works right now is there is a terrain collector behind the player that collects all of the terrain blocks that aren't currently loaded in. And this is all these aren't like well designed. They just have all the assets that I've made slapped onto them just for debug purposes. It's here. And we can look at it a little different. We can look at it a little different here. And then from this angle, you can see this is the collector that collects all of the blocks that aren't currently loaded into the scene. And once the block gets fully past the player, it actually goes into this terrain collector, or it gets reloaded onto the end here. So those are the terrain tiles, and that's how wide and or long they are. And this is just one of the levels. And so what I want to be able to do is set up a menu that I can click on those buttons, and it'll change which set of tiles it loads in. So we can try a set of tiles that looks one way, a set of tiles that looks another way, and so on and so forth. So that's kind of the situation. This kind of the situation. Okay. So I want this to be visible so I can finish making it. We have the buttons. That looks good. Now I just need to give it some code. I think I want to rename stuff just a little bit though. I think it would be nice to do a little renaming here. We have information, which has the that has the frames, the FPS that pops up. Oh, this should actually be above that. I would think that would be nice if the information is above. Oh, that didn't. Oh, that took it outside. I was like, that didn't work at all. Let's actually just put menu up here. There we go. So we have the FPS stuff. That's over there. What's the max enemies spawn currently? So that depends. That'll depend on like the enemy types. For now, the only enemy that exists are the helicopters, and right now the maximum is 5. And the reason why that's the maximum is because with the navigation, the very rudimentary navigation system that is set up here in Godot in our project, if I do more than 5, then you can't really see them on the screen anymore, and they just kind of disappear, and they don't form properly. So right now there's only 5 helicopters at a time that you see. And then maybe for something else, like if there's like, you know, a ground enemy, like a tank or, you know, infantry or whatever, maybe they could have a lot more spawns. But with the helicopters, I kind of need to limit those to 5. But we should, you know, in theory, we could do as many as we want. It just kind of depends. I haven't really had a chance to do like balancing and things, so I'm not really sure how that's going to work. Are they using Navigation Agent 3D? They are kind of, sort of. They sometimes they are, sometimes like they kind of, yeah. I'm not very happy with the navigation agent 3D in general. And so, you know, that's definitely something to look into at some point to get that all sorted out. Do you have any front-facing images of the enemies of the player? Not yet. I mean, kind of. Actually, kind of. JJorn, someone who comes to these streams, made this. So you know how Godot has like the icon.svg by default? JJorn replaced it, and JJorn made an entire pull request just to replace that with this, which is the front of the player face. So now it actually appears, whoops, if I zoom in, maybe you can tell, but like in the corner of the project, it's got the alien head. And then if I like open if I go to the project list, instead of having the Godot icon, it'll have the alien head, which I just think is hilarious. Right there. So that's pretty much the only version of that right now. But someday, whenever the alien eats meat, it's going to turn around, face the camera, and gobble it up, and blood's gonna fly everywhere. I'm very excited about that. There's JJorn. There's JJorn right there. Welcome, JJorn. Good to see you. All right, so debug menu, yes. So there's the button. So I need to hook these buttons up. Oh, I wanted to rename some of these so they just kind of are better. So margin container is fine. Why do we have 2 margin containers? Why did I make 2? Did I have a reason for that? I don't know that I did. We're deleting that. We're gonna call this margin container. This is, we'll say panel background. I'm not even gonna say menu background. Yes, the gift memberships do come and go. Remember, y'all, to turn on being able to receive gift memberships. It's an option in the chat box somewhere. If you don't opt in to receive gift memberships, you won't get a membership. Do I have it without the text? I don't know what that means. So if you go to the GitHub repo, check down in the description box, go to the GitHub repo, and look for the icon.svg file in the main folder. Okay, sounds good, Edward. Sounds good. But yeah, everything is publicly available. All right, so this panel is going to be panel. It is panel menu background, actually. Very similar. Really, it's I guess it's like screen cover. I don't know what to call it. Screen cover. I'm just giving it names. Don't think too hard about it. Okay, we just want it to be distinguishable. Good, good, good. All right. So for the buttons, now what I need to do is hook them up to something. So let's make something to hook them up to. So in order to do that, I am going to want to write some code, naturally. The question is, where do I want to put that code? We do have, so we have the HUD. Oh, we have the information script. This is where we have, if you press the debug buttons, actually it kind of raises some questions of where we should put these. I feel like the script should kind of go somewhere else at this point. I mean, we do have all of these percent references, so I think we'll be okay if we move stuff. So if I like, what is this script called? Debug script? If I detach this and I reattach that script here, am I gonna regret that? Am I gonna regret that? Did I break things? Obviously oh yeah, oh yes, yes we did. I knew eventually something was gonna break things. Script inherits from type control. Ah, that does it. That's not too bad. So we'll say canvas layer this time. Let's see. Okay, good. And then debug buttons all still work. Yep. Okay, good, good, good. So nothing is broken. Good. And then in here, we want to say that when debug button 4 is pressed, something has to happen. Specifically, that menu should open. So let's just do that. It'll be simple. I'm going to comment this out. Debug button 4. See you later, S. Debug button 4 is going to just make the menu visible. So I'm going to say that this is accessible as a unique name. It would probably be better if I made a variable for it. So I'm going to do that. Variable debug menu. We'll onReady that, right? I think that makes some sense. And I'm going to say that that is this. It'll be not visible by default. We actually want it to be like a toggle, right? So we'll set it up as such. This should be pretty simple. Pretty much simple. And we just want to say debug menu visible equals exclamation point debug menu visible. I guess the only thing to think about is that it's already going to be not visible, so I wonder, it really should just work. It should just work. Surum says, today I finished navigation for my enemies. Tomorrow I'll deal with enemy avoidance. Every day a little bit closer to finishing the game. Nice. Oh, so you're fresh on using navigation agents. Yeah, I mean, if you want, you could look at, like, we've done stuff with a navigation agent before, and I don't know, the problem is for my 3D game, I don't know if you're doing 3D or 2D, but like it's really the up and down that we get into some problems. And then also, I don't want them to bunch up around the player. So if I just use them by themselves, they tend to like get like in a straight line around the player. And it's wonky, right? It's wonky. It's wonky. And then trying to do the 3D where it goes up and down is really tricky because often they'll completely go off screen. They'll go like way too high. And so, you know, trying to figure out then an adjustment to bring it back down, it was just getting a little messy. So I just said, you know what, this is not priority right now. All right, so let's see if we can make it visible. We can! Done. Okay, but the menu doesn't do anything. Oh, interesting. Interesting little issue here. So I can pull it up, but I actually can't click on anything. The buttons are non-functioning. That's a concern, isn't it? I think I'm gonna need those buttons to function. There's like that's interesting. What if I have it visible all along? And then will it let me click on it? Good job, nice, Rurim, on getting some progress though. That's it, a little bit all the time. Even if it's already there. Wait, but we were definitely clicking on it at some point. Is it because I put this above it? Is that why? Or rather below, but you know what I mean. I think that might be why. I think because we put the information, because the information control node takes up the entire thing, and so we're not clicking through that. I think that's the issue. What's up, Dragonblade? Welcome. Good to see you. Cool. Cool. So somehow we have to have the... I guess we could just maybe... I'm sure there's some way to do this. Z is relative. I mean, if I were to turn... That's a tricky one. Because the menu, the buttons are in here, right? And because information is below it on here, because information, where it has like the FPS and stuff, because that's below this, we can't click through it. But I do visually want it to be above. I just don't want it to technically be there. So like I could set the Z index to be higher, but then the FPS, that the information that I want to show, will be below the menu, which I kind of don't want, you know? What's up, Hollow Tempest? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. So that's kind of like my issue. It's going well though. It's going well. I am setting up a level changing menu, or debug level changing menu. Change information anchor. Information anchor. What is information anchor? What does that even mean? Oh, you mean like the information? I see what you're saying. Oh, that's true. Right. So, well, I guess I don't need it to take up the whole screen. Are you saying? Are you saying what I think you're saying, which is like move the position of the information, like control node, to be like, you know, lower down here? That way we can still click on stuff. I guess I'd like the option for it to potentially be able to be anywhere. Or are you literally saying the anchor, like the green stuff around the edges up here, like that? FPS text is small, only requires the bottom part. Right? Right? Like I hear you, but I'm trying to think of like the future too. Like I would like, in theory, there to be more information that we could put elsewhere. Right? So I kind of want to keep my options open. But I guess my question then would be, is there a way to set maybe just the label to being on top? Right? So I could come down to the label maybe. I'm going to experiment here. Put the menu concept in live text. Okay. So I want to, I'm going to move this back underneath, right? And so if I put the information above the menu, you see that the FPS gets grayed out, right? Because it's behind that, right? Okay. So if I put this back up here, you can see it. I'm going to have it be grayed out a little bit. And then in the information section, I'm going to come to the label itself. And I'm going to try changing its Z order only. Oh, that works. There we go. That puts it on top. Okay. Ooh, it doesn't like that. Changing the Z index of a control only affects the drawing order, not the input event handling order. Good, great. That's fine. That's okay. Is that just warning gonna be there forever? It's just this. We just have to have an error there for all times. Okay. Okay. Well, let it be so. Okay, so now I can have this be above it so everything else isn't going to conflict. And I should be able to toggle our menu and press the buttons. Nice. And at the same time, we can have FPS on the top. Let's freaking go. Okay, got it. Whew. I knew we could solve it somehow. I knew we could solve it somehow. Okay. Now, I would like to hook it up. I want it to matter. So I guess I'll put that code on the menu itself. That feels like an appropriate place to put that. Also, let's hide the menu to start with and the information. I'm going to make a new script. It will be, this is actually going to be debug menu is what we'll call this. I would like it to be in the UI folder, if possible. And I want it, I guess, to have an array with all of these. I guess I want an export array. Do I know how to create an export array? At export, we're going to say variable levels. And then we just say like that, array. Never apologize for hanging out. That's what this is all about. You ain't gotta help. I don't need your help. I do appreciate help, but I don't need it. You stopping by, I appreciate that, Radoslav. Good luck to you as well. So Okay, so that creates an empty array, right? So now up here we see array size 0. Cool. Dope. I love it. Now, if I were to drag a path in there, am I allowed to do that? That's not gonna work, right? Well, I think you need to add an element first. Yeah, that doesn't work. So I need to somehow, oh, maybe if I define what it is, node path. I don't want it to be a node path. Directory. Yeah, directory. I could probably hint that, couldn't I? Add elements, then drag. Right. So what if instead of adding an element, I have a problem where I like to do as much in code as I can. I'm gonna reset this, and if I say like directory, how do I like hint that it's a directory? I don't know. Let me just gscript directory array. Wait, actually, don't we already have this somewhere? We probably do. We probably do. I just want to. I want to hint it. It's just what I want. I got some messy stuff up in here. Let me close these. It's just so messy in here. So I believe on the terrain controller. Oh, like this. I see. So this isn't hinting at a directory, but it looks like we put it like in brackets next to it. I don't know if I can say it that way, but I can certainly try. Okay, so let's do this. Let us do this. I'm gonna say we want to say the type is array, and specifically that's not a thing though. Editor file system directory, that cannot be a thing. How do I export an array of file paths into Godot? Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. Array string, array resource. I guess there is no export of array paths alone. But you can try this. In A, you can enter the path manually. In B, you can drag and drop resource. So we'll just say resource. Okay. So it will be then. Resource. I'm okay with that. Ugh, why you gotta be auto bracketing? Those auto brackets aren't helping me. Okay, we'll do a bracket resource. Okay, so now when we look at this and we add an element and we drag this in, nope. That didn't work. Okay, fine. Fine. Forget it. I won't hint it. But I commend myself for trying. We'll just do it in the editor. It's fine. It doesn't matter. We'll do it in the editor. Drag it. Wait. Oh, that was dictionary. We want... What was it called again? Bool, transform, projection color, string name, node path, object array, packed array. Wait, was there never a directory? Did I just think dictionary was directory this whole time? That's embarrassing. Wait, how do I do this? I don't even see a resource on here. That's not even one of them. Maybe we have to do the string and type it in. That can't be true. I don't believe this. Okay, there's actually one more example that I can pull from that I know of. And that's from our Game Jam template. There is an example in our Game Jam template of this. Try string. Yeah, maybe I should try string. They said in the Reddit post that there wouldn't be drag and drop, but you know what they also said? That there was something called resource, and there wasn't. So, you know. Okay. All right, let me reset. Let me redo this. Let me just add a new one. Currently it's null. If I do string name, okay, that looks better. That looks more like something. Yeah, it doesn't let me drag and drop it, which I don't need to drag and drop it, but I do like to set things up as generously to myself as possible. Stringing it along. Okay, open up this, and I think it's in the spawn, wherever that is. Spawn controller script. Or maybe it's on the actual spawns themselves. Oh, packed scene. Packed scene. Oh, but that's for putting scenes in there, which isn't the same as a path. Dang. Okay, well, in that case, I think I'm just going to have to type it. I think I just have to let go of the dragging and dropping as badly as I want it. I think it's time to let it go and put on my big girl pants. You can check if a resource inherits a class. No, I don't care about that. Okay, that's something else. All right, fine. We just type the string. We type the string. So in this case, if I drag this in here, or I guess I could just right-click it and copy it. Why are you not just defining the array as an array of packed scenes? I don't know, because why? Okay, I could literally answer your question. Literally, because I didn't know that would be a good idea. But extrapolating what you mean and responding to it in a more reasonable way, I didn't know that. That sounds like a good idea. I should try that. So I'm going to say thank you, Dragonblade. An array of packed scenes. So, oh, that's a thing? Wait, I don't know. How would I even set that up, though? I don't know how to, I guess, so that would be the other thing, is not only did I not know you could do that, I don't know how to set that up. I do actually have this code that you helped me set up before with the packed scene here, which is something. I'm definitely interested. Instead of array, it's array pack scene. Okay, right. Yeah, it is cool, right? And I want it. That's why I want it. That's why I want it so bad, because it seems like it would be cool. It seems like it would be nice. So if I do array packed scene, but then I can't put a folder. That was my concern, was that I wouldn't be able to put a folder, right? So that's why I was not doing this at first, because I assumed it wouldn't let me add folders in there. And it was just going to add like individual scenes. But perhaps that's not true. Also, you can, okay, that's something else. I was like, that's not what what? You can't add scenes. You can't add folders. So then that's why I'm not doing that, Dragonblade. That's why I'm not doing that. That would be why. And I guess what you might suggest then is like, why not just set up the packed scenes as the levels and have like a separate array for each level? And the reason why I wouldn't do that is just because of the way that the terrain controller is already set up, which is looking for paths. So it's also for that reason. Okay, so we're going to just do this the big girl pants way. And I'm going to not have it be an array pack scene. We're just going to do this. I knew I should have gone with my gut. Pepe paid us a visit. 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 Welcome, Pepe. Welcome, Pepe. Welcome. Welcome, Pepe. Good to see you. Thanks for supporting Hopper Game Dev and for coming through. You get a song for being a member and a patron. So thank you, Pepe, for paying us a visit. I did my best. I did my best. And Dragonblade's like, whoa, 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 pump the brakes. You might not want to do this. I will get too far into it. And then you'll say something that will make me change my mind. And that's okay. So if I were to copy this path, I'm going to get as far as I can before you say what you say. As far as I can. So there we have one in there. Call this one a string name as well. So this is for level 00 debug 1. Which if I want to map it to these buttons, I mean, I'm not going to worry about the order too much, although it would be nice if the order was perfect. But that's okay. I don't really need any more right now. I'm going to say one button doesn't do anything, and we're just going to leave it at that, and that's going to be okay. Okay. So we've got 0 and 1. 0 has debug 1, and then this 1 has level 00. We may be getting too far into it, and that's okay. How do you want to load them? From folder? Yes. Yes. That is how I want to load them. I want to load them from folder. Correct. Yes. Yes, exactly. So if we press this button, well, actually, I need to be fetching this. And how will you know to what? I'm glad you asked that. Well, a couple things, actually. Mainly be buttons. You can't tell it to load this folder. Oh. So right now I have this menu that I've created. It's got buttons. You can press them. We'll say that when you press this button, it's going to change which folder this is based on, which might be a problem. Yeah, this might be, I kind of figured this would be a big task today. That's why I asked you guys what you thought we should work on. This might be our whole thing today. So right now the terrain blocks path is set to that. So really we need the scene to reload. So we needed to reload the scene and then also change the path after it reloads it. So it'd kind of be like two things that are happening. We probably need to do some kind of call deferred or something like that to make sure it does it in a certain order. I'm not exactly sure at all how we do that. But yeah, so this variable would need to be changing. It will be a lot. And there's a problem that you will find out. What the cryptic? What in the crypticism? But that's in a built game only. Right, so this is just a debug menu, not like for the final game. But it's just so that when we're here working on this, if I want to change what the level looks like, I press the button. We're good to go. But I'm interested to hear more, for sure. Yeah, dude, I love the Fallout show. I'm on my second watch of the whole show. I won't spoil anything other than it's awesome. It's so good. I love it so much. Yeah, I've been looking into getting back into Fallout too. And on Amazon Prime right now, you can get Fallout 76 for free, which is pretty nice. You know, if you want your game tied to Amazon Prime. So, yeah, so somehow we have to change it. So, like, off the top of my head, right, I would just say that this is going to, in the ready function, pull from the array. So this, the terrain blocks path would just be, like, null at first, and then it would set it in the ready function. New Vegas has been retconned. I mean, every Fallout game did retconning. It's just a freaking fictional universe. You know, and who cares? I know somebody cares. Those people are boring. The idea is if you do give me all the files in this folder, so you iterate through them to create the buttons, the name of the file that it will return will be the compressed compiled name. If you do give me all the files in this folder, I mean, you do understand, right, that this already works. So to me, all we're gonna do is plug the string into here, right? So we could just say this is a string, right? Or string name, I guess. I'm sure you get that much, right? So if I were to say in the ready function, if I were to say in the ready function, terrain blocks path, not that, terrain, whoa, this is spelled wrong? How long has that been spelled wrong? Whoa. Is that spelled wrong elsewhere? I didn't realize that had a typo. Wow, it's got the typo elsewhere too. Oh my gosh. I had no idea that we were just living this typo life. I've just been living this typo life all through here. Wow. Well, now we've fixed that. Okay, so terrain blocks path. I guess the typo doesn't matter if the computer knows that it's typed that way. Terrain blocks path, and then I just set it to this, right? Like that should function the same. And so, in theory, maybe it won't. And so then what I was thinking is that the array would just switch this out when we reload the game. And it just puts in the new string in there. Let's see if this works. So yeah, so we didn't even define it there, but it already knows to load that. It works for you. Does it work in the built version of the game? I don't know. I've never built it. Why are you exposing me like? Why are you exposing me like that? Is it hard to build it? I've literally never done it. Is today the day? Are we finally building the game? All right, I'll try that. How hard can it be? Build it. I've definitely heard that that's like advice, right? Is that you should build your game like often just to see how it runs. And just to like help you. But like, you know, I haven't and I know I should. All right, let's do it. Screw it. Screw it, let's do it. Cool. Where do I don't want to build it in the GitHub probably, right? That seems like a bad place to do it, but I don't know. I'll put it in here. Builds. We're gonna say AMW 0.01. All right. Save. Export. We've done it. I've never built it before. So, and you're saying that there's gonna be some kind of issue, probably? Whoa. Oh, we've got some stuff. We got some stuff. It looks okay. It looks fine. It's yellow. Yellow means fine, right? Could not start RC edit executable. Configure RC edit path in the editor settings. Oh, so this would just like automatically run it for me or something. Okay, I don't care. Get out of my face. Will be the wrong name to call when you want to load it. Interesting. Rogi says, the path ahead will be treacherous, and before you will be a problem that not even the wise owl could have avoided. Okay. All right. I know there's a problem with this, especially on resources, but I don't know about the scenes themselves. We're about to find out. This is a triumphant moment. This is the triumphant moment. All right, let's see. Let's see what happens. I've never even built the game before. Katie Codes! Hey, you heard it here first. The game is officially built. built. Katie Codes, thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. So you get a song. Katie Codes, I wouldn't say oh no's. Katie Codes, not 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 oh. Katie Codes, not oh no's. I would not say oh no to Katie Codes because Katie Codes is here and I'm so very glad. Oh gosh, I'm really sorry for that song. You're also welcome. Thanks for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Oh my gosh. Yep, I haven't, Katie's a new member, and I haven't come up with a good song idea for you yet. So thank you. I'm doing my best. We'll refine it. We'll work on it. Yippee, it's built. Yes, much love right back at you. We've gone gold. Let's go. Celeste like-ish. Yep, that's the name of that folder. It's a Celeste like-ish. Yeah, that was so that was actually when I was working in Unity. That was the game that I was making in Unity. It was a Celeste like-ish. The chat voted on that. And then I said, you know what? I don't want to do Unity anymore. And so I stopped. And then I started to make it in GDevelop. But then Godot just like kind of took over my life. And so now I just don't bother with any of that project anymore. But it still exists, technically. Okay, so we're going to go play this game that we just built. Builds. What's going to happen? What is this going to be like? It loaded on my other monitor. And then immediately closed. And then it immediately closed. I don't think I can even drag it over to the main monitor quickly enough, guys. I don't think I can drag it over in time. Okay, but we do have the console version. Oh, even the console doesn't stay open long enough. Jeez! I gotta, like, screenshot it. Dang! We crash quick, you guys. We crash real quick. I can't believe I have to screenshot the console because the game falls apart so quickly. Yeah, the console one, I can't even keep it open. Or PowerShell. Oh, I see what you're saying. Really? Okay. I can do that. I can totally do that. I can do that. We just gotta do a little change directory. A little change directory. No problem. We're getting super nerdy up in here today. Dang. All right, and then it's called this that I'm just gonna copy and paste because I love myself. And you're saying if I open it in here, nice, wow. Okay, no screenshot necessary. Wow, that's hard to read. Okay, sorry, wow, that's tiny. Oh, we got all kinds of issues. We got all types of issues. All types of issues. Failed loading resource, Godot exported copter. It's not opening the copter scene. Make sure resources have been imported by opening the project in the editor at least once. Yeah, I think I've opened them in the editor at least once. No loader found for resource Alien 3 blend. Expected type packed scene. What the frick? What is all this? What is all this? Failed loading resource. I will say, one thing that is not happening is what you predicted, Dragonblade, but it may be that it's not even getting to the point where it can do that. It's literally not even loading the main scene. It just failed to load the main scene. We got problems on problems on problems. Yeah. So there's that. Don't know what to say about any of that. Other than perhaps setting up this folder is the least of my problems. It's Blender stuff. Oh. So it's because I have Blender integration, you're saying, potentially, set up with Godot. When I go to export the game, it doesn't know how to use that stuff anymore. What makes you say that it's Blender? How do you know? I mean, that makes sense. Especially with the being open in the project at least once part. And this is why you build your game frequently. So you can find this stuff out before you get deep. Alien 3 Blend gives it away. Oh, does it say that? Ah, it does. Oh, it does. Okay. All right, let's look this up a little bit. No loader found. Let me zoom out there. No loader found Godot Blender export exe. Those are some things. Exporting a Blender file to Godot. To fix this, you can enable the Godot exporter plugin in the Blender settings. What? I have to add a plugin in Blender? Whoa. This is in 2020. This looks very similar. That was the wrong thing. That doesn't surprise me. This all looks very familiar, however. Use user instead of res. Res refers to the project folder. That's why it won't work elsewhere. Oh. Blender's, that's true. Oh, Milo art here. Oh, Milo art here. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. You get a song. Oh, Milo art here. Oh, Milo art here. Oh, Milo art here. Oh, Milo art here. Welcome, Milo. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev and stuff like that. I tried building my game, and now it's a world of chaos. What settings do you have in Export Resources tab? Okay, so this sounds pretty fixable, right? This sounds like very fixable. So all we gotta do, in theory, right? We do want to plug in the Blender, of course. But here, where is that at? Resources, features, encryption, export all resources in the project, export selected scenes. I think that's fine. Custom template, binary format, texture format, code design, application. Can you explain this again? Use user instead of res. Where? Do we have, is that in my error, res? It is. There's res in all of here as well. Where do I use that instead? I don't know where I'm not using it. I guess res is for resource. Export resources tab. Okay. Export mode, export all resources in the project. I mean, there's not really much set up in there, truth be told. I've exported every project resource and the rest is empty. I've also tried to compile with TextScript, but not good. That's not what you need, the user thing. It isn't. It isn't. Oh, too bad, because that sounds easy. You know what else it sounds like? It sounds like maybe I worry about this later. Maybe this is a task for another day. Since our problems are so multiple here, you know, maybe I come back to this and we do the stated task. And this is just like, we put this in the hack and plan and work on it later. But sometimes folks in the chat work on it in the background, and then they're like, I found a solution for you. And then we can come back to it. Rez basically tells Godot to search files in the game assets. User tells it to search in the hard drive. Okay. Okay. That sounds true. That sounds true. Wasn't including the executable. You've got space capital in the path. Make paths that will work on any system. That fixed it? That there were spaces? That fixed it for somebody? I don't have spaces. I would never do that. Yeah, I see they do have the space in theirs. I don't believe we have any spaces. For loading save files, you would load with user instead of res. That makes sense. Right. Right. There's no spaces in here. We could also do the expected type pack scene. Yeah, so the scene switcher isn't the problem right now. So this is kind of a different problem. So I'm telling you what I'm going to do. I'm going to set this aside right now. Because honestly... Yeah. So honestly, this is kind of a separate thing. So basically, Dragon Blade was looking at the way that I was planning on setting up the terrain blocks path. And Dragon Blade had this theory that that way might not work when the game is built. And so we tried building the game to see if that was true or how that would manifest. And then we discovered there are so many other problems that are related to the game being built and that need addressing, but aren't really related to switching scenes. And we're not switching scenes anyway. Switching scenes isn't even what I'm really doing. I'm really reloading a scene, and I want it to reload with one path being different. But I hear you. The problem I mentioned happens only in the built version, but your use case is debug only, not used in build. Right. Okay. So I'm here. If you have ideas, you know, I'm here to try things. For now, I'm just going to keep doing the task that we are planned to do, and I'll set this aside as something to work on another day. This would not work for you loading your terrain scenes. Okay. What does built mean? Like export? Yeah, like export. Yeah. I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean. All right, let me add it on the hacking plan. If anyone comes up with something to fix it, I will shift to that task. But in general, we're going to say built version has copious errors. And we're going to call this a bug of the utmost urgency. And then I'll just paste the terminal in here. All right, done and done. It's there. We've got it. It has been noted. And we can come back to it as needed. All right. And I will keep setting this up this way so we can get the number one most important thing right now, which is to have a prototype that we can iterate on. So I'm going to keep doing this. We're going to keep in mind that we have that issue. So what my idea is we say for the terrain blocks path that this will get updated based on the array. So in fact, let's even try to pull this out of the array. The array has been created on the menu script right here. Or the debug menu script, and then I want to point to that. So let's reference it in here. I'm going to say @onReady terrain or level, we'll just say level, let's just say debug menu. Let's just call it debug menu. Already variable debug menu equals this. And then I'm gonna say, this is gonna be a little tricky because if we wanted to change, so actually I don't think I'd want that, right? Because on the menu, we'd want something to update. We want like current level, right? So I'd want a variable current level, and that could equal a string name, right? And then this would just get updated to whatever we press. So I could take the buttons that are contained in here, and I'm going to hook them up. I usually like hooking up nodes manually, but I'm not feeling it right now. we're going to do it this way. I think this kind of makes sense. In case I change like the name of it or something, I'd rather it be like more dynamically linked. And we want this to be on the menu script. This is on button level debug 1 pressed, fine. So that, it's actually, yeah, that's fine. If that happens, we want to take, so this is a little, you know, I do have to like associate these manually, which is kind of annoying. I have to make sure I come back over here. It almost makes sense. I don't know if I do want to drag and drop. You know, I'm kind of over the exporting. I'm officially over the exporting. I think I'd rather like set it up in here, you know, because then I gotta like come over to the inspector to like find that. And like that's annoying, right? Like what if I just come here, we do a comma, just so I can like see this list a little bit more clearly. Copy all these, put that in there. No more export. I don't know. The export idea was cool in theory, but in practice, I don't know that I like it that much. I don't know that I really like it. Okay. So then this would be 0, this would be 1. So then I can see that a little more clearly. It's broken and exported. Post to the error you would get in live text. What do you mean you tested it? I don't understand. What did you test? I mean, we know it's broken. Wait. Are you telling me that the errors that I'm getting aren't the errors that you're getting? Why aren't you getting those same errors? I mean, I hear you that that's broken, and that's cool, but like, what about, why can't I run it? Why can you get that far, but I can't get that far? Unless that's not what you're saying. I have so many questions. I have so very many questions. Oh, I see. You built a separate thing. I see. That makes a lot more sense. That makes so much more sense. Okay. So you did an export variable path with that, and it loads it. Okay. All right. I hear you. That's not, it's still not exactly the setup. I feel like, I mean, I'm not saying that this doesn't replicate it, but technically this isn't exactly the setup. So it's, and the script, if you wanted to reference it in particular, is terrain controller in scene, I think. Yeah. And that is in that folder, terrain / terrain controller in scene, if you wanted to like try to replicate it better. But it might be oh, that is what's in the repo. Nice. Okay. I mean, I thought it was right. That looks, it looks different, but I will believe you. I will choose to believe you. I made a basic project which loads the scenes dynamically from a folder, like in your terrain code. Oh, okay. All right. Well, I mean, look, I would be interested in doing it a different way, if you know a different way to do it. Let's do that. We might as well minimize all the errors we're going to get. I just don't know. You're just not appending it. Right. So, like, I don't know how to do that. This is hilarious, Edward. I don't know how to do that. Not hilarious enough that I laughed out loud, but, like, theoretically hilarious. You know, it's tough because it raises questions. You know, what's my priority? Is my priority to have a game that works when exported? Yes, at some point. And how along the way do I want to set things up? How along the way do I want to set things up? I'm just trying to be honest. So that it allows itself to be exported at some point, especially when my main goal is to make a prototype and to iterate on that to get the best game possible for now. And not per se have a built version. Obviously, it's good practice to build it along the way such that it'll work. And if a senior developer says, hey, that's not going to work when you go to export it, it behooves one to adjust the code so that it will work in the future. With that said, does that mean that it would be a mistake to continue setting this up right now, knowing that it won't work in the build? Because I could set it up this way right now and then fix it later, right? So at the very least, I can have the prototype. I can have the version of the game that I want to play and then I want it to play like. And I can keep working on the game. And then, you know, we can say, okay, let's figure out how to do this in a better way. But yeah, it's just, I think it's about priorities. And for me, my priority is getting it playable so I can know how I want to iterate the game. And then based on that, or, you know, once I'm at a point where it's like, okay, we've done that version of the iteration. That is to say, we have our level changing controller menu set up. Good, great. Now, let's make it so it works in the build after the fact. And it's especially compounded because I can't even test it. Because we got other problems that I have on the back burner. And so it becomes a challenge because I guess what I'm trying to say is there's two different ways to approach this. One, if I see a problem, address it immediately. Or two, work on the task at hand, finish it anyway, and then come back to the problem. Two ways to approach it. And me, I'm leaning towards the latter strongly. Because it's what I'm motivated to do. It's what I'm interested in. It's what gets the gameplay moved forward. So I think that's what I'm going to focus on. But again, you know, if anybody, including Dragonblade, is like, here's how you fix it. You do this, you do this, you do this, you do this. I'll do it. I will do it. It's unfortunate that I can't even test it. I'll just have to take your word for it, which I will, especially if it's Dragonblade. Mostly if it's Dragonblade. I'll take the word for it. But it sucks that I can't even test it, and there's a prerequisite bug that I still have to resolve. So anyway, so I think I'm just going to keep working on it, knowing that it won't work. We're just marching into the doom of knowing it's not going to work when it builds. So that way we can enjoy the prototyping for now, because that's just part of the process. You can ignore the build problem. Surely one can ignore. Oh, deeply. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's where my vote is. And I mean, I don't think I was going to get talked out of that. But my point is that I think this is a real consideration for game developers, you know, is to decide between those two options. Stop now, deal with the problem, or keep working on the task. Because what can happen is if every time you hit a problem that's unrelated to your task, if you distract yourself from that task to solve the problem, that can be very demotivating, right? And that can stall a project, you know, and especially, you know, if you, I know it's important, especially when you're working on teams, to not make overly complicated commits, right? So let's say your task is to update the terrain controller, but you notice a bug with the player, you know? And that's like important. If you go fix that player bug and then you do your terrain controller things, you didn't even finish the terrain controller thing, you fix this bug and you make a commit, that's kind of messy and confusing for your team members because you've now done multiple things in one commit and you've kind of bounced around. And that's like, it's kind of like bad etiquette in a way, potentially. Not necessarily, but potentially. And then for yourself, I mean, now you didn't finish your other thing and you only partially got it done. And again, that can be demotivating and stall the project in ways. So, you know, I think it's like an actual important consideration to decide whether you should, you know, change the task or not. You can do that, but at that point you would use branches. That makes sense. That makes sense to me. So, okay. So let's just keep on with this. We know that this is not going to build properly, but it's okay because right now we can test it and it'll work. And then we'll have our version of it that's playable and we can, you know, refactor it so that it does build at some point. So right now we have the terrain blocks path that loads in which blocks are coming at the player. It's just set to a string name, and then in the ready function, we are just updating that to this particular string here. And so what I want is to connect, instead of just loading it to the string, I want it to connect to the array that I've created in the menu script, or the debug menu script. I've got a levels array that has 2 levels in it, and there's buttons as well that get pressed and that update here. You exported the project and it works? What? Really? Are you serious? Is it because of like where I exported the project? I mean, that shouldn't matter, right? I exported it in a folder outside of the main folder. Works is a big word here. I got you. But you're saying you don't get those errors, those initial errors. That's very curious. That's very curious. I'd be interested to see like what, when you exported it, what that was like. That is incredibly interesting. So when we press this button, this is level debug 01. That would be 0. So I would want to say set the current level. So current level is going to become the 0 spot in the array. Do I know how to do that? Would I just say like levels 0? Is that coding? Did I code that? And then if I choose the other button here and I say pressed connect to the menu right here. Let me do the same thing. Set current level to levels 1. Now, we also need it to reload. and I have a feeling that we need to do some kind of deferred call or something. I don't know that yet, but I just have a suspicion that this is going to work very strangely. But not only that, we need it to also fetch before well, we can still do that. Did you export with debug? Sometimes you got to uncheck that box. Oh, I did export with debug. You have to uncheck that sometimes? Really? Okay, thank you, Psychonic, for stepping in. For stopping in. I appreciate it. Take care. Get some sleep. And, yeah. Goodbye. Goodbye, Psychonic. Okay, I'll try that. I mean, then I wouldn't get a... That kind of actually makes sense that might be... Right, maybe it's all my... But then again, why did Dragon Blades not have the issue? So you said uncheck the box. Albeska, Albeska, Albeska's the best, yeah. Albeska's the best, yeah. Albeska's the best, oh yeah. Albeska's the best, oh yeah. Albeska is the best, oh yeah. Albeska's the best. Thank you for supporting up on Game Dev, Albeska, who's the best. There's your there's your song. I'm really sorry. You're also welcome. I'm also sorry, but you're also welcome. Good to see you, Albeska. Things are going okay. My plan is to do terrain stuff, deal with the respawnables, or work on a menu that lets us change what terrains load in while the player is playing. And the chat voted that be what we do. And so I'm setting up that menu right now. And it's bringing up some questions about how the game is structured in terms of being built. I actually tried building the game for the first time, and we are riddled with errors. Just absolutely riddled with errors. And before we even got to the part that's related to the level selection, and so I'm just gonna kind of set it aside for now. Folks in the chat are welcome to give ideas on how I can get my game to be built. Rogi did give a suggestion, but then Dragonblade has said that they didn't do that, and it built on their end. So I don't really understand what to think. Debug shouldn't break anything. Non-debug would break things because it optimizes the game more. Whoa, that's cool. Repeating what you heard in a tutorial. Yeah, that's understandable. So yeah, we've got some interesting errors that I don't really know what to do about. And then so Dragonblade can't even reproduce these errors, which is like what? Why not? Why not? I don't know. The architecture should be correct and everything. At first I heard bestia is the bestia, which is beast in Italian, and I was a bit surprised. Oh no! Oh no, I was speaking Italian and I didn't even mean to. I apologize. Albeska is a beast! That could be a compliment, depending. Does Dragonblade have the same version as you? I'm in 4.2. I think Dragonblade would have to, because Godot would warn you. I mean, yeah, probably. Probably. I did upgrade to 4.2, so we are there. But yeah, there's a bunch of little settings in here that we might want to look at. The bestia. Maybe the GitHub is missing a game-breaking update. Oh, that's a good point. Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, that's a great idea. Let's try that. I mean, look, pretty much, like, I've only made the changes that I've made today, right? Otherwise, Dragonblade has a pretty up-to-date version. But yeah, let's save this. This is playable. Let's save it as such. I have a feeling that won't matter. Since that shadow thingy? Oh, that's, I mean, that is a bit older, actually. That's a couple weeks old. I mean, look, I don't expect you, like, you know, you're just here out of the goodness of your heart. Began implementing, but what the heck? We'll let the option be available. Began implementing. If anybody could try building it and find out what happens, I would be eternally grateful. And you will be credited accordingly. Began implementing. If we ever build the game, I can't really credit you if the game never gets built. To level select debug menu. We're just gonna say that. Committing partway through. Tried building the game and it's error ridden. Letting others maybe build it from this version too if they want. I actually haven't. I mean, yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I could try doing HTML. Wait, yeah. I mean, you could do it in HTML or not. But yeah, I would want it to be able to potentially be put in HTML if it's not too ginormous for that. You did the same export? Like all the same settings and stuff? Okay. Well, I've pushed the latest version. I could try exporting it as an HTML and then opening it that way, just for the sake of just trying stuff, you know? Just for the sake of trying, like, whatever. Like, why not? Why not? Why not? We'll call it index.html. And I should just be able to open it locally from there, right? I mean, I can't imagine it's gonna run much better. And I don't know if we'll get any console stuff. I don't know if this is gonna work if we run it locally. I might have to. I don't know. I've never actually tried to run something like this locally before. Yeah. So let me do it on itch. Which is some extra steps. Okay, we're diverting from the level setup for now to continue troubleshooting this. Oh, come on, itch. I believe in you. Let's add a game. We'll upload a new project. Title, Alien Meat World Test. It's gonna be a game. It's gonna be HTML. Luckily, I do this very often, so I might be able to figure this out. It'll probably be interesting to see what happens. I mean, it surely won't work, right? It's just a matter of at what level will it not work. Like the version that Dragonblade did, I wonder, like, if, like, at what point it failed. I have a feeling we're not going to get any, like, I don't think this is going to give us any information, unfortunately, right? Because there's no debug that I mean, maybe there's debug, I don't know. But I feel like it's just going to, like, not work. It's just going to be, like, error, you know, and that's, like, the end of that. Would be my guess. And I don't think we're going to get any information. But whatever. It's worth a shot. Why not? It doesn't take that much time. Come on. Don't you work now. Okay, so it didn't work. We just got gray. Just gray. It's gray. So there you go. Yeah, honestly, if there's something that you test, it would be more helpful if you did it as exe. All right, so I'll keep working on this too. So I've got these buttons that load a path based on an array, probably. I need to fetch current level on the terrain controller. So instead of saying load this, we want to go to the debug menu and load current level. Now, I don't know which one. It's not going to be set to 1 right away. You do the latest version, Godot crashes when I open the project. What? What? That's amazing. That's amazing. Wait, would that happen with me? What? What? I mean, that... I don't even know what to say. What can we even do at that point? That has to just be a coincidence, right? Maybe you just didn't set up Blender or something? Or, Dang, we got problems, team. Yeah, the Blender setup. Okay, let's say that that was it. 4th time it opened. 4th time's the charm. I think that's, well, it's what I say. So one thing I forgot to do, the reason why the level didn't load, is because I didn't actually update the button. Like the button, no button is getting pressed. So it's not actually setting it. So we kind of need to choose a default, right? So we'll say up here, current level by default gets set to levels, we'll say 1. Okay. So if I did this right, which I may well not have, it should work, but I don't think it will. It did not. Okay, cool. So let's see at what point it didn't work. Attempt to call function get files in base null instance on a null instance. Okay, so it's not actually adding a path into the terrain block path. That isn't happening. Yeah, nudist would be a big task, y'all. So terrain blocks path right here is not getting updated right here. We need to find out why. Your Dragon Blades is working. Dang. Hey yeah, Zayad. 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 You get a song cause you got gifted a membership. Hey yeah, Zayad. Hey yeah, Zayad. Hey yeah, Zayad. You get a song cause you got gifted a membership. Hey yeah, Zayad. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, there's your song. You're welcome. I'm also sorry, but you're also welcome. What's your Blender version? Oh, so I have Godot. Ooh, so I do have Godot 4.2.1. I have Godot 4.2.1. And then my Blender version is actually pretty old. I think I'm still on like, I don't even know. I'm not going to say it out loud because I don't actually remember. And it's going to be super wrong. I want to say like 3.6. I don't know. I am on Blender 3.6.4. You're most welcome, Zayed. You're most welcome. 3.6.1. I'm on an old Blender. I kind of need to update Blender. That's interesting that, like, it would work okay for you. Like, it's not, like, fundamentally the way the files are handled. That would that make a difference? Because it's not like the exe file is looking for the Blender path, right? Like the exe file is receiving, like, wouldn't it receive 3.6.4 exported stuffs, which I would think would cause more of an issue on your end. It would, to me, that it seems like that would cause an issue on your end, not an issue on my end. But even then, I kind of don't even understand. I mean, could that be it? Like, I can upgrade my blender. I mean, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it if that helps. You have 4.2.12. Okay. All right. It might, when it's creating the compiled version of the assets. But wouldn't you have the same, like, buggy... Like, what is it that happens? I mean, I'll try it. I'll try it. I'll try it. I'll get the new version. I'm willing to try anything, despite my doubts that that would be an issue. You are still a senior dev, and therefore, I will listen. Where do we update it? I mean, we just probably just download it. Maybe it's in like preferences or something. Seems like that's where Blender would put it. It seems like where Blender would put that. Blender doesn't have a self-update? Oh. Not even a link? Jeez. Alright. That's interesting. So this is going to be its own whole thing, I guess. Blender download. So, like, if that's the case, I don't even understand. Like, do I need to, like, do I have to go and save each of my... I don't even know. Which is why I use it through Steam. Steam updates it for me. What? Oh, that's cool. That's smart. That's smart. I like that. I like that. That's a good idea. Honestly, I didn't even know you could get it on Steam. I mean, it makes sense, but I didn't know. Technically. All right, we're updating Blender. We're doing stuff. We're doing all types of stuff in here. Steam is the best. Ooh, Blender is sus. I kind of wanted to test something here. We're doing multiple things. We're multitasking here. I accept. Yes, I read it. Obviously, I read it. Duh. I don't just agree to things without reading them. Like, what are you talking about? I'm insulted, frankly. So this is the level that we want to load in here. So now it should be working again as normal. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure I can actually access that like I thought I could. So I'm going to say, I'm just going to have this print the debug menu current level and see if that gives us anything at all. It might even, we'll see. So it doesn't print anything. So debug current level, menu.current level has nothing in it. Which is interesting. So let's see if we can fetch it here. I'm going to say, let's even do it in process. Print, if it prints from there. This is a messy task today. It's all very messy. As Dragon Blade predicted. Oh, do I need to like close Godot while I do this? Oh, so this is printing it just fine. So it sees it from here. I don't think I need to close Godot. Steam is best because Valve does nothing except maintain Steam. It already works and is good. Competition keeps shooting itself by doing stuff like how Unity did downloads. I hear you. Okay. So the current level is getting set. I think where we're having the issue is it's not getting fetched by the terrain controller correctly. It's not actually seeing this. Debug menu, we set to menu. I mean, if I were to switch this to that wouldn't. I mean, why would that make any difference? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm doing it in the ready and it's happening at the same time and it's not updated yet. And therefore, this might give us the information more quickly. I wonder if that's the problem. We might want to say if. Okay, no, that's not it. And what if I put that in process? Does it print it? Does it? Is my question. Does it print something? It does. So in process, it's already set. But it's not ready in ready. Is it because of this void, because we're not returning anything? That's not why. I gotta be honest, I barely understand what the void means. I always forget, and somebody's gonna be like, it does this. And I'm like, okay, sorry, I didn't know. I don't think that's why, though. I have a feeling that that's not why. We're not returning anything. So that, I don't think that makes any sense. Why does it not see it in the ready? And it doesn't have anything to do with on ready, because I'm not actually using that here. Maybe because, oh, maybe, So if I say what if I say if menu, but then it's not going to happen in the ready at all, probably, right? Then nothing is going to happen. It's a little tricky right there. I don't know what to do. Maybe I could do a call deferred. Maybe that would help. Probably not. I don't think this is going to make any difference. I'm super just guessing. Did I ever mention that I'm super new to coding and Godot and I don't know what I'm doing? That's all true. But I think that's okay, and it's part of learning. You know, that did it. That didn't do diddly squiddly. I mean, out of curiosity, that works, right? Like, you know, that would just work. All right, Blender. The new Blender is installed. Indeed, that worked. You know, we could also set up some kind of loading. And so it turns out maybe making a main menu of some such is going to end up being what we do anyway. Because, I mean, not necessarily, but I might need to actually set up some kind of loading so it defers the call in some way. But I have no idea. I barely know what I'm doing. So I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna say, I mean, I don't think you can do call deferred on this. I don't think that's how call deferred works. Pretty darn sure. Whoa. Okay. Because that's over on the menu. This is getting set in the ready. I mean, technically, we wouldn't be setting it in the ready anyway. So it might even make more sense not to test it this way. I mean, so what I could do is I could say, if I just wanted to work around this for now, it isn't like a good long-term solution, of course. We say that it starts one by default. Hell, I could even say, if we wanted to link it, I could say debug menu dot levels and then say load level 0 or 1 or whatever, right? And just make sure that at least it's pulling that correctly, which I think that should work. think we'll be okay doing that. Nice. So that works. And then we could just say that when you press the button, then it changes it. And it updates it dynamically, which is kind of what we want to set up here. All right, so real quick, let's see about Blender stuff. Which is now installed somewhere on my computer. Blender 4.1. So I don't think I need to open Blender itself. I think what I would need to do is reconnect it in Godot. I don't think we need to open Blender. I just need to make sure we update the path for Blender, right? Blender does have some questions for me. Load Blender 3.6 settings. Oh yeah. Yeah, do that. Thanks, Blender. Well, that was easy. Thank you so much, Blender. That was so nice of you. I appreciate that. We'll just hit a save preferences anyway. But I don't think I need Blender open. Instead, what I'd want to do is go to project settings. I don't think I need to do project settings. I think we go to editor settings, Blender. So it says, oh, wait a minute. It says Blender 3 path. Why does it say Blender 3 path? Are you telling me we can't integrate Blender 4? That can't be true. Is that true? That's bleak. That's bleak if true. But then Dragon Blade, you already have it connected. Hey Octay, welcome. So actually, maybe that isn't a problem. And maybe it's just like a UI issue in Godot. So it does work? Okay, well then we'll just do it. We'll just do it. It actually seems very strange that Godot would even say Blender 3. I assume yours also says Blender 3. All right, let's do it anyway. Let's do it anyway. Let's restart the editor. Oh gosh, I should probably make a commit, shouldn't I? Commit before changing Blender version. We're just gonna do that. We're just gonna go ahead and do that. Yours says Blender 3 too, so it's probably not a big deal. But you know what? We'll do a commit. Can't hurt. Might as well. Better safe. Right? Alright, pop this on open. I assume it's going to like reload some things, would be my guess. Yeah, it is. I can't prove it to you because it's loading on my other screen. I guess I could prove it to you, actually. Oh. Is it? Well, it did. You just have to trust me that it did. You just have to trust me that it did. Okay. So, let's make sure nothing is broken. Nothing is broken. Everything loads. Good, good, good. And then I guess I could double check to make sure the path is updated over here. It is 4.1. All right. I will export Windows. I guess I'd be safe just overwriting it. I don't know. I won't. I'll say 0.012. Exporter right on top. All the default settings. Give it a save. Let's see if we get the same errors. Also, there is this error, which I feel like doesn't matter. Like, maybe you can confirm or not. But, Dragon Blade, I don't know if you have RC edit path set or something. But that's an error I get too. I guess you exported it, right? So you built it yourself. So you might not be getting this issue. I guess the question then, I guess really what I should do is I should make sure that you can access the build that I did from my computer too. And so you can see if that build gives you an error, which it probably will. But that would also be an interesting thing potentially to test. But anyway, all right. Let's open this version up. Oh, whoa, it's different. Wait, it's different. Yo, the game runs. What? Oh, that was it. Senior dev in the house. What the what? Oh, shoot. Nice. Dragon Blade. Good call with the blender. I mean, as you can see, you also made the right call in regards to the terrain. The terrain is non-existent. RC edit is to edit the exe. It's probably used to change the icon. Look at that. Look at that. It works, yippee! Yes, we got it. We got it. Much appreciation to Dragon Blade on that one. I will say the FPS is a disaster. Can I do my debug and make the FPS appear? I can make the menu appear. Actually, the FPS button doesn't even work. Why? There's so many questions that I have. But the menu appears. I can get the menu to work. Log spams ruins FPS. Oh, I see. So if I were to, I see. Okay, that brings me a lot of comfort, actually. That brings me a lot of comfort. All right. Okay. So this is nice. Apparently, when I export the project, I need to make sure I have the latest version of Blender. I didn't know. I didn't know. I find that surprising, but hey, if it works, it works. Let me try it without the console just to... Oh, it is smoother. Yeah, you're right. Senior dev in the house. Cool. Cool. Still very interesting that the other debug doesn't work. The FPS one doesn't pop up. I wonder what that's about. But yeah, good. Good. Okay. So now we can at least test if there were suggestions that Dragon Blade had, we can actually test them in regard, and if not, that's okay too, or anyone else does. So actually we're gonna put this in testing, and let's clarify, or I'm gonna put it in completed. We're gonna say that took, I don't know, an hour? Probably not, but we'll just say that. It didn't take an hour. Well, it's 40 minutes. Dragon Blade suggested upgrading Blender, and that fixed it. Upgrading Blender, reconnecting it to Godot, exporting, and that fixed it. Okay. Beautiful. Let's make sure we credit that over here. That goes in, I guess, debug. I feel like that's a section. Not debug tools, but debug specifically. Dragon Blade's lead is widened. Look at that. Look at how far from the second place Dragon Blade's credits are. What would this project do without them? Okay. So yeah, so I'm definitely much more open to finding a different way to do it. And maybe we can research it too. I'll get like a basic version of it set up, and then maybe we can look into how we can load this without it being compressed and mistaken on game start. Cool, neato. So right now, I want to set the reload. So let me do the scene reload thing. Not preload, reload. Get tree, reload current scene. I feel like this is going to be problematic for sure. I don't understand the need to update Blender, but I'm glad it worked. I don't understand it either. Because, like, why would that work? Why would, like, what? I don't know. Like it doesn't really make sense because does that mean that if Blender wasn't updated in 4.1, or like let's say so Blender 4.1, right? When it was 3.6, did exports work or not? Or is it because Godot 4.2 is expecting Blender 4.1? I don't know. Yeah, it is really confusing, right? I guess there's a chance that it's a coincidence that me updating Blender made a difference. One quick fix that might work is to call trim suffix on scene path. Ooh, I like quick fixes. I like quick fixes. Dude, Dragonblade, you have helped so much. Honestly, I need to even add, I'm gonna honestly, I gotta throw another credit your way here. My intention isn't to use it like as a leaderboard per se, but man, I feel like the reward is deserved because like just coding consultant in general, like thank you for encouraging me to build it. I wish I had done this sooner. I'm glad that I did it. It's really nice to know that like if I wanted to build it, I can now. Really nice to know that. Really appreciate that. Okay. And so I'm saying thank you, and honestly, I don't know, you'll be just like at the top of the credits, you know, basically is how that'll work. One quick fix that might work is to call trim suffix remap on scene path. Okay. So that's on the terrain controller down here. And I know a lot of people don't care about the credits. I know. It's for me. That is fascinating. Trim suffix dot remap, because you're saying that gets added on to the path. That's like the compressed version or whatever. All right, I'll do it. Yeah, I'll do that. Dot trim suffix. I'm gonna have to look it up. Some quick fixes I gotta take the opportunity to learn. I must. Ugh, the parenthesis life. Okay, there we go. All right, yes. Trim suffix removes the given suffix. Oh, it's just like a, okay, that's pretty simple. Removes the given suffix from the end of the string or returns the string unchanged. Nice. So if it's not there, everything's fine, doesn't matter. If it is there, it'll remove it. That's pretty cool. And this is just like on strings. Interesting. I guess that's the same with a string name. It would behave the same way since it's trim suffix. Yeah. Cool. All right, neato. Let's see if that fixes it. Let's see if that fixes it. I did just say neato. That's actually really true. I'm embarrassed that that's the case. I was raised by baby boomers. Okay, I'm sorry. So let's build it again. I can't believe we're just building it, just like casually building the game. That's freaking awesome. And it builds fast. By the way, it builds really fast. I just immediately closed it because I realized the console version is embarrassing. Let's just load this. It's so, the frame rate's so bad. It fixed it! Oh my gosh, Dragonblade. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. What the frick? Dude, I'm playing the game. I'm playing the actual game. Why does this feel so cool? Why do I feel giddy about just having built it one time? Dang. Oh, Oh, I see some broken things. I can't click on the cows. Why can't I click on the cows? Oh, I can. Sometimes. We are gaming, y'all. Sometimes I swear it's absorbing my clicks. This is very interesting. Okay, that cow grabbed. That cow grabbed. I swear it was absorbing my clips. Maybe I was right-clicking or something. Okay, no, we're fine. Or maybe I missed. Maybe just every click I did was a miss. Okay, no problems, no problems. No, we're good, we're good. The game works. We're gaming. We're gaming. We are gaming. I think I just missed. No, wait. I was clicking on those. Maybe some of these cows are just like not hooked up right or something. Maybe. It's a proximity thing, too far away. Maybe. I wonder if the click is getting absorbed by the player. Oh, maybe I was trying to click through the player. That was probably the issue. We're going to say that was it. I think my clicks were getting absorbed by the player, which is fair. Why would you be able to grab through yourself? Okay, cool. I mean, it doesn't make a lot of sense, but it's fine. No, the game works. The game works. We're good. We're good. We're good. No, but it feels cool. It feels cool to like play an EXE version of it. Nice, yo. Awesome. And you even fix the other thing? I mean, I would honestly be giving you preferential treatment if I didn't give you yet another credit for helping the, I guess terrain spawning. That's a terrain spawning credit. Like, look, I would be depreferencing you if I didn't give you a credit there. We have to be fair. Awesome. Yes. So everything we're doing today is working towards the task. Now export to Nintendo's Switch. Yeah, so, I autistically don't do well with not taking what you're saying literally. So I'm going to respond literally. It's amazing. It's amazing how autism is, isn't it? Where even though I know you're joking, I still am deeply compelled to respond literally. And therefore, I shall. And I will say that that would be only if releasing this, dude, no, I'm not, you know what? I'm not, no, I'm not gonna, I can fight this. I can fight the desire to autistically literally respond to a joke. I cannot literally respond to a joke. I cannot literally respond to a joke. I'm sorry for smacking the microphone like 8 times and it's sounding horrifying. I can literally not respond to a joke. Okay, here we go. So, Godot's frozen. So that's true. Is it because I have a game running? Wait, I don't. Nope, Godot is just frozen. Come back to me. Oh, it's fixed now. There was a window open. Okay. So, if I smack the microphone again, everything will be fine. Current levels. Okay, so this is all good. So what I want to do, actually, okay, right. We wanted to add reload current scene. That was what I was up to. We're adding reload current scene into the button press. So that way it reloads the game when we click on the debug menu buttons. All right? I have a feeling this is not going to work. That's the end of that sentence. I have a feeling this is not going to work, but I'm curious to know what's going to happen. All right, so right now we are on level 0. That's what this is, level 0. So I'm going to click on debug level and see what happens. It did not update it. It absolutely did not update it. Level 0. Wait, did it update it? No, it's just randomizing it. So all that it's doing is reloading the scene. Right, but if we reload the scene, it's going to reload which thing is started. So what I could do is I could set that in a global variable, and the global variable will not be changed when we reload the scene. The first real playtest is always so exciting. It was exciting. It was exciting. I'm like, oh, I want to build it every day now, and I want to test it all the time. When it all comes together, and you can like click start, and it starts, and you're like doing things. It is. It's really exciting. I feel so silly to feel so excited by it, but I do. I mean, I've been working on this game for like 6 months, and I haven't built it yet. So like, yeah, it feels good. Yeah, it kind of feels kind of good. Okay, so we're gonna set this as a global variable, not here. So I guess what I could do is just if I just make it auto load, if I just auto load this, we'll be Gucci. And then I just wouldn't. I mean, we would need to reconnect these buttons. I mean, I should probably keep it to like one global script. We do have the messenger. I feel like I should use a new script. I feel like I should make a globals script. What do we have in autoload right now? We have the spawner in autoload, which probably will change someday. Then we have the messenger. I'm gonna make a globals script. Yeah, we're gonna make a new globals script. I think that's what's gonna happen. The question is, do I want to put that in the scripts folder or the management folder? Probably could have planned that all out a little better. But whatever. I don't know, it doesn't feel like management. But then we have hit points in there. I got some wild file structure. I'm gonna keep it real with you. We got some pretty bad file structure here. That's okay. Let's put it in scripts. I'm gonna add a new script, and I'm gonna call it globals. I guess the question is, you know, do I want this to update the global variable? So then this wouldn't be on levels, right? We just wouldn't put this on levels at all. And then I would access the global script otherwise. Or we could have current level. Maybe current level should be global. That's probably what should be global, is current level. That makes sense. All right, so we'll yank that out of there. Add that in here. We want to make this an auto load. So we'll come to scripts, globals. Oops, that's not what I clicked on. That's not what I clicked on. Add it as an auto load. Hop out of there. Okay. And variable current level string name, that's all we need in there, really. And coming back to the debug menu, obviously this is not true or existent anymore. So we need to access the global script. I guess I could make it a class script. Is that like a smart thing? I don't know if that's going to work the way I think it will. Why do I have a feeling that isn't going to work the way I think? I don't think it can be a class and an auto load. I don't think that's how anything works. But then it's like, how do I access it? Because we might get an error, right? If I say globals.current level, that's not going to work, is it? Oh, it worked. Oh, okay, it does work. Just kidding. I knew that. Okay, so global's current level, and we could even like, you know, make that a variable or something. That's probably a smart thing to do. So I'm going to say, do we have to on ready that? We could even say, we can even add current level onto here. And then say that this is global's current level. And then we can just say current level like that. I could even be simpler with it and just call it level, but whatever. Let's do this. I'm still experimenting with best syntaxes. Syntaxes? but let's go with this. How do we feel about music, guys? Do we care about it? I don't have much better than all of the free YouTube music. But I might as well pose it to you guys because I'm kind of indifferent. But if you guys have a preference, I'll put a poll up. Dun, 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 dun. It's kind of like I'm just asking, music? Do you like music? So that may be a little confusing. You didn't even notice there wasn't music? Then we don't need it. We don't need it. Someday I'll make more money on this channel and I can like actually buy a subscription so we can like have music that is like nice. Current levels. Okay, so this should be fine. And then I don't think we have to change anything then. The globals should just exist. This might just like work. The problem is, can we update it? That may be the issue, actually. Because if I change this, that's only going to update it locally, right? And we want this to update globally. Global's current level set. Yeah, that's a good question, right? Nowhere. Nowhere. Unless here. Arguably here. Well, that is what I listen. That is what we have. I mean, yes, there is royalty-free music. But, like, I guess... So I have a deep mistrust of licenses, right? And I could read them, but I don't know how to read them. And I don't have the time to learn how to read them, right? But what I do know is that YouTube provides music that they already have decided is free from licensure eternally. That is to say, I said that wrong. Basically, I never have to worry about if the license will expire. I have just like this, and it's funny because I don't even monetize these live streams yet. But like, I don't know. It's like a habit thing. I want to make sure everything we ever listen to has a forever license. And not only does it have a forever license, but it has a $0 license, right? And YouTube is just like, here, creator, here you go. These will absolutely be okay on the platform. You never have to add a license or worry about anything. Play them and enjoy. And so I'm like, great, thank you, gimme. And I've pretty much found every single song that sounds decent to my ears that is available on here that's instrumental for these streams, or at least something I can listen to that's instrumental enough. And so it's about like just under 200 songs, the same 200 songs over and over and over again every stream. And some of them are very, very, how do you say, royalty-free-ish. Any music before 1984 is copyright. That's true. Is it 1984? It's not 1984. That can't be true. Don't you mean like 1931 or something? You're serious? A song released in 1979 or something? No matter what? Motown. I could play Motown. I could play jazz records. There's no way that's true. So, what? That would be amazing. That would be amazing. I mean, the votes are definitely skewing no. So we're going to keep the music off then. We're going to keep the music off. There's only 4 of you voting. But we'll go with a no. And if those numbers shift, we'll change it. I didn't know it was that. That's true? I don't think that's. Is that really true? Yeah, they can re-up the copyright. That sounds just... I don't trust that. I don't trust that, man. I don't trust that. I don't know about that. Never mind. Okay, you're right. Okay, I'm like... 50 years after the death of the creator. That makes more sense. That sounds more correct. That sounds more correct. And then, so yeah, so I think there is like 1931 or like 1920 or something like that. So like classical music. We listen to classical music, which is like, it's some good classical music. So in theory, Albeska, where this is getting set is here. We've got on-ready variable, current level, global's current level. I'd actually be curious to see if it works right now out of the box. Because right now it should be potentially null. I mean, that worked. What just happens if I do this? What if we just try switching it? First of all, I didn't load a different level. That didn't work. Okay, that definitely didn't work. So that global variable is not holding. It would be interesting to see what it's changing to. I'm not sure that works with the actual records anyway. Interesting. To clarify, I was saying if it's in the public domain, you could use it, otherwise not. Yeah. Okay, so this is super duper totally not working. I'm actually a little confused as to why it's not working. Is this actually updating the global one? Or is it updating the local version of the global one? The local current level is copied by value, not by reference. So changing it does... Oh, okay. Gotcha. Thank you. That was kind of exactly what I was asking myself out loud. Okay, so I guess I could just come in here and just do this. And it will work. Maybe. Maybe not. Possibly not. Very possibly not. Is it a different level? It's not a different level. Okay, cool. So, okay. All right. And I think we can do call deferred here if I really want to. I'm pretty sure this won't give me an error. It did. Okay. Maybe we do... Where do I put call deferred on here? I forgot. It goes on here somewhere. Let me look at my GitHub, because I think I've done this on another project. I believe I've done this on another project. And the reason why I'm doing this is just to test a different way of it. So this is I'm probably going to stumble trying to get this to work. I am super open to suggestions. I will, of course, push on anyway. But I am sure somebody could look at what I'm trying and they're like, that's not going to work. I understand. You're probably right. So in here somewhere, I've got a call deferred reload. What you talking about? What do you mean is being indexed right now? What you talking about is being indexed right now? What does that even mean? Rude. That's okay. I think it's on probably the player, would be my guess. I think it's when you die. There it is. Yeah, oh, I see. So you put it in the call deferred function. That's why you put it as an argument, and I wasn't doing that. And so what that does is it queues it up at a different time instead of like there's like a bunch of things. I don't really know how this works. There's a bunch of things that are happening like when we're doing stuff, and this makes sure that this is the last thing or something. Not sure it's going to make a difference, but I've put it in there. Where are you changing the level, though? So this button right here, nothing is different. I would just print globals.current level in the onReady method. Just be sure that it's not updating. Oh, that's a good idea. It's a really good idea. I really like that idea. We need an argument? Okay. Do you pronounce GIF as GIF or JIG or GIF? GIF. Uh, obviously, Jeff. You need to tell it to change the level. I need to tell it to change the level? What does that mean? So I was... Oh, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. Oh, I forgot. I forgot. I forgot. We're only changing the current level in the ready function of the terrain controller. We're not actually having it update. Wait. Wait, no, I don't know what you're saying. Globals is the auto load, right? Because shouldn't it be different for the ready function? It has no relation to Godot levels. So in the... I guess I could also say, let me try this. Let me try this. So instead of saying any of that, we'll say terrain blocks path. What if I say globals current level? Like that. So it is happening in the ready function is where the level is being set. And so my thought was that if I update the global variable and then reload it, whoop, that didn't work. Oh, because nothing, I guess, is set yet. So I guess I need to make sure. Well, there is a bit of an issue. Yeah, not changing the level, right? There is, but you still made me realize I need to, like, yeah, I'm changing what loads. Yeah. You still helped me realize something. So I'll give you at least emotional credit for that. So this global's current level isn't updated yet. So I would need to make sure that it's fetching that right away. Because this is currently empty when it starts for some reason, which is unfortunate. You know, even though we're saying here to update it to that, that's not a good enough place. So I actually should probably just take this out of here and instead come to the global script and give it a ready function, right? And say current level is set to... does this make sense? I don't know if this does make sense, actually, the more I think about it. I've got to be making mistakes here. At on ready, I must be. Debug menu. Variable debug menu. Percent menu. What did I do wrong? Expected expression. Okay, there we go. Current level debug menu. That's not gonna work though. That's not gonna work, is it? Is it? No, that didn't work. Because I think that isn't being set. Yeah, it's got a null instance. I'm a little surprised. I'm a little surprised. I guess it'd be interesting to see if this is printing something. But I'm not sure if we'll even get to that point in the output that it could print that. Yeah, I don't think so. Because it's just crashing before it even starts. So I could just have it set to something else. I feel like... This gets a little convoluted in my mind. So let me put the debug stuff back in here. So this worked, right? Because, because we're just pulling from the array. I see. That's why. Oh, okay. So, so let me put this back to globals current level. And then we come to globals. And we don't want to say currently debug menu current level. We want to go to debug menu levels 1, right? So that way it's not checking what's updated. Oh, that didn't work. That immediately didn't work. Dang, I kind of thought that would, though. I did kind of think that would work. Well then, let me try this. So I'm going to come back to the terrain controller. And in here, we'll say debug menu levels 1. We know this works. And if I go to the globals and we say print current level, let's see what we get. So this should load in. Oh. It didn't load in. Invalid get index levels. What? Did I type it correctly? I did. Debug menu, dot levels, 1. Why would that not work? Can it not access? Oh, is it because it can't access it since it's an auto load? It doesn't know how to get to this yet? But that would be weird since we're on readying it. I wonder if I need to do like a get main scene or something. Like I need to actually reference. Like if we say get I don't really know. Current scene? That doesn't seem necessary though. That seems wrong. Autoload loads first before anything else. Why don't you put the levels list in the globals? Yeah, you're right, I shouldn't. That node doesn't exist yet. Makes sense. Okay. Yeah, the reason why I don't, to answer it literally, is because I hadn't tried that yet. But what you intend is to say I should try that. And so therefore I'm going to try it. I always just respond that way because it's just like my autistic drive to respond literally. I know what you mean now that I've said that out loud. And yes, let's do that. That's a good idea. Let us do that. I guess I don't know. Yeah, let's try that. Let's do that. Let's just do that. Which means we probably don't need this levels or this menu script at all. Well, maybe for the buttons. Maybe. All right, so we're going to snatch that out of here. And we're going to want to fetch this ultimately, which it's like kind of funny that we're setting this on a totally different script. That's what you meant. It was a rhetorical question, I guess. Yeah. I know. And I know that's what like 99.9% of people who say that mean. It's just like my brain immediately is like, oh, you said something literal. I will respond to it. Like the algorithm in my brain just like defaults to a literal interpretation of what you're saying. Yeah. And then like after I'm part way through starting to respond, I realize that you're asking a rhetorical question. And then I'm like, oh, but I already started answering it normally. I have to finish. And then it just becomes messy. It is what it is. It is what it is, isn't it? All right. But you know, then it comes off as like me being like, you're a jerk. Like, how dare you say it that way? Like, I don't actually mean it like that. But, you know. All right, so here's what we're going to say. We're going to say, on the globals, we drop in the levels. That's where they exist, globally, right there. Instead of pulling it off of this, we just say the current level is going to be the first one to start with. And then over on the terrain controller, instead of doing debug menu levels, we want to do globals levels 1. We should be able to do current. If it loads first, probably not. But now I'm just kind of curious to see if it will load that. If we just do that one first. Oh, it does. Okay. And then if we change to a different level, we got it. We got it. Albeska, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that help. Let's go. Let's freaking go. I'll have to reopen it. Beautiful. Check it out. Bam. Level 0 loads. Debug level loads. We're switching levels. Easy friggin' peasy, baby. We got this. Oh, interesting. The FPS counter isn't working here either. Somehow I must have broken the FPS counter somewhere along the way. Beautiful. Dude, this is exciting. I kind of want to make the blank one too. Just on principle. Just on principle. Let me update these credits. Terrain spawning. Where is Albeska on here? There you are. Right, there's so many collaborators. So thankful for you guys. Okay. Terrain spawn. Oh, you've already got a credit on that one. Bump it up. Increase it. Increase it. All right. That's how I use an autoload global script in my projects usually. What, for like storing things that are impervious to reloading? Yeah, I use the word impervious. You better believe it. Dude, awesome. This is so nice. Man, oh my gosh, I've been suffering, you guys, not being able to do this. Oh man, I never have to go in there and explain what I'm doing ever again. I mean, probably if I haven't added it to the level list yet, but wow. It's so fast too. So like in theory, you know, if we're playing the game and you beat a level, right, it's going to need to transition to a different level. And obviously this is a little freaking disruptive to see this happen. So it would be good if we had like a loading screen set up somehow. Sound setting, general preferences, and like. You know what I should do besides sound setting, general preferences, and the like? I should really do the abductions. That should also be a global. Now that we have a global script, I just never bothered to make one. I mean, if you rack up, oh, but that is on a level by level, but actually, technically, that's on a level by level basis. So never mind. I actually don't need to make that global. Although I kind of do, because if we want to like show the player what their scores were throughout the game, we could have like a global thing that gets set. Anyway, I feel like, Lise, that is not what we need to do here today. I don't think that's actually what we need to worry about here. So something I wonder is, do I even need that call deferred? It's honestly, call deferred is probably a good thing to add anyway. So I'll leave it, but I'm kind of curious just to know if it actually mattered. I feel like it didn't. But I think it's actually like good coding hygiene to have a reload be deferred. I could be wrong. You know, just like reading stuff online, thought maybe that sounded like something that was true. You can have a dictionary to score. Yeah, right. Just so take the levels like when we go to restart. So that's something else too, right? Is like, you know, do I want to have like a I guess I would say do I want to have I lost my entire train of thought. What was I talking about? I was like, I know it's in there somewhere. I'm like searching, like, where was my sentence? Um, we're talking about buttons, things popping up, a dictionary to store the scores of individual levels. I don't know what I was gonna say. But it was something. A per level score. Yeah, I mean, I definitely want that. But I mean, a cumulative score. Oh, I know what I was gonna say. I know what I was gonna say. Thank you. Uh, do I want to have like a series of events that happen that reload the game? So I could say every single time, let's say you beat a level, right? Every single time I could say, change the level, update the global score, do this, do that, and then reload the scene. Like I could do that every time. Or I could have a signal that goes to some global set of functions that do all the reset things, right? So it could be a script that just says, okay, or a function that says, update the scores, change the level, reset the lives, do this, do that, reload the scene, or whatever. It would just do all those things instead of me having to type it out every time. So for example, instead of having two buttons that have reload current scene, there would be some global script that would have reload current scene already built into it. And then we would just send out a signal that says reload the scene, and then it would run that function that would reload the scene. That's something too, because, you know, if I were to come in here and say globals, update score, or whatever, you know, I could just get like kind of a lot to do every time. Anyway, that way if you die on level 2, you restart level 2 with the score you got on level 1. If you die on level 2, the game is over. It is a roguelike with permadeath. But I hear what you're saying. In theory. Now, it would be more... I feel like if I was going to use it, it would be more like you get a report of your scores on previous levels when you die or beat the game. Would be how it would be used. Anyway, curious if I can get away without doing this. I'm quite sure you can. Again, it just might be a code hygiene thing. Sometimes, depending on like what you're doing, like instantiation, Godot will actually get angry if you don't do a call deferred. That's how I even found that call deferred existed. Was Godot's like, you probably want to do this. And I was like, okay. All right. So we're gonna open up the menu, switch to a different level. I didn't switch to a different level. Yeah. So it seems like it still works. So it's not necessary. Doesn't make it work or not. But we'll do it anyway. It's not going to cause any harm that I know of if we do it. Okay, cool. Menu set up. I mean, at that point, the only other thing that I would need is to set up different ones. So if my other task for today, now that we've got task 1 done, my other task for today, whoa, I must have done something quite wrong here. My other task is to fix the way things respawn. And perhaps... How did I break it? What broke? Perhaps I might want to add something for testing purposes on here. I wonder what broke. I actually don't know what broke. Maybe it was for some other reason the game crashed. Oh, did I click on this one? Oh, that doesn't do anything. Okay. All right. So let me just add one more just to like feel like I put a neat little bow on this. And let's make the blank collector folder. And so what I'll do is I'll come down here. I'm actually impressed that that got done as quickly as it did. Couldn't have done it without you guys. Could have, but ugh, it would have taken a lot longer. A lot. So these are the folders that we're loading, right here. There's debug level 1. Levels is nice. I didn't get to look until I got home. Nice progress. Yeah, we did it. Thank you. There's level 0. This one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one definitely doesn't have enough. It needs to have at least 7 for it to work properly. It will still work. It just won't. Actually, I don't know if it will work. It might get an error if it doesn't have at least 7 blocks in it. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You know, and I can just jam more in here. Not that hard. We do have the blocks unload. The problem is a lot of these are gonna have like blocks that are buggy, and so it's probably gonna crash for other reasons. If I try to load this one, it could be fun just to see. Then we have this blank grass, so I could just duplicate that 7 times. So we just come in here, duplicate it, blank grass 01. Blank grass 02. Whoa. That was horrifying. I just duplicated what, the entire player? Please don't do that. It changed my focus to the node window. Duplicate that. And so I just need this to say 6, and we should be good. And then we can load a blank one as well. You know, for funsies. Terrain blocks blank. Oh, I guess this was actually supposed to be like... So I could actually get rid of some of these. Let me actually get rid of some of these. I'm going to get rid of 2 of them. Because what this is also supposed to be is take the other blank ones. I have other blank ones. I think in my unload folder. We have an empty block, which is just empty. Concrete. So it's just like, literally, it's just a different color. That's the only difference between them. Nothing else. There should be a military one as well. Somewhere. Oh, maybe it's in terrain military. Block blank dirt. Well, we can change that. Oh, no, that's a different one. I see. Block blank dirt. And so really, I don't really know what the purpose of having this is. It just is. Oh, right, because we were calling it blank grass. Oh, you know, maybe I will keep them separate. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I guess in theory, you know, if we wanted to just like we could say this is terrain blocks blank concrete, right? It's kind of a lot of effort, I'm not gonna lie. This is not that fun. I kind of want to do this in a file manager. So in theory, I'd want to say, we could say terrain blocks blank, like all, right? And then this one could be just for concrete. And then we'd get rid of all of these. And duplicate this. It's all a bit messy. It's all a bit messy, really. Not really messy, it's just like not the most fun task that I've ever done among them. 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know. I guess at this point we're just proof of concepting that we can do this. Day 3 of YouTube not listening to my feedback about desktop UI. Oh, do they give like a message if they tell you? Yeah, they have been apparently updating the UI for some people, but not for everybody. So that means you can't see the description box unless you close live chat. That's terrible. And it's not bad if you know the description is supposed to be there somewhere. Which I guess everybody is pretty familiar with YouTube descriptions, but not everybody is thinking to look for it. And if I should be like those commenters that comment on every video asking for a creator to do something. Oh my god, that's so funny. Yeah, because YouTube does make videos. They have YouTube creator videos. And indeed, on every single one of those videos, people ask for features that are different. Yeah. Oh, they do it. It's oh my god. Oh my god. Do they do it? Rogi, I mean it's like a prophecy that you're speaking. I mean it's so deeply done. You already know. Like why am I showing you if we already know? But they really do. They really do be doing it. So they have these like creator insider videos right here, right? Where they just like whatever do stuff. And indeed, on all of these, right there, top comment, right there. If it's Tuesday, it's avoid talking about A/B testing day. This is asking for A/B testing, which is a feature that has been rolled out to some people barely. Uh, and so it lets you try different thumbnails. So you can have your video have thumbnail A or thumbnail B, and YouTube will choose one of those two and will try them with different audiences and then report back to you which one was more successful. And so people want it really bad. And so they come to these videos. This is not about this. It's about other stuff. But yes, they already do it, Rogi. You would be in good company, honestly. You would be in good company if you ever did it. It's like ridiculous. Still good vibes. Oh, interesting. Still good vibes in the comments? I guess you're not wrong. I mean, it's you know, I don't necessarily blame them. Dude, people really want that. Or audio dubbing. This platform is freezed. It hasn't been evolving for a month now. I don't know if that's or months. I don't know if I would call that good vibes. We want it. Where is it? It's kind of funny. It reminds me of MM Dream Queen, but less yikes. Yeah, I gotcha. AB thumbnails, please. I mean, I think that just happens when you're a company with a product and you open up a forum that's public like this. I think that's just what happens. I think it's part of the territory. You know, unless you manage to answer everything. All right. So I'm adding folders that I don't necessarily need to add, but I'm adding them just for the honestly, I feel like it'll be a nice visual thing so I can like show people and be like, look what we did. It'll be a lot more obvious when we're switching levels if I do these. Blocks blank dirt. You know, with the other ones, it's kind of hard to tell, but like this will be really obvious because it's going to be the entire ground color changing. And it's not like the ground is different. Like there's not, I mean, at least not yet. I guess maybe someday there'll be like different sounds. If you're walking on dirt, it should sound different than if you're walking on concrete, maybe. So there's that. That comment, my good performance videos get stuck after 2 days. Please fix this. Oh, that is something people do report actually as being a problem. It's sad. I have heard of that happening. Okay, and then we'll make a grass one. Classic grass. Classic for this project anyway. And then I don't know, this we might want to add one for this, you know, because the good thing is now we can add different types of debug. So like, what is it that I'm debugging? Have a level that's for debugging picking up meat objects. Have a level that's for debugging resetting, you know, hit points. I don't know, something like that. I mean, that's not really probably what I need them for, but in theory, you know, we could do that. And then I could really just focus on one thing. Although I think it's nice to have multiple things to focus on, still. Misunderstood the fall off in the algorithm. It does actually happen. It does actually happen. And that's the thing. It can be that they misunderstand it, but also it does actually happen. It has been confirmed that it does happen. Although it has also been claimed to be fixed by YouTube. But, well, I have my doubts. All right, so I need to update the menu appearance itself. Dun, dun, dun. So let's bring the menu up so we can see what it looks like. So I'm going to need some columns if I think about it. Like, I'm not really done with this task yet because I'm going to want to design this a little different, you know? So let's make this a lot wider. And then for the VBox container, it's going to inherit that width. But if I duplicate this, if I duplicate it, okay, that did not do what I thought. Oh, you know why? I think I need to add an H box in there. And then put the V boxes in the H box. There we go. There's columns. That's what I want. And then we'll say center it like that. Columns. Did you end up watching Ann Rudin from How to Cook That? I mean, of course, I've watched Ann Rudin, How to Cook That. I watch many Ann Rudins, How to Cook That's. But I did not watch it yet. Not the video you're talking about. I know I started something and I'm not sorry because it's good vibes. Yeah, no, I haven't watched that yet. I do love her videos, and there's a 100% chance that I watch it eventually. But I haven't watched that one. That's about... So that video Rogi's talking about is about like how Google's AI algorithm excludes certain groups of people, but not others. Which makes sense. But I guess it'll actually go into it a little more. Oh, I think it's in theme overrides constants. If you want to put a margin between these, theme overrides constants, separation. I don't know why it's in such a weird place, but it is. And then we can increase this, and there will be a greater separation between these. Let's put it up to like 50 or something. Obviously, if we have 3 rows, that's probably going to be a bit of an issue. So whatever, no, it squeezes it in. It squeezes it in. I love it. Honestly, once you get the hang of Godot's UI tools, they're actually super awesome. I found them pretty unintuitive as a beginner, but now that I understand them better, I don't find them that confusing. But it at first, I quite did. I very much did. And the containers are a pain sometimes, but they're also so cool. Yeah, I feel like they're a pain to learn. And then if you haven't learned how it works, and that's, so to me, they're not like intuitive out of the box. They're theoretically intuitive if you figure out how they work. And when you do, then they become quite intuitive, I think. So I don't know what this debug level is. This isn't really level 0. Really, this is, if I'm being honest, we're going to call this VBox center. I mean, I might change these someday, but for now, we'll just have 3 rows. VBox left, VBox. But I agree with you. Like, once I've gotten the hang of it, I really enjoy using these. We're going to do this a little differently. Oh, and it's resizing it based on that. I think they could add some visual things to the editor to make it intuitive. It would be a lot of work, though, right? I'm sure that's something that someone is trying to improve. That's the great thing about Godot. If enough people want it to happen, it at least might. There's always whoever maintains the repo who can, you know, approve or disapprove things. Okay, so this is debug level. I'm even going to just say debug level 1. This is not really a level. This is, I guess I actually want 4. This is all assets It's not really all assets, if I'm being honest, but it's some of them. I kind of actually want a fourth column. I'm going to say center left. I'm going to duplicate this, and we're going to call it center right. Yup, I did just do that. And then I'm going to move this over here. So we actually don't have anything in this one yet. I don't know, I'm just kind of designing it. I'm vibing. I'm having fun. Nothing wrong with that. Call it Asset Expo. Oh, I like that. That's a great name. I will do this. I will be doing this then. This is going to be level 1. I'm going to whoops, we want to say button level 01. So in theory, all the real levels will be over here on the left. Honestly, there might even be like a true level 0 at some point. And level 0 could be like cinematic or something. Like the intro menu and stuff. It's actually, I didn't even think about that. Might even need another column for that. I don't know, it's just kind of fun to like think about. Okay, fine. We'll say this is VBox 2. This is wild. I'm getting into it. I am. I guess because it just helps me kind of like imagine where I'm going with the project in a weird way, which I like. So I'm going to duplicate that. We're going to call this VBox 1. This one's VBox 2. And so this one, I guess now I want to put some labels in here that describe what these are supposed to be. This is cinematic / menus. Level 0 sounds like a good game title. Ooh, so it does. So it does. Whoa, that's too large. Cinematic / menus. Some padding there would be nice. I don't know if... I don't remember how to do padding. Oh, maybe we need to do that with like a separate margin container. I'm not going to worry about that. Hey, Joshua. Thank you. Yeah. I'm setting up a debug level selector. And... oh, the music poll is almost at 50%. It's almost at 50-50. Not quite. Not quite. But we got a divided chat on that one. Good to see you, Joe. Hope you're doing well. And so we got it set up now, and I want to work on other stuff, but I also kind of want to put a period on the end of this, and I'm just kind of setting up this menu a bit, and then I'll be getting into stuff. But this is kind of fun and kind of nice to do. So this is going to be actual levels. You know, actual levels. Oh, right, we're just calling this label. I always try to name the title in there. Actual levels. I really wish they were all the same size. Very badly. I guess I can set... can't we set like a minimum, maximum? But does that actually work? Like I would want it to? I don't think it does. I don't think that's doing anything. I don't think it's doing anything. Oh, it is! Oh, yes! Let's go. Heck yeah. Ooh, cool. So then we can define... ooh, I like that. A width. Let's say 200 for now. But then I'm going to want that to be centered. And then I got to do the same thing over here. This is fun. This is just kind of fun. It's like it's a little distraction. It's a bit of a distraction. But again, I think it's good for motivation and morale. That makes it important. What was I setting? Oh, the minimum in layout. We can set the minimum to 200 right here. It's getting bigger than this, so I'm going to have to We're gonna have to shrink that down a bit. We can shrink the distance between them. That'll make a huge difference. So if I come to the H box, we bring the separation down to 30. Bam. This is what everyone was thinking when we voted menus, I think. Oh, nice. Well, perfect. I guess the fun part comes eventually. Cozy text in nice formations. Yes. Yes, let's go. Well, enjoy. Enjoy. We're deep in it. This is asset showcases. I don't know. That might change. That might change. Oh, we are straight up in 50-50 on the music. We're deep in 50-50. I'm going to rerun the poll. I'm going to end the poll at 50-50 because what if you guys changed your votes? What if you changed your votes? You know, I'm going to give you another chance. And I'm going to put another poll up there so you can change your mind. I ran another poll. We're doing it again. We're doing it again. I don't know if this one will stay. I don't know if this column will stay. But it's there right now. We have some flexibility. Oh, wait, that's not this one. My bad. Wait, why does that say all assets? Oh, because I duplicated it? That makes sense. This is debug levels. Okay, so we can delete this. So actually, this one is debug levels. This one is asset showcases. And then this one is blank terrains. Blank terrains. Cool. I'm going to bring the separation between them down a bit on the H box. Oh my god, it went right back to 50-50. It went back to 50-50. Well, I don't think, I mean, I think at that point, that's either a coin toss or I go with my gut. That's what that is. Run another poll on whether we do a coin toss. I'm just kidding. Okay, so let's bring this down to 20. I think it could be a little less than that. I kind of wish there was more like certain borders. I think we can handle that. Actually, if we change the panel for the menu background, that should, especially if we make it something that has good contrast with the buttons, that should be something. Let's make it flat. Ooh, the yeses are taking it, actually. Well, well, well. Sounds like it's music time. I feel like it should be green. But dark green usually just looks like grass. It's not bad. I feel like it's the buttons that need some more contrast more than the menu. Because I don't want to make like a flashbang, you know? I don't necessarily want to make a flashbang. Use my weakness, a lot more complicated than people think. That's true. That's true. It's, I mean, I enjoy it. Doesn't mean it always turns out like I want it to turn out. But I very much enjoy doing it. Certainly does not turn out like I want it to turn out often. And you know, this is just dev stuff, but still, I hear you completely. Why am I putting this much effort into this? I feel like the color isn't the problem. I feel like black and white makes the most sense, if I'm being honest. And I think what I should do is change the contrast on the buttons, which is a little unfortunate. Because something I haven't learned is like saving styles and updating them. Let's see. theme overrides, or like themes or whatever it is that you save. I haven't experimented with that at all, and I don't intend to do it today. Font icon normal. Oh, that didn't update. Why didn't that update? Is this not normal? Is it not normal? Is it okay? Do you okay? Oh, maybe here? We need to do a style flat. There we go. Got it. But then we gotta change the font color. I think that's fine. I think make this brighter and then make the font color different. So we go to styles. That's normal, but if I want to change the font, that might actually be in theme overrides. Yeah, beautiful. Let's go. I'm pretty satisfied. I'd also kind of like to see the this shrink down a little bit, like have more margin in it. And this might be, I don't really actually know where that gets set, because if I shrink this down, oh, it won't even let me. Okay. I feel like the margin container should have a way to like add like a bit of a border on there somehow. Yeah, there we go. Margin left. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I want to see. Although, that's not really where I wanted the margin, actually. Hold on. I wanted the margin to be... Oh, I guess on the H... Wait. Why is it not on the sides? Does the V box need a separate... No. I just kind of wanted it, like, on here. I guess I would need, like, another... Alright, forget. That's too much. Never mind. We don't give this matter that much. I guess I could put, like, another panel out here if I really wanted to. It seems unnecessary, though, doesn't it? We can't, like, increase this. Like, that's ridiculous, right? And what if I make that 10,000? Oh, we can! Oh, yes. That's what I'm talking about right there, baby. Yes. Stretch it out. I mean, whatever. It can go off screen. Doesn't matter. That's what I want to see, baby. I would like it to be a little see-through. Not a lot see-through. Just a little. Cool. Happy. All right, so we got cinematics / menus. Good. Which has nothing in it. Really, there's no buttons to put in here right now. There's no buttons to put in here. So we're just gonna say no. No. No, I think you could just not type anything, and that'll be fine. Cinematics menus, actual levels. Level 1 doesn't actually exist yet. So I'll say this is button... We'll just say Cine 1. On this one, that would be actual, indeed. We'll just say there's nothing. Debug levels, level 1. This is good. This is set up correctly. Asset showcase. Asset Expo 1. And let me rename this to be that. So it says button level 1, but we're actually going to say button asset assets. We'll just say 01. I have some inconsistencies in my syntaxes here. I recognize that. I do recognize that. All right, and then for this one, level blank grass, that's correct. And we just made a bunch more blank ones. So let's do that. Duplicate. This one is dirt. Duplicate. We'll make one for concrete. Duplicate. And this one will say, what is the other ones? I forgot. Wait, is that all of them? Wait, I forgot. How many did we make? We made grass. Oh, we also made a mixed one. We have dirt, grass, concrete. I think, which one's the military one? Oh, the military one I think is dirt. I don't know. Actually, I don't know what the military one is. The military one might be a special color, now that I think about it. So we're going to make a military one, and then a mix one. So we'll say military, duplicate, level blank all. So this one is blank all. This one is blank military. Obviously, you know, these will change, and I'll have to keep them updated or else. Right, so then we'll stretch it if we make these too long. I wish I could set a maximum. I guess I could just make the font smaller on this one, and then I just have to remember to, like, it gets a little messy if you think about it. That's why we don't think about it. Blank military. This one's going to get too big. Blank concrete. So I will say this font size goes a little smaller. It's going to be wild when we add new ones and they're not up to date and they're just like different sizes. It's going to look so debuggy, as it should. Blank dirt. And there's blank grass and blank all. Good, good, good. So let me just create, not duplicate that. Make yet another blank one. Call it military. Because those are pretty much, it's an important area. The military levels are pretty important. They're pretty important. Whoa, not what I meant to do. Oh, I guess I can't copy paste. Okay, I'll just duplicate it. I'll just duplicate it. And then drag it to our military folder. Right there. It's just, it's like not quite dirt. It's not quite concrete. It's a little different. It's a little different. Duplicate this. 0, 1. Duplicate it again. 0, 2. And we just got to make 7. And once we get to the 6th, we'll be set. Let's see how we're doing on the music. 57% yes. I think that's a yes. Oh, 62! I think the music wins. I think the music wins. We're in music time. It's interesting that Godot doesn't seem to have an agreed upon convention for node names. I prefer what's called camel case personally. Yeah, I like camel case too. I kind of like my own case. But I like using snake case, right? That's with underscores. I like using underscores because they function as delimiters. And so I do like using underscores. Like in the code, it's nice to be able to like name a delimiter sometimes. That's like why I use underscores the way I do. But besides that, when it comes to like the cases, I kind of just wing it at that point. All right, so of the only way I can play this, the music from YouTube library, I can't shuffle them. The best I can do is either listen to them with date saved, most recent, title A to Z, or title Z to A. I guess I'll do title A to Z. You're a camel caser too. I understand that. We'll do A to Z, and you can see what that's like. Alright, the music is here. The poll is ended. It has been decided. Snake Ace is nice too. At first I didn't like it, but GDScript grew on me. Yeah, I mean, so there is like a style guide, but it's not like enforced, obviously. But there is a style guide. Rogi linked it somewhere at one point. I think it has, oh yeah, an agreed upon convention in their style guide, but it's not something that anyone will make you feel bad for. Oh, someone will. Oh, now, come. Of course somebody will make you feel bad. But they shouldn't. Alright. I only need to do a couple more of these. Not that I ever needed to in the first place, but we are doing it. Dragonblade will make you feel bad. To me, I want, my priorities are practicality and readability. Like, I want to be able to look at it and understand it. And then I also want the practicality of, like, you know, potentially, if I need, like, let's say a delimiter and I want to separate a node into pieces for some reason, and I want it to get called on in code. Although, you know what they do say? They do say you shouldn't reference things in code, like nodes, with their names. But there are built-in features in Godot that allow you to establish prefixes and suffixes, and you don't need an underscore to do that. But I think it makes it look better. I should probably go through and read through the style guide rather than be lazy. Wait, okay, well now that we're talking about it, it probably isn't hard to find. Godot style guide. That's probably pretty easy to find. It is! It's right there. Inglorious light mode. This is boring. I don't want to look at this anymore. I'm bored with this. I'll just put the... I'm just gonna put the link in the chat, and if you want to read it, you can. I don't want to look at this. This is a freaking snooze fest. Alright. I bet you can't get nodes without name. Can't you use the RID? Technically? I guess that's still like a name. In a way. But not really, because it's not something that you can change. Thanks for hanging out, Albeska. I'll probably try out implementing your suggestion of respawning or of re-instantiating things when we grab them. I'll let you know how it goes. Take care. Good night. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev and for being here. Goodbye. This guide will help you write elegant GDScript. Is that what it says? Elegant GDScript? That's funny. RID is worse? Oh, why? Wouldn't it be consistent? I mean, certainly, it's hard to find the RID. Maybe it's not. I think it could be easier than, like, printing it. That's just me. I'm surprised you say that it's worse. Okay, so we got the military folder. Coming back to our 2 diary over here. I now need to link these all up. I think we're pretty much set up with the menu at this point. Now I just need to code it. So we have to come from every button. And hook them up. The only ones that we need, though, are the blank ones. The rest of them are already hooked up. There's gonna be a lot of functions, y'all. That's a lot of functions. So pressed, I want to connect it to menu. Connect, and it's a lot of repeating, right? Just putting like the same code in here over and over again. See, this is why I want like something we can just easily call on here. Oh, and I need to set them up right. So I also need to put them in the array. This is a little messy. I'm gonna keep it real with you. This is pretty messy. I don't quite enjoy this. If I ever make an actual project in Godot, I will make a library to get nodes based on what they are instead of names. What does that look like? Even though it will be less performant. That sounds cool. I like that idea. You're welcome, Gav Games. Thank you for helping me get through work. I love to hear it. Yeah, I mean, look, it's hard. Like, honestly, like, I have a really hard time concentrating on my project unless I'm streaming. And it's why I do these mega long streams. Like, I don't do these streams for the engagement. I don't do them for the numbers. I do them for me. And to share my process with you. The game jam, that's more for the numbers. That's more for the engagement, right? I try to keep that short. I try to make it watchable after the live stream ends. That's a little different. But you know, I do these because I like to come here, hang out with you guys, and be motivated to work. So I love that, like, me being motivated to work can, by extension, motivate someone else to work. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. So I'm happy to hear that. I'm very happy to hear that. Okay, so that's the grass. This is hella tedious. Can you just like drag these? That would be nice if you could like drag them and drop them. Go to source. I guess that's faster. This is tedious as hell. All right, connect it. Good. Get the concrete one pressed. I guess I could get in the habit of it here. Go to source. Click on menu, connect. All right. Military, open up that. Double click on this. Go to source, scroll it up. Menu, connect. And then this one as well. Open it, pressed, go to source, scroll up. Get the menu, connect it. I think that's all of them. All right, and then come through here and paste this. Add a number to the array. Paste, add a number. Paste, add a number. Paste, add a number. So we've added 2 through 6. 2 through 6. And we want these to match. I don't think you need to make anything match. I think you're fine. Right? No, you do have to make a match. They do have to match. So grass is 2. I don't know why I wanted to think that it didn't have to. So over here, for the second entry, you see how tedious this kind of is? It's kind of a little tedious though. Comma. My God. And I gotta make sure I get this right. So the first one is grass. I guess I'll just drag it and drop it. put that right there, comma. 3, we gotta come back to this script. 3 is dirt. Come over here. Find dirt, drag it, and drop it. That makes it a lot easier, I'll be honest. 4 is concrete. Right here. Oh. Comma. 5 is military. 6 is all of them. Am I allowed to, like, hint the numbers? It'd be really nice if this said 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because if this is going to get really unreadable at some point. In some ways, it kind of doesn't matter. But in other ways, doesn't it? Alright, this should be, if I've done it all right, all hooked up and connected. Ah, I forgot to hide the menu. We do want that to not be visible. And let's see if it works. Does it work? Pull up in the menu, it pops up. Asset Expo is the one that we're currently on. Oh, that would be nice if it told you which one you're on. Debug level 1, it switches, looks good. Blank grass, it switches, looks good. Blank dirt, it switches. Blank concrete, oh hell yeah. Blank military, you know it does. And blank all. I think it's missing military in here. Nice. Beautiful. It has been done. It has been done. I love it. Totally unnecessary. But guys, I really wanted to tell you which one is selected. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be nice? Is that 1:2 thing something that is just for organization? It confused me when I was looking at your project before. 1:2:, I don't know what that means. I don't think I know what that means. Do I know what that means? Where? Where? Okay, so I have a few issues with the menu. It's not like beautiful. It doesn't need to be beautiful. It's just for debug purposes, for dev. It's not for players. Let's forget it. You were in Bouncy Taffy. Oh, you were talking about the match statement? So those are match statements. Basically, that match is looking for an integer based on a variable. So if that variable's integer is 1, it's going to run the 1 script, or the 1 function, or whatever comes after 1. Think of it like a selector in Dreams. And your whatever it was that you did to set the number that the selector goes to. That's what a match statement is in Godot. Does that make sense? Not just Godot. Yeah. So it bothers me that there isn't a margin at the top. It's bugging me. It's just bugging me. Runs every time the variable changes? Yes. Correct. Well, kind of. I mean, I think I put that in like the process. So, or if it's in, yeah. I don't think it runs it every time. It's like an if statement. It's like many if statements. If variable integer is set to 1, then do this. If variable integer is set to 2, then do this. If variable integer is set to 3, then do this. It's the same thing, except it's just like a little more visually nice. Although I've heard some arguments against using match statements at all, but I don't know why. I'm sure there's a good reason. Oh, I see. So I could increase the margin here as I wanted. And then I could come to a thing in the background. I should use more of those. Most of my if statements are exactly like that. Yeah, give it a try. Give it a try. Oh, that's, oh God. Oh, it moves the whole, oh. I thought it was just gonna change the panel size. But it's actually moving the position of the panel. Boo! Wait, why? Nothing is a child of the panel. Oh, I guess because it's adjusting the size of the margin container? But shouldn't... I'm a little surprised by that, that's how that works. Do I want to change that on like the HBox then? This is super unnecessary. Now I'm just curious about stuff. I don't think you would want to change it there. I'm a little surprised. Container, vertical fill, shrink center. Ooh, yeah, shrink center. I like that. This is better. This is better. That's much better. That's much better. I like that. Okay. That, I'll take it. Good enough for me. Cool. Alright, now do I really want to say what the current level is? That wouldn't be hard, would it? Would it though? Wouldn't it be hard though? I mean, we just have to come in here and say that whatever the current level is, well, it'd have to know which one is which. It would need to check to see if this matches that. So we need to create... We need to say that when we... I don't think that's gonna be that easy, right? I guess we need to come into each of these and say... Actually, I think that'd just be like an entirely separate thing. We'd want to say, and that's like, do I really want to set that up? Do I really want to set that up? It's not modular at all. Right? I hate that. Like, maybe there's some way to set globally the last one that was pressed. I don't know if this helps, but you can find elements in an array with a method. That's true. That's correct. Yeah, so there's the values function, and then there is the keys function. The keys will tell you what they are, and the values will actually give you the values for what's in there. So I could say that. That is helpful. I mean, it's... So... I just need to map it. The tricky part is I just need to map it to these. So we would somehow need to know. Yeah, I don't think that unfortunately does help. It's a mess. It's a messy thing. I don't think it's worth it. I think it's actually way too much work. Because each button needs to have some unique script on it that tells it to look different if it was the one that was updated. It's an array. It's an array. Oh, maybe that's what I was thinking of with the values thing. But anyway, I don't think this is gonna work because we can get the value. That's not the problem. The problem is how I map that value to the buttons, right? And if I'm just creating all these buttons all the time, I would need to have some universal script that they all share. And then also like, how does it know what its ID is? So that means I would need to set an ID for each one that I need to match to the array. It's just gonna be like a lot of work for something that isn't that necessary. You know what would make more sense would be to have something in each. You know what would be great is if we could just print or have on screen the path that is currently loaded. That would be nice. Speaking of, whatever happened to my FPS? My show FPS, that just like vanished. It like stopped working. So there's that. I wonder if it's if I show it, does it work? So that would be an alternative. It's not like as cool as having like a button light up. Oh no, it's not showing up. Oh, there it is. What? Oh, I see. Information is supposed to be visible all the time, not hidden. Gotcha. Okay, now this makes a lot more sense. So maybe I could even use this margin area up here to print the path. That might be kind of nice. Can you add a line of code in each button pressed function to update a string that says the current level? Yeah, but wouldn't it need to know? But that's the thing, is like, how does it know that it's the one that should be updated? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, how does, like, it, somehow I'd have to identify that button as the one that's associated with that string or the array. Which means every time I create a new button, not only do I have to connect the function via the node signal, not only do I have to add the path to the array, not only do I have to add the code and renumber the code, but then I also have to apply an ID number that's unique and can, you know what I mean? And it's getting to be a lot of stuff just for like a debug setup. You know, if it was like a main part of the game, worth it. But it feels like quality of life that is way beyond the scope of the project, or at least a little bit beyond the scope. So I'm thinking we just display the path at the top. That is the current one, and I think that'll be nice enough. We could even do like a trim prefix or something, which could be kind of interesting. Maybe. So if I wanted to add that, I would want to create a label of a switch. And we'll just say this is path, blah, 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 whatever. And I'm going to want that to be, I guess, in the margin container. I guess at the bottom of the margin container. Move that up there. Oh, but that's going in, so we'd actually need like a V box or something. So let's try putting it outside of the H box. There we go. And I'd want to say that its position somehow. I mean, I don't think I can just move it. Probably should add another V-box in here, actually. I guess you could create a grid of positions and move a rectangle around based on the loaded level. Too much work, even if you weren't confident in doing that. Each level would return a coordinate pair, then a function would interpret that into a position. That's interesting, because at least then it's procedurally getting it. But, well, I would say that's still tricky, because I don't think that's any different, because it still has to connect. I feel like this is the main thing, right? It needs to connect level that is loaded. Level path currently loaded. it needs to connect that to corresponding button. So unless you know how to, unless you have a suggestion on how we do that, because whether that's the position, whether it's the color, there still needs to somehow be the information about what the level path is connected. It's this connection that's the most important part here. Arrows to the arrow. So that would be the problem to solve. And again, this would need to be modular as well, and not like a lot of effort every single time that I have to create something new. Yeah, they're unrelated. Right, exactly. And, you know, I guess in theory, the system could have been set up to anticipate that or something, but I didn't know to do that. Let me see, this is A box, or H box, level buttons. I've been experimenting with cases. I'm not sure that this is the way I want to do it, my syntax. I've been experimenting with mixing, what is it called? I don't remember. It's called Danish, Swedish, Dutch, something like that. With, whatever the hell this is. But I don't know if I like that, you know? There's also like just doing this, doing that. I don't know. I'm just kind of experimenting, you know? I've got different stuff. I'm still kind of so new to coding that I just would kind of rather just see what I like, find out, try stuff. I did lose a little bit. Oh, you know what we should do for this V-Box? The V-Box. Level menu would be what this one is. Rogi's not letting it go. I love it. No, really, it's cool. Next time to make it modular, each button would set an integer for level index. Ooh. 2, run a separate function that takes in level index and uses it to decide which level to load. Yeah, right. Right, if I had set that up ahead of time with that in mind. Interesting. I wonder if that would confer other benefits. Like, would that make it easier to, like, build... Like, if that... I'd be willing to switch to that if it means that adding new buttons is easier. Honestly. Because if each button sets an integer, it would just... It would be a little easier because I wouldn't have to add this code over and over again for each of these. Instead of adding the same code in for each function, we would just update the integer, which would be a little easier. Not a lot easier, but a little easier. Something to think about. Something to think about. Okay, and then the label I want to be centered in here. What's Dragonblade hiding from? Something. There's something. Some kind of code gore. Some degree of coding gore. I'm gonna increase the font size here a bit. Maybe not that much. Maybe not that little. Dragonblade knows something. Yeah. And we'll just say current level. Label, current level. And then the reason why, when I'm experimenting with this case, what I like about it is it just kind of stands out, like with the lowercase and the uppercase. And then, you know, at some point I'd like to even be more thoughtful about it and what does the lowercase version represent relative to the uppercase. But for now, it's just that it stands out a little more to me, like visually when I look at it. This is a little, well, this shouldn't be that bad. Actually, we could just say in the ready function, it would just grab the current level. And we want to set, so I'm going to say, and let me make this be accessible as a unique name on ready variable current level label. I'd almost rather say label current level. I know this is so ridiculous. Like, why is this way? I don't know, because it is. Rogan says, I'm the opposite. I don't want it to stand out to me. I want it all to look the same so I feel like I'm organized. All right. That's interesting. That's interesting. I don't really understand the like standard of beauty that you have that calls this more organized than this. Because it sounds like you're saying symmetry is more beautiful or more organized than asymmetry. And I think asymmetry is quite beautiful. And it's part of what makes people unique. It may not get you far in the supermodeling world, for example, to have an asymmetrical face. But let's be real. Most of us have asymmetrical faces. And it's kind of what makes us all look different from each other, in part. I think asymmetry has its place, especially if it has a purpose. With that said, I hear you. Label current level, and then that's going to be this. So I would want to say label current level. What do we do? Set text? Tangential to OCD? I hear you. I always forget how to do this. Is it just dot text? Is it set text? OCD people after realizing they have an asymmetrical face. Oh my god, that's hilarious. I mean, there's a million places that we do it. I guess we could just look at the score dunk. That's a place. Dot text. I don't know why I always forget that, if it's like set text or something or not. I guess it can be if it's like a function, but since it's a property, it's a little different. I guess that's where I get confused. You remember that it's dot text. I always have to check. There's like those little things that I frequently forget and have to remind myself. And so we want to convert this to a string. Ideally, I mean, I would even say besides that, we should use a prefix trim right? That Dragonblade had showed us earlier with the suffix trim over here. Except we'll do prefix trim, and we'll trim the beginning of the folder. Dragonblade says, when I wear a tie, I move it a bit off center, so I know when people with OSD stare at me. The malicious compliance of it all. Oh my gosh. Not even to mess with OCD people. Just so you know who they are. What does that say about you? I mean, first of all, here I am, autistically taking it literally. So you may just be joking. But just for a second, if we take it literally, like, what does it say about you that you need to know who the OCD people are? That it's important to you to be able to tell, to out OCD people, just in case. What is that case? I gotta leave that one up there for a second. I gotta let that one sink in. It's honestly fascinating just to think of all the people who are pulling these things. It's just a troll. Alright. I suppose you're entitled to do that. I want to trim the prefix, in this case, the prefi. Maybe it's just a way of learning about people's personalities. Oh, that's nice. I am so sorry. You're right. Why didn't I think that? Because it's Dragonblade. No, that makes more sense. That makes a lot more sense. So I want to remove all of this right here. A riddle. What gets more wet the more it dries? That's hard. I suck at riddles, man. Unless I've heard them before. Then I'm great at them. What gets more wet the more it dries? Personally, my answer is, I don't know what. But if you want to give chat a time to answer, go right ahead. But personally, let's say, ooh, clouds. That seems too easy. Cement. More wet the more it dries. Oh, hints are nice. Yeah. The salt? Salt? Potato oil? Hint water. You know it doesn't help. Acid. We're thinking too literally. It's something clever. It's something clever that like doesn't make sense. The ocean. I was thinking the ocean too. I wish it was witty enough. It's an object you use. This is a good, for someone who has lots of wit, this would be a great opportunity to make a joke. But I am not one of those people. Toothbrush. Glass of Edward's like, I gotta figure this out. I have to. Something you use. A towel. More wet. Oh, it's gotta be a towel. Yeah. Oh, nice. A towel gets more wet the more that it dries because it be drying. It be drying you. Actually, it's not drying. We're drying. Or whatever the thing is. That is clever. That was random. That was as random as could be. Oh, and I also want to have it say current level, colon. All right, let's see if that works. Let's see if it tells us. More drives refers to anything, yeah. Oh, yeah. There we go. There we go. Switch to this level. Oh, it didn't. Oh, it did change. That was just the same level. Nice. Sweet. What grows bigger the more you take from it? What? I just smacked the microphone because you broke my head. What grows bigger the more you take from it? You take and it grows. Scientifically, the ocean, I think, but probably time. Oh, definitely time. I mean, if the answer isn't time, it could be time. Is it pedantic of me to want to remove... I really want to remove the slash. I also wish it was capitalized, but I think we're asking for too much there. Maybe not. I don't know if I can add like an extra function on the end. I've never actually tried that before. We're about to find out though. The word bigger. It's not a concept. Oh, that did work. Okay, cool. It's a literal thing. It grows bigger the more you take from it. My literal mind is just like, it's an array. But that doesn't make sense. Literary? God, I hate riddles. It's interesting that the FPS appears when I reset it. I mean, it's not that interesting because it shouldn't. It's like not supposed to. Maybe that's part of the error that it's giving. It's like, hey, it's gonna behave weirdly if you do this. A hole. A hole gets bigger the more you take from it. Oh. Is it nice to call someone a hole? You got me. You got me. A hole gets bigger the more you take from it. Well, honestly, I like these riddles because it's not like the kind of riddle that I don't know. It kind of makes sense. I kind of expected them to be a little bit more incorrect, but like they do make sense if you think about it. But like these like they literally make sense, which is kind of what makes them good. All right, so we got a nice current level thing here. Tells us which one it is. We can switch to them. I don't know why FPS appears. It's probably because I put it on top like that. Does that happen if I close the menu? I need to die. I'm not gonna die on this level. Wow, we're changing levels, dude. That's awesome. Oh, you know what has the most? Oh wait, there's a level. I hate riddles that play on speech. Right, that's what I thought it was gonna be. That's what I expected. Those are the ones that I hate. Yeah, that depend on grammar. Right, same. You love those. Oh wait, true. Yeah, no, I don't like them either. I like riddles that depend on text, not speech. I don't know what that means. Something that's bothering me. I actually realized there's some more debug stuff. Because there was like this fences thing that I made. Maybe we'll put that in Asset Expo. Is that an Asset Expo or is that a debug level? That kind of gets a little tricky. What we mean by Asset Showcase. This category is becoming confusing quickly, actually. I don't know that this category makes sense. That's okay though. What happens if we shrink it? Terrible things. Terrible, terrible things. I'm gonna actually add... No, wait, let's make it an asset showcase. It can be a debug and an asset showcase. It can be both. I know, I just thought of an idea for one, which is for the fences. Oh, we have the debug folder, which currently has fences in it. But see, then I have to make a whole folder that has 7 fences in it. That's pretty ridiculous. But fences are actually important. I'm gonna make a new debug level. I'm going to create a folder. I'm actually just duplicate this one. I won't use grammar. How do you lift an elephant with one hand? How do you lift an elephant with one hand? You something it. You something it. You something it. Surely must be the answer. I'm gonna say this is debug, specifically this is damage. Obstacle damage. You something it. That's how you lift an elephant with one hand, I think is the correct answer. Or it's almost the correct answer. It's getting there. Where did that go? Where did that get created? Oh, there it is. Obstacle damage. So, what are these? What do these even look like? Oh, these are those. I don't care about those. You bring it to space. How do you lift an elephant with one hand? You bring it to space. That's the answer? That's really the answer? That's insipid. Now you're just... I mean, we know what that is. That's kind of more like... The answer to it is, first you need to find an elephant with one hand. Ugh. Oh, that's just a troll. See, that's just a troll. No, 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 no. That's a troll. I don't like that one. I don't like that. That's bullying people. I don't approve of that one. Boo. Boo. I see. I see. That's not nice. I can see why you hate those. I can see why you hate those. 100%. I'm gonna add a bunch of blank grasses in here. I guess one thing that's nice about having done this is I can easily copy. Oh, I guess I really can't copy. Oh, you can't copy. Move/duplicate 2. Can I really duplicate multiple of these? Nuh-uh. What is copy files? What does that mean? Oh, I see. Instead of move. Gotcha. So if I do that, terrain, obstacle damage, copy. Did that work? It did. Cool. Alright, great. So then this one, no, I do actually want to test, I actually do want to create this one. This is, I don't know why, I just do. I do know why. Because this will be useful to have. You interpreted the riddle as how do you lift an elephant with one hand because you would expect it to have a comma. Right, it's messing with you. Right. Oh, is that what you mean by grammar dependent ones? Wow, I hadn't thought about that. If you brought it to space, you could lift it because 0 Gs. But would that be lifting or would that be tapping at that point? It's not even a good riddle even. Right. Well, and then maybe, you know, like a different riddle, like a really good riddle doesn't like have another answer. You know? If we're gonna get into riddledom. Riddlesy. Riddleism. Pro-riddling. Right, so I have to create a new button. This process, I hate this process. We gotta go to the main scene. Then my first one with a towel is not a good one either. Wait, it's one of them that you hate? Because there's multiple. Oh, the answer. Oh, I see. Right. Because there's multiple things you can use to dry yourself and it gets wet. Yeah, that's probably true. That's probably true. I feel like it still kind of comes down to that. You know Kevin MacLeod made this one. Listen to it. It's gotta be. It's not! Wayne Jones. It's Wayne Jones. You don't know a Wayne Jones when you hear it? Yeah. Multiple answers, okay, thing, as long as they share the same solution. Yeah! Right, because it would still kind of be the right answer either way. Is I think more what I mean. Like, whereas Rogi about lifting the thing into space versus find an elephant with one hand. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's such a completely different thing. Whereas a towel versus a blanket versus a piece of paper, right? They're all kind of still the same answer. Right. So, but no, thank you for being exacting about this riddle-see, this championship pog riddling. If we want to make the definitive guide, we need to make sure we're very clear on what we consider good or not good. This is important. This is an important part of our lives, that we establish these rules. It's important. Right, so I'm adding a new button to debug levels. Really just playing around at this point. Menu. Oh, I collapsed it. I was like, I know it exists. I know it's real. Personally, I still think it's a good riddle because the core of the riddle is using verbs to solve it. Tries as a verb is how you think of the answer. Yeah, so I don't think anyone thinks it isn't a good riddle. I think it's a good riddle. Right, it doesn't trick you. I hate that tricking. If you get the verb step, you deserve to solve it. Right. The elephant one tricks you. I'm impressed that you even had the tricky one on hand. I'm impressed that you had any of these on hand. I'm gonna say this is damage debug. We're gonna have to make that font a little smaller. That's a whole other modular problem that I have no idea how to solve in Godot. How to get text to dynamically shrink. Okay, damage debug is the name of this one. Riddles aren't riddles if they're tricks. Then they're tricks! Right, exactly. Not nice. And I think it's frustrating, too, for like someone who's being offered a riddle because they don't know if it's going to be a trick or a good one. And that can be very stressful. Like, ugh, can I even answer this? Is this even something I could answer? Whereas if we all knew, if we could somehow say, hey, do you want to answer a good riddle? And somehow you could use a word other than the word riddle. That might be nice. The word riddle is starting to lose all its meaning for me, by the way, because we're saying it so much. They aren't tricks. They aren't tricks. They aren't tricks. Okay, so then I gotta come. This is a weird workflow. I think this is always gonna be a little awkward. Because when am I gonna be adding like a bunch of these? And I'm gonna get used to it. I don't know. Probably not often. Oh, I actually have to disconnect this button here. Yes? Okay. And then we want to connect it to the source, menu, paste this in here, and this goes to 7. Very tedious, really. And then we gotta come over to the globals and add this in the 7th place. Just like that. And now we should have, I think, this new level in our level selector. Damage debug. That wasn't the way it was supposed to be. Why are those in there? I don't know. But so the reason why I want this one is because these fences are configured in different ways. So like this fence set right here. You know what else I need debug wise? I need a way to stop the movement. By the way, I just realized another debug button that I need, and this is going to be helpful as we work on this game, actually. The player can't stop themselves. That is not something the player should be able to do, to be able to stop the terrain from moving. But we should be able to stop the terrain from moving. We should absolutely be able to stop the terrain from moving. And so the way that currently works, do I have to, Edward? Give me something to work with here. Give me a reason to want to. And no guarantee that I'm gonna want to. Wait. It's not word wrapping. It lies? It is super not word wrapping. Please is not a reason to check it. It has a riddle. Can't you just paste it in here? Why you can't just paste it in here? Why you can't just paste it in here? Why you can't just paste it? That's what I want to know. Wait, it's still not wrapping. Was that not reloading the editor? It's too long. I don't want to read that. I don't want to read all that, Edward. I guess reloading the project is not the same as reloading the editor. So I will do that then. Better see some wrapping. Why is it not wrapping? How did the wrapping get broken? That's weird. Oh, that's auto wrap mode. Oh, for crying out loud. Okay. I was in the wrong wrap. I was in the wrong wrap. Okay, we fix it. What the heck was I doing? What was I up to? What the frick was I doing? I know one thing. Oh, actually I don't know what I was doing. Just kidding. I do want to hide the menu because the menu is showing up when it shouldn't. Oh, I wanted to add a slowdown so we can stop the terrain at will. That would be a very nice thing to add in as a feature. So I can show you the difference between these. At least becomes a W wrapper. Okay. So right now we have these slowdown amounts, and it's actually a an enumerator. And so if we say full, if an obstacle reports, if the player collides with an obstacle, and the obstacle says, hey, I'm set to be full slowdown, then the terrain will stop and it'll be like you ran into something. I want to actually harness this as a debug option. I just need to find where that is. I think that, is that on the layer? Terrain slowdown false. Oh, right. So if we, okay, actually, I think that might be on the body parts script, which is a little messy. Wait, it's not on there? Where is that? I need to find in files. I don't know where that actually lives. Obstacle slowdown amounts, but it has to be checking it somewhere. If slowdown amount obstacle, wow, that's on the player? I guess because the player runs into it. So I guess that makes sense. So all that's happening is we're saying obstacle, wait, oh, terrain controller, I see. We're on-readying the terrain controller. And then setting the terrain velocity. This is some early in my development stuff. I would not set this up this way in the future. I would even say that deserves to go on the hack and plan. Oh, speaking of which, didn't we fix something? Oh no, we already fixed that. I'm gonna put this on the hack and plan right now. They're not as bad, but riddles that misdirect you, I kind of hate them. So that's different. Isn't that... That's the elephant one. The elephant one is the one you're talking about, right? That would be the misdirection. I guess they're supposed to be jokes. It's not really optimization, it's more refactoring, but that's okay. So I'm gonna say terrain slowdown is set up in a weird place. Maybe have it being checked on the terrain controller instead of player. Just Control Shift F slow down and you'll see what I mean. That is a note to myself right there. There it is. I gotta remember it somehow. Refactoring is the process by which optimization happens, no? Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. That's a good point. If my rooster lay an egg in your yard, who owns the egg, me or you? Are you doing a misdirection? See, now I'm... Ugh. If a rooster lays an egg in your yard, who owns the egg, me or you? I don't know. Ugh. So I guess it's neither. The answer is probably neither, right? Because why would it be me or you? That's just a 50-50 guess. What kind of misdirection is gonna work that way? Neither or both. The egg was made on your soil, therefore it's your property. I like that point. You know, logically, I think it's a good point. The chick, if there is one. Otherwise, no one owns it. No one owns it? Yes, it's neither, but why? Why is it neither? Well, that wasn't in the original question. I'm afraid that wasn't in the original question. On-ready variable terrain controller. It's not neither. There are laws about this. There's literally the... Wait, roosters don't lay eggs. Wait a minute, roosters don't lay eggs. That's stupid. That's stupid. That's stupid. That's so stupid. That's mean. That is way meaner than the elephant ones. That's much meaner than the elephant ones. Because that makes other people look stupid. Because it's not even that they're stupid for not getting the riddle. It's that they're stupid for not listening to what you said. Dude, that's way worse than a misdirect. That's like... That's misinformation. That's just like... Ugh. That's lying. That's just lying. I hate that. Oh, that one's bad. Come on, misdirect deserves a little more credit than that. Ugh. Assuming Rogi wasn't just made fun of, including all of us, because it was rooster instead of chicken. No one owns anything. We just agree on ownership through an implied social contract. But the only thing you truly own is your body. Ooh, I wish that were true. Philosophically, that's true. Legally, not true. Anything at any time can be taken away from you because you don't truly own it. Yeah, something like that. Terrain controller equals this. And then we should be good here. Set it to 0. But then it's going to stay 0. The problem is we needed to switch between two different states. That's the problem. So if we do that, we're gonna have danger happening. We need it to be able to set back to default as well, which actually is, this is why this should be set up differently, because we're just magic numbering it instead of having it set up more meaningfully. I guess my way of saying ownership isn't practically true, definitely only philosophical. Yeah. What has a head and a tail but no paws? I consider this having two answers. What has a head and a tail but no paws? Dude, tons of things. So many things have a head and a tail but no paws. Airplane. Okay. I don't have paws. I don't have a tail. Dragonblade's in 3 answers. So airplane wins. Right, like conventionally. I mean, a coin. A coin seems like the most obvious answer. A fish? Nice. Good answer. A fish, a coin, an airplane? This riddle's stupid. It's actually good. It's more, at this point, it's like trivia. It's like a trivia question. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to set up we're just gonna have the toggle be in here. We're not gonna get too complicated. I don't have paws, and then I don't have a tail. I mean, we have tail bones. No, yeah, right. I don't have a tail. That's right. Yeah. Please remember that I don't have a tail. I don't have a tail. The original answer is coin. I win! I won! I won a riddle! Oh my gosh, I won a riddle. I can't believe I won a riddle. This is the best day of my life. This is the best day of my life. I can't even, wow, I won a riddle. I'm number 1. I'm finally number 1. This is great. This is fantastic. When you say you're coin flipping, you're either getting heads or tails plural. Yeah, that's true. That's kind of why I thought my answer might be wrong. It's not like a head or a tail. It's not a bad point. It's not a bad point. So we have to say terrain controller equals terrain velocity. Terrain controller dot. And then I gotta pull up the constant that's on here. Terrain velocity. So it goes back to default after. Even Google says that when the sides of coins are heads and tails. Even Google says it. I mean, who are we to argue with Google? Or should we say God? Go. I consider snake to be a better answer. Oh, that is a good answer. as it's tied to the animal category from the no pause. Yeah, but fish. So we got fish. Fish is a great answer, but I guess we're considering fins paws. I guess it would be a better way to say it is what has a head and a tail but no limbs. Would probably be a better way to say it than paws. No limbs, no appendages. As much as it is wordplay, it doesn't make sense. Right, and then the plane would fail that answer too, because the planes have wings, right? So something that has no, whatever, appendages. All right, so I feel like we can just run and that'll restart it, actually, now that I think about it. I'm pretty sure that running would reset the velocity. All right, let's try it. Oh, that doesn't work at all. Oh, it does work, but it doesn't keep it. That's hilarious. It only sets it for like a second. So you can like barely tell that I'm spamming it. I am spamming it, but you can barely tell. Edward did say a live stick. I gotta say, sticks have branches, so it fails my appendages amendment. No body. Head and a tail, but no body? What? Snakes have a body. Fish don't really have tails. It's actually called a fin, not a tail. So I guess snake does make more sense. However, it is still called a tail fin on a fish. Not a riddle. A straw has 1 or 2 holes. Whoa! I hate that blows my mind. One really stretched out hole. I feel like it's both. It's both. That's just a matter of perspective. That's just a matter of perspective. Period. Oh, I know why. Because we would need to also... We need to not only turn off the terrain velocity, but we need to say... We need to update a... terrain slowdown true. We need terrain slowdown to be true on the player. This is such a weirdly set up thing. Wait, what happens if this is true? Does it just stop? That's not gonna happen, is it? Will it? That would actually make this all a lot easier. Okay, I didn't think so. But then we can stop it if we press this. And then we can make it go. That's kind of interesting. So we need to be able to set this to true and false as well. It would force the answer to be coin. Oh, if there's no body. Oh, true. What has a head and a tail but no body? Oh, nice. Might make it too easy though. How many sides does a circle have? Rogi's like, oh, I got this. None. It's not a polygon. Nice. Wait, no, it's not a question. It's a riddle. How many sides does a circle have? Riddle, what is the answer to this riddle? What? Oh, nice. Yeah, Rogi's very particular about circles. Alright, so this is the riddle that we're going in for. That was a nice one, Dragonblade. What is the answer to this riddle? Answer what? I mean, really, you've already said it. I would just be like, I think the correct answer is okay. Alright, so this one is yet unanswered. And the question is, the quote-unquote riddle is, how many sides does a circle have? While you think about that, I need to use the loo. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Give me like a minute, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Give me like 2 minutes. Oop, not that. I'm gonna put... Actually, I probably should put that up there now that I think about it. Oh, but then you can't even see it because the BRB scrolls in the way. I never thought about it, but I should put both scrolls on there. Actually, that makes a lot of sense. Put that up here, maybe? Okay, I'll be right back. I guess the circle has two sides, right? Because it's got like the top and the bottom. Like if you think of a flat, like a circle, right? There's the top, or a coin, right? Like the coin thing, right? The coin has the top and it has the back, heads or tails. I could see two being an answer. Obviously, this is kind of a silly one, but I could see that working, right? Am I right? Did I? Rogi says a circle is a collection of infinitely many points equidistant from a center. Dragonblade has another one. Wait, I want to know the answer to this one. Edward, what was did I get it right? Is it 2? Did I win? Did I win? Cause I'm trying to win. I'm trying to get good. All right, I am back. I have returned. We are here. We are ready. It is 2. It is 2! I win! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! I won again. I won again. I won again. Has two sides, one on the inside and one on the out. I don't know, Rogi. I hear what you're saying about circles, but I got the answer right, which means there's some logic to it. I call file. Okay, never mind. You can have it. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. All right, Dragonblade posed another one. If I drop a raw egg on concrete, how do I make it not crack? Yeah, I guess it does censor crack. Yeah, it censors crack. Sorry about that. Yeah, I mean, you can see why. You can see why. I assume for the drug, crack, not the butt crack, would be my guess. But who knows? Don't drop it on the crack in the sidewalk? What? No, but like Rogia, you're thinking like riddlers, like a riddler would. Make sure the concrete is wet, or make sure it's still inside the chicken. Make sure it's still inside the chicken. Oh, that's so silly. Is it a trick question? We might be deep in trick. I feel like every riddle should come with clarity on whether it's a trick riddle or not. Like this should be like a not a law, but like agreed upon etiquette. Not between us, but like in life. If I drop a raw egg on concrete. Well, first of all, you said raw egg. Isn't it usually called a raw egg after it's cracked? Just like crack it first? I don't know. The original answer is nothing. An egg will never crack concrete. But I like Edward's answer more. Wet concrete. Make sure it's dry. Yeah, that is a good idea. Right? Oh, wet. When you said wet concrete, I thought you meant what, like concrete with water on it? Doesn't make sense. You mean like it hasn't dried, like it was poured. Ah, that's actually very clever. I like that a lot. That is a good answer. Okay. I see. Do I see? Do I totally understand it? If I drop a raw egg on concrete, how do I make it not crack? An egg will never crack. How do I? Oh, because what? Because what is it? It is not defined clearly. So it's bad grammar, and that's why it's clear. It works. I see. This is silly. It's kind of fun though, but it's also silly. But it's also kind of fun. I don't like that riddle unless Edward's answer is the right one because it's another confusing. Yeah. Dragon Blade I think has fully devolved into what they hate. I hope you're proud. I want to say terrain controller. We're just doing an on and off for this one. I've gotten quite lazy with this. And actually, this would need to be on the player. I think we've set up the player on here. Player, terrain, slowdown. See how weird this is? We've got terrain controller velocity over here, and then terrain slowdown over here. It's not right. It ain't right. That's not how things are supposed to be. We do need to set up the player on here. Oh, we got through 25 songs. I can add 50 at a time on here. But I forgot. So I have to skip to the next page, play the top one, and then expand this to 50. Then it'll play a little longer. Edward has another riddle. I have 40 eggs in the fall and 60 legs in the winter. What am I? What? What? I don't like this one. 40 eggs in the fall and yeah, that's what I was saying. 40 eggs in the fall and 60 legs in the winter? You're just making stuff up. What? Train slowdown needs to go to true, and then over here it goes to false. A little bit of a sloppy way to set all this up. I don't care. This is going to be an amazing feature to have, honestly. Because it's going to allow me to test things. So I can stop the terrain, we stop moving, and then we can start it up again. Whenever I want. A busy bakery? 40 eggs in the fall and 60 legs in the winter? That's actually the answer? What? How is that a bakery? Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. What? What? You're not even explaining it. Are there 8 billion birthdays? Or 365 birthdays? Whoa. I mean, the word birthday isn't spaced there. So I would guess the first one. Alright, I'm gonna switch to... Man, honestly, it's making... I like your creativity. It's making Dragon Blades all seem real good. So pull up damage debug. We still got these in here? Get those out of there. Now I can stop it, and I don't have to worry about loading it up. Cool. So here was the problem with these. This was like 10 years ago. I just wanted to kind of show this. These fences I made Monday during the member stream. And these fences have one single fence section as an obstacle. So each little section right in there is an obstacle. These fences over here that look the same, including the picket fence, these all have 5 sections at a time. So like this is one section, this is another section, and they do separate damage. So like this first one is gonna absolutely wreck our legs. So I run into that, it literally completely destroys our legs. And if I run my full body and head into this right here, it's gonna murder us quickly. And sometimes the game even crashes on that murder. And so that makes this, there we go, crashed. That makes this an especially good debug, because sometimes we get this crash, and so now I can actually test it and quickly and pull that up, which is nice. So I would say this terrain debug setup, its purpose has been served. It's here. I think it's time to work on the second part of my goal today. I assume people were inside the bakery, meaning their legs were in there too. I didn't expect it to be right. I mean, why? But like, why would there be? But I don't understand what fall and winter has to do with anything. Bakeries are year-round businesses. Right? They're year-round businesses. Cool. Was there anything else that I wanted to do? Oh yeah. Why are those orbs still spawning in there? I'm telling you to be deleted. Delete the orbs. Kill the orbs. Burn them down. Look, everyone can't be Dragonblade, alright? Everyone can't be Dragonblade. I'm just saying. Oh, because this is open. I see. Because these scenes were opened from here. That's why they keep recreating themselves in this folder. That's such a weird thing in Godot. It kind of makes sense, and it keeps there from being like errors, but it gets confusing. Okay, I see. All right, so that's sorted out. And then, is that it? Am I ready to move on to a new task? Is the level select menu done? I think it is. I like how we have these 2 columns that we're just not using yet. I like it though, because it's like a to-do list. You know, like I want to have the actual levels column be filled out. I would like it to be filled out at some point. And now it can be. And we even got a little bonus debug in here where we can now stop the terrain at will and start it up again. Very handy. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. One thing I want to change on that fence while we're just setting up stuff before I move on to the next task. What's up, Mohammed? Welcome. How you doing? Thanks for stopping in, for saying hello. I just finished setting up a debug menu that lets me change which terrain level sets load in at a time, which is something I've been meaning to do for a very, very long time, and now it is manifest. And now I'm just kind of putting a final touch or 2 on that. And then I'm gonna do a new terrain-based task, which I'm also excited about. I just wanted to move that because so and what I was trying to explain earlier, it's like all of these are these individual obstacles. So these bars are set up as one obstacle. So when the player collides with this fence, they're colliding with multiple at once. And so all of them are doing damage to the player, which means a fence absolutely wrecks the player and immediately kills them. Whereas these are set up as sections. So the player will only get hurt once if they just bump into that section, which is a little more understandable. But like this might, I don't know, it's an interesting test because also if the player gets killed too quickly, it takes too many damages, like more than they're supposed to, then the game actually crashes and we get a bug. So this is actually a very useful debug setup to have for figuring out what that bug is and how to fix it, and for, you know, just trying out how things damage the player in general. So this is a nice little setup. But here's what we've achieved today so far, which is the game normally. Very nice, looks good. We can now press a debug button, and this is not for the player, this is just for us. I can choose a new level. So we can come to this level that's a blank, and it's just got a bunch of grass. That's all it is, nothing else in there. I can choose this level, which is just a bunch of dirt. Nothing else, but that's all it is, and so on and so forth. We got this one, has a bit of a different color. It's also got a nice little thing where it tells you which level you're currently on. Yeah, it's going. We got it, con guy. This is whatever this one is. Concrete, I'm guessing, maybe? Military. Apparently that's military. Different from concrete. It's a little browner. And then this just has all the blank ones. Oh, I wanted to add a military tile into here, but that's not a big deal. And then these are helpful to have because it can also like demonstrate certain things about the game, you know, like explain to people like, hey, this is how the tiles are set up. They're this long. You can tell because some of them are colored one way, some are colored a different way. So it's nice to be able to swap between these and show this off. And then we've got this one we can go to. This one has some stuff on. This is the one I'm actually going to be working on for the rest of the stream probably, as far as I know. To try to get the recycling of assets. Because right now, when I destroy something and we come back, it stays destroyed, but we actually need it to come to recycle and reappear whenever we come back through here. So that's the other thing that I wanted to set up today. And we'll see. I don't know that I'll get very far, but I might get a bit far. But yeah, the menu came together really well. I'm super happy with it. Oh, and then the other thing is we also built the game. So now we know that the game will actually export and build. I need to move that tree position so we don't spawn on a tree. So that was a cool thing. I think that's probably trees 1, if I had to guess. Dude, you know what would also be cool is if it reported like which tile we're standing on. That would totally be doable. That's a whole other debug thing. I'm almost done with the card game selecting character. Nice. Let me just do these little things I want to do, which is add a military tile. Oh, so if I do move/duplicate 2, then I could go terrain blank all, or just blank here. Copy 1 there. And I'll probably want to get rid of a grass. So I guess I am still kind of just tidying up this last task. Just putting the finishing touches on it. And then, what was the other thing? What was the other thing? There was definitely another thing. Oh, moving that tree. Yeah, that tree is a problem. It's bothering me. And that's in the asset showcase, which is currently not named well as a path. Now, if I rename the path, we're in a bit of danger because it's gonna break things, which isn't good. Only in one place though, so it's not too bad. What is that one even called? What inspired me to make games? Whoa. Whoa. Okay, a couple different things. I always wanted to make games, as long as I can remember. When I was a kid, I liked to draw things. And probably as many of you, I drew ideas for games that I had. I remember one of my earliest game ideas was Bomberman Racing. Because I liked Mario Kart. I thought Mario Kart was cool, but I wanted Bomberman to be in Mario Kart. So I drew Bomberman Kart, basically. And it was just Mario Kart. I just drew a bunch of Mario Kart things with Bomberman characters in there. For example. So in that sense, I've always wanted to make games. I had games growing up that were that had little changes I wanted to make, like, oh, it's a boy character, I want to make it a girl character. So I would ROM hack them or something, you know, I'd ROM hack them and make them have like a different character or something. Not really the same as wanting to make games. And then there's Mario Kart existed in 1990. Actually, the original Mario Kart, Super Mario Kart, is pretty old. I don't think it's that old. I get your joke. Autistically, I'm gonna take things literally. But yeah, the original Super Mario Kart is actually pretty old. Technically. 1992. But I'm sure, you know, like F-Zero came out way before that. So, and then like, you know, I loved like the Fallout games. Those are a lot of fun, and Fallout encourages a lot of modding. Also, I was 1 year old in 1990. I was 1 year old in 1990. And so that was fun modding, and that was actually probably the turning point for me, was modding Fallout New Vegas, because I had been studying screenwriting and playwriting, so like learning how to tell stories on the screen, basically. I studied it at university, and I didn't really like it that much. I thought it was what I wanted to do with my life, and I found the industry very, 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 very unpleasant. And there was really no good path to like releasing your own things. And so I had this story that I wanted to tell. I actually got this really serious injury while I was hiking. And it gave me this idea to make a story about surviving in the wilderness. And I was writing that play. I wrote it as a screenplay. I wrote it as a short story. And then when I was making Fallout New Vegas mods, I was like, dude, this would be a cool game. And so I tried making that story as a Fallout New Vegas mod. And I was more inspired to make it a game because it could be interactive. I was like, oh, this is going to be a survival game. It's going to be super realistic. It's going to be cool. And then at that point, I was just kind of like, man, like, why limit myself to a Fallout New Vegas mod, you know? Why limit myself to a Fallout New Vegas mod? And luckily there was this thing called Dreams, which is a game creation game that came out on the PlayStation 4, and it lets you kind of like build games within it, and it was way more robust than Fallout New Vegas modding. And so I tried making that survival game in there, and I had the time of my life. I loved it. It was the greatest thing ever. I started streaming myself working on that game, and I just thought it was so fun, and it was so fulfilling, and I was like, this is what I want to do. This is definitely what I want to do. And then at some point, I just kind of felt limited making games on a game. It was still that. It still kind of wasn't that different from Fallout New Vegas modding, in the sense that I was still locked into this platform, and it wasn't mine. So then I started learning stuff like Unreal Engine, and I tried Unity, I tried GDevelop, and I've landed on Godot, and here I am. That's my story. That's my story. What inspired you to make games, Muhammad? What inspired you to make games? And that, honestly, I pose that question to anybody. Oh, I'm moving that tree. That daggum tree needs to get moved. Oh, and I wanted to like rename the asset showcase, because the asset showcase is just called Level 0 right now. That's a terrible name. I'm gonna regret this, but I'm gonna rename this to Terrain Asset Expo 01. Which means I need to come to my array script. And I need to update that. That is on. Debug? No. We put that on globals. Right here. So we don't want to do this. This is incorrect. We want to replace that with asset expo 1, which is right here. Bam. And then the tree, that daggum tree, has got to go. It's got to go. That makes sense. Right there at the center. No, please. No, please. All right. I have perhaps now fixed it all. Edward says, what inspired me to make games was that me playing a game, I had fun playing a game and I wanted to let other people have fun. Nice. If making a game lets you have fun and it lets other people have fun, it's a win-win! Wow! So you had fun making games, you had fun making games, and you playing games, and if you could make a game that you thought was fun, and you had fun making the game, and people playing the game have fun, it's win-win! I love that. That sounds like a win-win-win. And then if you're working with collaborators who also have fun making the game and have fun playing games, that's a win-win-win-win-win! I'm just saying, that's a lot of win. I like that. I love that, Edward. Dun, 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 dun. When I was about 9, I made a really bad top-down zombie game in Scratch, and then I kept remaking over and over to try and improve. Nice. Kai Guy says, interesting, about the screenwriting thing. I was always interested in drawing and storytelling, thus comics. Thought that's what I do. Still part of me does, yeah, right? But I'm not so quick, less prolific enough. Dude, doing that stuff is a lot of work. Especially right with comics, you have to draw and tell the story. Ooh. I got a character and story outline going. That could be a graphic novel and or a game. Yeah, and so that's kind of the cool thing too, is if we're coming from these different disciplines with different skills, we can blend them together and we can still do all of those things, you know? We can make a comic book version of our story. We can make a screenplay version of our story. We can make a video game version of our story, you know? And I think that's also really interesting because it's like we're exploring these same ideas through different mediums, you know, which is kind of interesting. You know, what are these ideas that we keep coming back to despite the medium? It tells you a lot about yourself, maybe. About 5 years later, I made Shotgun Survivor, which is what I consider the best version of that continuation. Nice. Why don't I collab? I do collab. Actually, this entire project is available as a GitHub repo. Link is in the description box, and you're welcome to do pull requests if you want. But I think I know more what you mean. So I do like to collaborate. On this project, I'm interested in doing as much as I can by myself to prototype the idea, to get the idea across. It's just like an idea that I have, and I really want to challenge myself to do every aspect, the art, the sound, the music, because I want to learn not only Godot, I want to learn how to make games with like a professional application, or that is to say, be able to make a game that can be executed, that can be sold, that can be ported. You know, I want to have that final product that could be sold or could be bartered with, if you will. And I'm still pretty new to that, and I want to understand every stage of development. I want to understand what it's like to make the music, what it's like to make the sound, what it's like to make the art, what it's like to tie all those things together to tell the story. And then sort of once I have an understanding of that, I'll also know where my strengths are, right? Like, what am I actually best at? Am I best at the coding? Am I best at coming up with ideas? Am I best at doing art, music? Like, where are my strengths? Where are my weaknesses? And then once I understand where my weaknesses are, I can start looking intentionally for collaborators to work with. And, you know, that can make up for those weaknesses. But then since I've had that experience and I know how to do those things, it makes me more of a generalist, and I'm able to communicate with those collaborators in a way that understands the work that they have ahead of them. So I guess in a way, I want to be a better leader and a better collaborator by having done everything that's involved. And also I want to discover my own strengths and weaknesses. And I enjoy doing it all. But from like a purely like practical standpoint, you know, I would want to, you know, collaborate at some point. But, you know, for this project right now, I'm preferring to work alone for all the reasons that I mentioned. But you know, there's so many people who come through these live streams who have given me help with mostly code is pretty much, some people have given me ideas, but we've got this whole list of people here. Looks like about 40 or so folks on this list who have contributed in some way into this project. And I've got it all kind of marked out here. Like one person has made an asset that I still haven't even integrated into the game yet. So, you know, yeah. But for the most part, all of these are like coding stuff. So in that sense, I am collaborating, but I think I know more what you mean too. Like having someone who comes on the microphone, or I'm like, hey, so-and-so added this in and we're trying to get it added in or something. But you know, so JJorn, somebody made changed the Godot, like did a literal pull request on GitHub, and changed the icon of the game, which just is like a fun little thing. It's just like a fun little thing. Now this alien head is the icon. That was a collaborator. I didn't do that at all. They did that all by themselves. And so, you know, that's kind of collaboration. And technically you could make a pull request. I don't know if I'll like it, but technically you could make one. So yeah, so those are the answers to all that. All right, let's do the next task that I want to do today. So we got this menu set up. We made a build. We can now also added one more debug thing where we can stop the terrain at will and start it up again, just as something for testing stuff. So now that that's all in place, I'm gonna make a GitHub commit, of course, and then we're gonna start adding some respawnability into the terrain blocks. Okay, so debug level select menu complete. Pressing the 4 key pulls up the menu. I don't know how much more I really need to say about that. Terrain slowdown restart keys added 5 and 6 respectively. Added more terrain blocks and reorganized the folders a bit to fill out the levels selection stuff. Probably something else. Adjusted the fence scene a bit. Moved a tree in the asset expo. What else? Not much. That's pretty much it. I think that about sums it up. Okay. Push that. And let's sort it out. Let's do the rest of this. So the next task, which I introduced at the beginning of the stream, which is now 5.5 hours ago. The task is to get things to be replaceable. Ooh, and now we got the menu. I can just pull this up super easy. We got the debug level 1. So here, what you'll notice is there are 3 or 6 houses on here, right? 6 houses. Very nice. Lots of houses. And actually, before I continue, hold on. Before I do that, no, let's take a second. I need to come to that debug level. I want to reduce, because if I want this to be maximum useful to me, I need to reduce the number of cows that we have on here, because what we need to set are these cows to be respawnable, and it's just going to be easier if there's less here to keep track of. I'm actually gonna move the human. I like the human being over there, but I'm gonna put at least one over here. Okay. All right. So on this level here, which we will load like that, you'll notice there are 6 houses, there are 2 cows, and there's actually 2 humans. Now, if I were to abduct one of those cows, when this tile comes back around, that cow is still going to be gone. If I abduct the other cow, they're both gone. They're both gone. This is not how it's supposed to be. It's not like you're running in a circle. You're supposed to be encountering a new tile. But the way the terrain controller is set up right now, it recycles old tiles for performance reasons. And so I need it to replenish those cows. Here's the other thing we need to do. If I destroy this building, we can destroy things. I'm gonna destroy all the buildings on the right side. We can even leave one of them partially there. When we come back, that building is still destroyed. We need these buildings to gain their hit points back and become healthy again whenever they recycle. So let's talk about how the recycling works. So if I adjust our camera here, you can maybe get a better sense of how this is set up. This is not a great level for that. So let's change to our asset expo so you can just better understand how this is. But dude, look at that menu. Oh my gosh, the menu is so good. Dude, the menu is the right thing to work on first. So back here, you can see there are these tiles that are just sitting there. And then there are these that are moving towards the player. So this back here is the terrain collector. It's what holds all of the tiles that are not yet loaded into the terrain controller. That is to say, the ones that are actually appearing in front of the player, those are on the terrain controller. And then this is in the terrain collector. And so whenever one gets all the way past the player, player's right here where my mouse is, once the block gets past the player, it then either gets added back to the terrain collector or it goes to the end again. So it's recycling the same tile over and over again. And so what I want it to do is when it recycles it, it needs to replenish the health on the things that got destroyed. It needs to respawn in the meat objects that got abducted. Those are 2 different problems that need different solutions. I think probably within the amount of time that I have, which is only like a couple hours, I think the amount of time I have left today, I am going to focus on replenishing the things that get destroyed. I think, so the way I'm going to replace the meat objects is we have positions where the meat objects will spawn in. And instead of spawning in, they're actually going to either be visible and collidable or not visible and collidable. And then that'll just happen over and over again. They just become visible or collidable or not. And then when the recycling happens, it runs it'll run that again, and it'll decide to make visible and collidable certain ones or not. And so when the player grabs the meat object, it's going to actually replace the one that you grabbed that is either visible and or collidable. It's going to replace it at the moment you click it, instead of picking it up at all. Instead of picking it up at all, it's just going to spawn a new one at the position that you click it. And then that's going to be attached to your grab button. That's a bit of effort that I think is going to need its own entire day. So I'm not going to work on that right now. But what I will do is we'll say the replenishing. So the way that will work then, these are the health, the hit points on these things So now we can stop it. I love it. When I hit this, so we can actually bring up a debug that shows you the hit points of everything. So like this house right here, we're bringing down its hit points. 2, 1, 0. So now it's dead. And we can actually show that 0. So it's just floating there with a 0. If we just like burn all these down, you can see where there are these zeros because they're all dead. What we can, so you can see it's still there. It actually hasn't been deleted, right? It's just invisible and the collision is off. So if I try to run into it, we're just gonna pass right through it because it's more or less gone. And so what we have to do is we have to say when it passes by the player, right? When this block goes past the player, then, so that recycling that happens, as soon as that recycle happens, a flag needs to be set that tells that terrain block to re-add or replenish those hit points. Now the way that that works on these buildings is it's actually an animation that's playing. So there's our zeros again. It's an animation that moves it to these different stages of destruction. So we just have to rewind the animation, add the hit points back, and then give it visibility and collision again whenever a recycling occurs. So that's pretty much the task that's ahead of us there. Seems pretty straightforward, but we'll see what actually happens. Mohammed says, I have no experience with development, but when I watch the live streams, I learn. Oh, that's cool. Thank you for telling me that. That's helpful to know. Yeah, I love that. I love that, like, that this is something that you're interested in. It sounds like you're interested in game development, right? It sounds like you're interested in game development. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Well, if you have questions, feel free to let me know. Future Games, welcome. Are you thinking of returning to Unity or Unreal after your journey in Godot? I don't know. Maybe. I would always keep the option open. You know, I think for me, a lot of it comes down to like time management, because, you know, learning multiple engines at the same time feels, for me right now, like kind of a waste of my time. You know, maybe if I feel like super good at Godot, you know, it's like, okay, I've got some room I could spare, you know, going back to Unreal. Because I would say I learned Unreal Engine the most out of those two. So that's a maybe. That's a maybe. I might go back to doing Unreal again. I might go back to doing Unity again. Honestly, I think it would depend on the project, right? I think it would depend on the project. The other challenge is that the only text code that I know is GDScript, and by extension Python, kind of. So, you know, I don't really like visual scripting anymore, and so for Unreal I was using blueprints, which I could use, but I kind of prefer text code. So I'd also want to then learn C++, so it'd be kind of like extra learning. So honestly, like, my true genuine answer is probably not. But maybe if the project called for, if I like really needed gorgeous, beautiful, hyper-realistic imagery, maybe I'll do Unreal. I don't know why I'd ever do Unity over Godot, but you know, maybe if I was helping a friend, but I wouldn't help a friend because that's more work on my plate that I don't need. I don't plan on working as a, you know, at a AAA company or even at like an indie game dev studio, unless it was my own studio, in which case I would have us use whatever I know. So, honestly, if I can stick it out with Godot as long as possible, I will. I'd be more likely to use something like GameMaker or GDevelop, I think, before Unreal or Unity. Okay, so let's make these things replenish. So we need to set a flag. We need to say that when the recycling occurs, set a flag of a such. Now the question is, do we want that to reset a flag on everything? Well, it needs to know which, it actually needs to know which one was the one that passed a certain point. So we got to get kind of into the nitty-gritty of this particular script that controls the terrain blocks, so we can try to understand where it needs to be or where we're gonna find the information about which tile gets the flag, right? So if that one where I destroyed all the houses on, if that one is the one that's getting recycled, then it needs to receive the flag. So in this script, append to far edge, low terrain scenes. We need to find the one that removes it. Terrain collector, block, reparent to self, append to far edge. First terrain, reparent. Where's the... If get child 0, position G is greater than the mesh size. Is that this one? Removes the first block from the array only, and then returns the name of that removed block. Ooh, that looks like what we want right there. So this actually returns the name of it. First terrain. Is that it? Is that what we want? And then, yeah, because it reparents it. So this would be the recycling moment right here. This is where the recycling occurs. Okay. So if we wanted, we could even try to confirm that, right? Just like print. We could say first terrain was recycled. And then we could get fancier with it since we did our little suffix thing earlier. I mean, whatever. Might as well get fancy with it. We already know how to get fancy with it. That's on the debug menu script up here. Trim the prefix and suffix. So that way it'll only report the most relevant information. Okay, we need more. Wait, what? Uh-oh. First terrain, trim prefix, expected end of statement of expression from comment. Oh, I see. All right, there we go. Right? First terrain prefix, first terrain, trim prefix, trim that, trim suffix, trim that. Oh, is there too many? There we go. Okay, let's see if that works. I think that's good. I think that's good. Nope. Incorrect. That is wrong. Oh, because it's not a string. Oh, it has to be a string. I see. So we'd have to convert this to a string. And then maybe we could do it. But I don't know if that's... I might have to put it in the string wrapper and then add it on there. Okay, this is getting a little messy. I'm going to be honest with you. It's starting to get a little messy. Will that work? That might work. Nice. Oh, it doesn't even have that prefix and suffix. Oh, it's... Oh, so it's the node. Oh, that's not helpful. Okay. It's just giving us the node. Well, that's fine. So it looks like it's working. I don't know why I thought it was going to be the file path. I see that now. I'm sure we could get the file path from it, but at this point, I don't give a crap. So really, I just want to make sure the timing is right. And it looks good. So when this disappears, we get a print message. Beautiful. So what we can actually do is we can say on this node, set the flag. So we have to make sure that they have unique variables on them. I don't know if we have a script like that yet. I guess I'd want that to be like a class script. Sometimes I think I set up class scripts I don't need. Do you find it difficult to learn anything in Godot currently, or do you now know what to do. Oh, of course, every single day. So many things. So many things are so difficult to me. I mean, maybe, let's see here. Maybe like 20 hours a week for 6 months, give or take, you know, maybe a couple weeks I took off. So what is that? 4 times 6, 24 times 20. I've got maybe 200 plus hours in Godot at this point. Is that 400? How do you do math? How does math work? I think that's 400 is what that number is. I have a lot of hours in Godot, actually. But that's not a lot. That's not a lot. Come on, 400 ain't that much. So no. So yes. The answer is yes. Yes, I find it difficult to learn things in Godot currently. Absolutely. But it's getting easier. It's getting easier. For sure. Because there's more things that I already know, and I can do those things, and then I'm able to like puzzle things out a little better. But I'm still learning every day, and chat is what helps me learn. I learn way more from chat than I do from watching tutorials, from looking up things online, from ChatGPT, from any of that. I learn way more from people like y'all who already have that experience and that knowledge. So yeah, I'm still learning. Right now, off stream, I'm struggling with for loops. So I do have a fun project that I work on off stream in Godot. And that one's got I'm trying to iterate through an array of dictionaries, and that's blowing my mind a little bit, but we're getting there. So this is all useless here. We don't need any of that. I don't need this whatsoever. I was just checking. So we want to say, we need to create the flag. We need to create the terrain script. And this is going to be time consuming, because I actually have to add this to every single scene. Ooh, this is going to take a while. This is going to take some time. Oh God. No, I didn't quite think about that. That is going to take a little effort, actually. Wow. Oh man. Oh dear. Do we have anything instanced? Oh God. Oh dear. So here's why I'm oh dearing, oh godding. Because this is an example of a terrain block. Okay? This is an example of, I think we just have to like grind. I feel like this is just going to be a grind of effort here. This is an example of a terrain block, right? So it's got like, you know, the strip, it's got the house. This is actually the one that we're working with right now, right? It's just like the strip on here. And so this is why it reports mesh instance 3D down here. Here, let's do this. That's why it reports mesh instance 3D, because on the top level, this is a mesh instance 3D. And I don't know if you know this, but I have a frick ton, a metric frick ton of these terrain blocks. Like, look at all these. This is one level, quote unquote, right? Here's another level. All of these, in every single one of these scenes here, I need to add a script that doesn't currently exist. Manually. I have to go into every single one of these and attach a script to them all. Because there's not like a right click option to attach a script that I know of. Can I bulk attach scripts? I don't think so. I don't think I can. I know. This create new script would just create a new one in the folder. So that means what I gotta do is I gotta open them all up. Click on this one, right? and I gotta come in here, and I have to do right-click, attach script, done it. Come to the next one, right-click, attach script, do it. Right-click, attach script, do it. And literally, if you were here earlier in the stream, you watched me duplicate these, like tens of these, like 30, 40 freaking terrain blocks. And now I have to go back into all of them, or reduplicate them, or do one. It's still tedious either way, whatever it is. I have to open them all up individually, right-click on this, and attach the script. So for now, we'll just work on one block so we can actually get the work, the fun part done, what I think is the fun part. And then I'll do the rote stuff later. But that is technically the task ahead. Why? I mean, genuinely, do you want to know why? Because I didn't prepare ahead of time. Because if so, and this was literally like the second stream I did for this game. I didn't get the why we have to. Oh, you're actually asking why. I see. Well, I was gonna say though that the reason, like one of the reasons why, is because I didn't know. I mean, do you know a way to avoid it? I don't. The reason why is because I didn't set this as an instance. If I had made this top level or something in here in every single terrain block instanced, then I could update one and they would all update. But I didn't even know to do that. Now, I don't think I would make that mistake. I think I would make sure that any new scene I create has something instanced in it so I can make one change and they all update. Even if it's as simple as just attaching a script in the first place, so every duplicate is the same. But I didn't know that at the time. I didn't know that it would have behooved me to just, I don't know, attach a script onto here and make sure that it was the same one on each one. They're just in the tree. Yeah, they're just in the tree. Exactly. I had no idea. And I actually followed a tutorial for setting this up. Another reason why following tutorials is not such a great thing. Because that tutorial was not about to teach me to do that. It was just going to show me how to get an endless runner set up and then send me on my way. Oh, you did have a question, Mohammed. Yeah, I was just getting through that first. What do you recommend me using like a beginner engine? I would say, it depends. Do you want to do 2D or 3D? Are you interested in making 2D games or 3D games? Do you want the option to do 3D games later? Do you think you'll never want to make 3D games? Maybe GDevelop, it depends. You want to do 3D. See, that changes the answer. I would definitely not recommend GDevelop. If you want to do 3D, I mean, if you want my opinion, which is biased. Oh, here's my second question. Wait, one more question. Do you want to learn text code, or do you want to avoid text code at all costs? Yeah, GDevelop 3D is not good. It's trying, it's getting better, but don't recommend it. So I'm biased, but my recommendation would be Godot. I would say start with Godot. You want to avoid text coding. So here, if you're gonna do Godot, I would say Godot. I think it's called, oops, I forgot to finish my message. Godot, I think it's called Orchestrator. Get Orchestrator plugin. So the Orchestrator plugin is a visual scripting thing, and it'll let you use nodes and connections and stuff. I think it's worth learning text code, but I want to take in your desires. Godot Orchestrator. You could also do Unity, Honestly, what I would dissuade you from learning, if I'm being honest, I would dissuade you from learning Unreal Engine. I love Unreal Engine. I had a blast using Unreal Engine. So instead of text code, you'd be using blocks like this, and you'd connect these blocks together to write your code, is what Godot Orchestrator does. So code, instead of looking like what I'm doing, it'd look more like this. So that's kind of, in my opinion, whatever that's worth, I think that's a good way to start out learning making games in 3D. And the thing is, you have the option to do 2D in Godot, which is good. In Unreal Engine, you don't have the option of doing 2D ever. And it's just like more taxing on your system, and it's gonna take up a bunch of memory that you could really just use for other things. And Unreal Engine isn't really well suited for solo development as well as it is suited for teams, big teams. It's not really I don't think it's a really good engine for solo developers. Solo developers do use Unreal Engine to great success. But know that you are putting yourself through more frustration than you have to go through if you're gonna learn Unreal. As far as Unity goes, Unity is not bad either. Unity has some built-in visual scripting that you can use. You do have to like set it up. So I wouldn't say it's like built in. You just want to make sure you, I don't remember what, it says like an add-on. I don't remember what they call it, like a library or something. I think that's what it is. Unity visual scripting library. Is that how you say it? I don't remember. It's been a while since I did it. But I know you have to like kind of set it up. It's great tutorials. Yeah, they're gonna have less good tutorials for visual scripting. They're gonna have much less good. I assure you, the tutorials for visual scripting are really bad. So it might just be in the editor. I'm not sure. I would say use Bolt tutorials if you can't find help. So this is how I would recommend that. If you're going to use Unity visual scripting, make sure you search for Bolt. So you would be like Unity move character Bolt, right? And then you're going to find tutorials that are more relevant to you. But it's going to be a little harder if you just search visual scripting. You'll have a lot more options available to you if you search Bolt in there. But, you know, of course, Unity, you know, Unity's got kind of a bad reputation, so you might want to be careful of that. Unity or Godot, so I have two options. I mean, there are other engines out there. These are just the ones that you should probably start with. There's what's it called? Cocos 3D. There's Defold. Cocos 3D is an option. I don't think that has visual scripting. If it does, I've never seen it. If it does exist, I don't really know. There's Defold. Don't believe this is Lua. I don't think this has visual scripting. There's a visual editor. That is not the same thing. So this can do 3D games, but if you want to avoid visual script, if you want to avoid text code, Godot and Unity are probably your best options. Again, you could do Unreal. I just don't recommend it. But yeah. Yeah, GameMaker does not do 3D. Right, Muhammad's looking for 3D. Alright, so let's not worry about the scripting problem. The scripting problem is a problem. It is a problem. But it's not one that I need to solve right this second. Not one that I need to solve right this second. So for now, we're just gonna work on this one thing, and we'll create the script on this one terrain, and then we'll do the tedious work later. So I'm gonna call this script it can just be terrain block script. And I'm gonna put this, I'll put it in here. All right, create that. And then we're gonna say class name terrain block. Can you use the position 3D node? Because I don't know how to use it. Can I use the, I don't know if I've ever used the position 3D node. It's not a node. I don't think that's a node. What do you mean? Can you be more specific? I see no such thing. I know this is horrifying, but the scripts thing adds 1 pro to remaking the procedural block system. Why would I need to remake the procedural block system? I mean, I think I see what you're saying. Wait, I don't understand what you're saying. I mean, how I could interpret what you're saying is this is something that's needed to happen for a long time, and now it's finally going to happen, and I won't have to do it again once I do this. And this allows for things. I don't think you understand what you're saying. What problem are you trying to solve here with the suggestion? So in here we want to set a flag. So I'm going to say variable. I guess we'll say reset. Redo how they are in there to make them instances. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's not really a lot of work. That's kind of what I'm doing. I mean, here's the thing. So it's, yeah, I see. Well, I guess it kind of raises a question. I mean, marker 3D. Have I used a marker 3D? I have. What did I use it for again? I think it might have been once called that. I feel like I've used a marker 3D for something. What did I use it for? I don't remember. What are you trying to use it for? I don't know. I don't know if I'm not good at answering questions like that. What did I use it for? I did use it for something. If I find in files, will that like pull it up or anything? I don't know if it will. I can't remember what we used it for, but there was something. How are you dealing with not making enemies/humans not spawn inside collisions like houses and make them spawn randomly only on your floor tile? Marker 3D for gun barrel. So, yeah, I don't think I can help you with that, Sriram, but it sounds like you're saying you want to just use like get like a vector 3 position and the gun, like where bullets spawn from, and just say the marker is the point that things spawn from. I'm not a great, I would say maybe people in the chat or the Discord would be better to ask, because whatever I tell you is going to be hacky and a guess. So I don't know if you want help from me. It's a little out of my depth to answer that question. Thank you. Yeah, I like the background music too. More 3D somewhere, and then you can get its relative position. Yeah, exactly. And you could use a node 3D. You don't have to use a marker 3D. I don't know if that is the best use case for marker 3D. I'm not sure. I just don't know. Sorry. I'm not sure. I'm here to work more than solve your problems. I wish I could be here to solve your problems, but if I like knew exactly how to help you, I would try to help you. But because I don't, I'm gonna have to like learn something here. I think someday, you know, I'd be interested in doing. One day I want to replace these live streams when I finish this game. Replace these live streams with something else, and that could be a contender where we just learn things together, you know. But I don't really know how to help you with that. As for how I'm dealing with not making enemies humans not spawn inside collisions. So the game isn't really working that way. So the way things right now are is I just literally stamp them in, and then that's where they are, right? So we're not really spawning something in. And then what I plan to do is I plan to add in little things, like let's say a mesh instance. I mean, not really. This is we're just imagining here. This isn't what I would actually put in here. This is just a placeholder for the sake of explaining. But imagine this capsule is a spawner, right? And so, you know, I would literally place these spawners ahead of time. And so any of these could be where an NPC or an enemy comes in, right? They could, as an NPC could come in any of these spots. So I've already chosen where they're going to be at. And what's gonna happen is, you know, maybe half of these will spawn in and half of them won't. So this will have a, whatever, a 25% chance of spawning. This will have a 25% chance of spawning. This one will have a 25% chance of spawning, and so on and so forth. You know, and it'll stop when half of them have all spawned in or something, you know? So there's gonna be 50-50. I'd make it 50-50, and I'd put a maximum on how many can spawn, or something like that. I don't know. Probably not. I'll probably just put a probability on these. So that way I already placed them ahead of time. But that'll work for my game. That may not work for your game. So Rogi, to what you're saying, it's a little tricky because, like, if I were to make this a instance scene right here, yes, I could then update it, but I guess the question would be, like, why? I don't know that I need, I mean, yes, in theory that might be nice, and maybe I would have. I don't know, like, I guess I'd really have to, like, you know, your suggestion is forcing me to actually think, like, how would I want to set this up? I mean, if I look at, like, the obstacles themselves, right? So we have the house, right? The house is an instant scene in here. If I open this up, within there's another instance, and this is actually a blend file. So I actually can't open this and do anything with this. However, within here, there is the hit points, which is a scene that I can open, and stuff can be done in there. So I feel like I can't really decide that yet until I know what I would need it for. Whereas I knew for obstacles, I realized that I need every obstacle to have a hit points instant scene in it. And that's useful for me to have in all of them, so I can update all the hit points in every single one. But I don't know that there is a counterpart. There could be. I guess if I was going to have a counterpart, you know what it would probably be? I guess, well, it's a little tricky. I mean, let's go back to the hit points example. So the hit points, the only thing that's in the hit points is a damage label. So this is even for debug, right? So it's just like the numbers that appear if we play the game. If we play the game and I turn on the hit point numbers, you can see this number appears up here. So that's an instance. So I could come to the instance here and we can change all these numbers at the same time, right? So I could say that the damage label outline, make them all red. So now you can see all of them have turned to red. All of them are changing to yellow. This is a nice thing to have. Now I don't know really what an equivalent would be for each tile yet. But it is probable that I would want to have something that I can update every tile at the same time. I don't know what that would be yet, but it's possible that that might need to exist. So, why? And you make a good point. Like, while I'm here going through every single one, I could just add some instant scene in there. You know, its name would be very placeholder, because I don't really know what it would be. Like, for example, if I didn't know I was going to ever add hit points to every obstacle, you know, I would have to name it something, I don't know, like obstacle instance. I don't know, something like that, right? And then that will be the name in every terrain. Is some random terrain is, I don't know what's more, but I can still update that separate instance and get the different colors, and nothing will break and everything will be fine or whatever. And that could be nice to get out of the way. Yeah, we could call it something like that, but it may be different, right? That'll probably make no sense at some point, right? Like, let's say I wanted to add a label or something like that. Or maybe it's not even hit points. Maybe it's like, I don't know, health. But I can hear you, tile health. I mean, we could get away with it. We could get away with it. Yeah, you might be right. Okay. Remind me in 5 minutes to get a spoon. I ain't your timer. Set a timer. Get out of my face. Oh, that's funny. You're funny. I need to have a snack. I gotta have a snack for that. Flip in a tile node, then just instance the node into them instead of adding scripts. Yeah, we could do that. I mean, we need to look at the top level, right? Like, it would need to, because the thing that we want to change in code here, for the sake of the replenishing, it's going to need to iterate over well, it's tricky because it's actually the hit points that it needs to update. That's where these exist, is on the hit point script. So on the hit point script is where we would be rewinding the animation. So like, there's the animation, and it's not even the hit point script, it's the hit points that it's like added into each one. So it's gonna iterate over. So what that would then have to do, so let's just imagine it. Let's pretend, right? What's my favorite snack? I don't think I have a favorite snack. I don't know if this is a cop-out. but I would say seasoned crunchy things. In this case, I have an old jar that is filled with shredded wheat and almonds. I then pour a little oil in that jar, and I put seasoning in there. I shake it up. Bam, snack. I don't know if that's my favorite, but it's what I snack on the most. Oreo with oat milk? Oat milk tastes good after cookies. Okay. All right. So you're leaning into the favorite. Like for me, yeah, I hear you. You know, I'm just kind of looking at like numbers. What do I snack on the most? But I'm not. I'm a recovering sugar addict. So it's really, really important that I don't eat anything with refined sugar in it, or else I get into trouble. So Oreo's good. So for me, I can't say something fun like that. My food answers are always going to be really healthy, which is embarrassing, unfortunately, but it's true. Okay, so let's pretend a little bit how this would go. Smooth. What does that mean? Ooh, it's a little spicy. It's got my sinuses running. I do like a spicy snack. So if we come to a terrain block here, let's go to our normal one. If I'm gonna add this in here, yeah, that's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. Just clean gameplay. Nice, let's go. I love it. Lisa's adult, how embarrassing. Oh wait, that's not embarrassing. I mean, what is adult? I know what you mean. I think it's just healthy. Oreos aren't for a children. I don't think children are the main people who consume Oreos, would be my guess. Is that adults are the main consumers of Oreos. But there's me just taking things literally again. So if we were to just for the sake of demonstration, this is not actually an instance. It's just a node, dear God. And if we pretend this is an instance, right? Certainly, there's more humans than children, and Oreo isn't going to survive on just children. So this instance with a script on it is going to need to look for every single house that's on top of it. It's going to need to iterate. So this is going to need to say, iterate through. So it's going to say get owner. We're pseudocoding here. It's going to say get owner and iterate through all the children. And it's going to need to look for the ones. I mean, this is going to be hard. This is going to be hard. I guess we could put them in a group. That'd probably be the easiest one. Look for all the ones that are in the group need replenishing or something, right? The recycle group or something like that. So we could put all of these in that group. So it's going to iterate through all the children of the owner. This instance is going to iterate through all the children of the owner. And it's specifically going to look for the ones that are in a certain group. It's going to be hard. And so then somehow it's going to have to iterate through the... It's going to have to get each of those nodes and iterate through those nodes in those groups. Why don't you put, like, people inside the house when the house gets destroyed, the people fly? Oh, that will happen. Actually, the people will die. If you destroy the house, the people die. But, yeah, you can destroy the house a little bit. Yeah, that'll happen. That's gonna happen. That's gonna happen. Already in the works, pretty much. More or less. So Rogi, we could do that. We could do that. All right, I'll do it that way. If is in group, is it? Yeah, it is. I know, but it's, you know, it's like, I guess where I'm not sure of is if we can dig around in the instances, because we're gonna have to have like editable children, right? It's gonna somehow need to be able to go into this one. I mean, it's gonna have to be like this. Well, we're gonna have to try it one or the other. So I'll do it this way. It's gonna be tricky. It's tricky because it's almost like we'd want. This is gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard. Really, I'm just gonna have to experiment. I can't quite figure it out in my head. I think we just have to experiment. But I'll do the instance thing. I'll do it. I'll do the instance thing, okay? I'll do it. Let's detach that script. House isn't instance. It is an instance. But that's where I think is the problem, right? Because they're each their own unique instance. Each house is their own unique instance. And so we want to access the unique data. So if I attack one house, right? If I attack one house, that house will have a lower HP. I need to replenish. I guess, I mean, well, that's the thing. I can't just say replenish all houses. I can't say every single house replenish. Actually, that makes for a good point. We should, for this debug, we should duplicate this, right? So let me come into our debug level 1 right here. I'm going to duplicate this. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7. Yeah. So now there's going to be 2. Let me load the level. Now there's 2, right? Let me stop it. So there's these houses and there's those houses, right? If I destroy this house, only this one loses the house, right? And so I can't just say replenish every house's stuff. We only want to replenish the ones that are destroyed. So like if I come through here and we tear down all of these houses, right? All of these houses are still in here. If I were to replenish, or let's say this, right? if I destroy this one, as soon as this one that's behind me goes away, as soon as the one that's behind me goes away, if we said replenish every house's health, then the house up here is going to replenish, even though it didn't technically get recycled, right? Or only the house in that terrain. Well, yeah, well, that's right. Well, that's what I'm saying, right? Is we would need something set up in the terrain block here that says if I'm the one that got recycled. So we already know where to find that, right? That's first terrain. Right here. First terrain is the one that just got recycled. And so then we can take that information, the one that just got recycled, set a flag on the script, whether it's on an instance or on there, find that, right? So we have to then find that thing, find that script, set the flag, and then because that flag is set, it's now going to iterate through all of the things that are replenishable on there. So we could set that in a group, if is in group replenishable or whatever. Then it would have to also find the thing that's supposed to be replenished within each instance of that one block. So I'm just not sure how easy that'll be to do, but you know, technically it's doable. Probably, maybe. I wouldn't say I've chosen the name of the game, but the working title is Alien Meat World. Sort of like Boy Meets World or Girl Meets World, except Alien Meat World. And meat is spelled with an A because you collect meat. But I don't think that's going to be the final title, but it's the working title for the game. All right, so let's give this instance thing a name. We can call it tile. I'm gonna call it a block since everything is called a block already. We'll call it a block. And we're gonna save this as a scene. Maybe you can write functions in each object called replenish health, then you can just call it. Yeah, something like that. I mean, pretty much, yeah. I mean, we're kind of not at that step yet, but yeah, pretty much, right. That's what I'm saying. Something like that. I mean, yeah, exactly. Literally. But first we have to get to that, right? So like what I'm not sure about is how we're going to get to that function and make sure that it actually knows that it's supposed to run on the right things. Let's get there. Let's get there. Okay? And then we can start solving it. We've only got, well, I've got a little bit of time left actually. All right, so this is going to be saved in terrain. Didn't I already made it? Oh, this is the scene, right? And we called it terrain block. So maybe I'll call this terrain block. Or we call it like terrain data or something. Terrain instance block. I don't like the idea of putting an instance that we don't need. Which is weird because I know I said I wished I had done it. Because who knows? I might want to do it. No, we should. It's worth it. Terrain, block data, block stuff, block instance. I hate this, but I'm going to call it block instance. I hate it, but it's what we're calling it. Block instance. And we want to make sure we open that instance and attach the terrain block script, which I will rename to block instance for consistency's sake. Okay, and then we'll also rename the class name here to block instance. Looks like we got through the next set of songs. We did it. It just randomly paused. Or we did? It just randomly paused. Tough problem. Yeah, I guess so. Okay. Alright, so now we got the script, and this is what we would, in theory, want to put on every single one. So I'm going to copy this block instance, and I'm going to paste it on terrain block. Oh, we need to say terrain underscore. Oh, you can't really? Oh, I see. Okay, never mind. We don't want to search that. That doesn't help. So I'm going to open up this, and I'm going to paste it in here. This is the other terrain block, right? So in theory, we would already have all of these on everyone and duplicate it. Like this. Okay. And now we need a script on here. Now we need to be able to access this from here, right? So we want to say first terrain. It might not even, since it's a class, I don't even know if I need to, I might even be able to just say block instance. But that's a bit of a problem. So do I need to say get node? I have no idea if I'm doing this right. Block instance? But that's gonna look for a class. Is this what working is? Let me just try something here. I'm gonna say variable hello. Variable hello. Hello. And we'll say back on the terrain controller. If this somehow works, print this isn't gonna work, is it? So that should mean if this works, which I don't know if I set this up correctly, but my hope is that it can. No, it immediately didn't work. I didn't think it would. Type in function get node in base. Oh. Can I convert argument 1 from object to node path? Did I forget to change? I did. This is extending a node instance, the mesh instance. This needs to be a node, first of all, that needs to be a node 3D. That's number 1. Still don't know if it's gonna work, but that's one problem. Invalid type in function get node in base mesh, but I changed it. It's not mesh instance anymore. Oh, I wonder if it's only, ooh. Because it's only looking for a mesh instance. Is it that it can't get a node on a mesh instance? Is that the problem? That's terrible if that's the problem. I mean, I guess at this point, I would like to just even forget all that and just see if we can even, if it can even understand that much. Can it even just fetch the thing without crashing? It can't. Oh dear. So the fact that it's a mesh instance is a problem. That is a problem. We're in danger. So that means I might need to restructure this to like not have a mesh instance as the top level. Is that true that I can't access anything in here? Maybe that's not how you use get node, and we need to say what if I say get, what if we say first terrain get children? Or is that not gonna work? I mean, I don't really have anything to do with getting children. Like, what am I gonna do with it? I don't know. Okay, that doesn't give us an error, which is nice. I like that. Wait, what is this print? I don't remember where I was printing that. Or why I was printing it. I lost that print. Okay, where is that print coming from? Is that back from UI stuff? I don't want messy things lying around. That's no good. Let's see, maybe in menu here somewhere? Alright, we're gonna have to do a find in files, unfortunately. I don't want some print lying around. current level, right there, in globals. Got it. Found it. I don't think I need that to be printed anymore. Okay, cool. Good, good, good. What can Rogi do as a mod? As a mod, Rogi can probably do most of the things that I can do. They're having a conversation. If you're watching it after the live stream and for some reason not looking at the chat, they are chatting. Probably things like this. Timeout. Remove people. Probably not this. Probably can't. Rogi probably can't do this. Not much, unfortunately. I think in a lot of ways, so something that I consider like a task for mods, a responsibility of mods, is to represent like good behavior. Like what? Like I wouldn't, like if a mod was acting badly in a stream, to me that's grounds for not being a mod anymore. Because if people come to the community, I'd want them to see that a mod is representing what the community can potentially be. So Rogi does that very well. Rogi is a model community member in that sense. But yeah, other than that, yeah, it's true, there's not a lot to do. Because we don't really get a lot of bots or anything. I will delete you. I will, though. I will ban you if I have to. I have literally no problem with banning people if I have to. I will do it. I have done it. I will do it again. Watch out. Rogi could, too, if they wanted. Okay, so now nothing's printing, and so we can get the children. Thank goodness we can get the children. What would we do without the children? So now let's have those children get printed, which is gonna be a mess, if it works. I assume that's pretty doable. No, I won't. Unless you give me a reason. Which you have not. What does this return? What does get children return? Like an array, right? Can you just like print an array? Like as a string? I don't know, probably not. Let's try it though. See what happens. Do it. Oh yeah, nice. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, good. It's printing everything. I love it. Okay, good, good, good. That's true, there is a good reason if it happens. So I just wanted to see in here if any of these are like what the block instance is named in here. Wow, this is hard to find. There's so much stuff in there. Do you guys see it? Okay, wait, it's gonna keep updating it. Stop. Stop updating it. Block instance. I just don't see it in here. But it must be in here. Where is it? I just want to see what it looks like. Do you guys see block instance in this list? Okay, it has to be a child. No, it must be in here. It has to be in here. Because we have cow and human and stuff. Cliff house tree ground. Tree. It would be a node 3D also. Where is it? Is it invisible? Why would it be invisible? Nothing else is invisible. Some on the right. Oh, behind me, you mean? Yeah, that's true. Over here? Yes. I think they all should be visible in here. I mean, I guess I'm blocking it. I can get out of the way. But then I'll be in the way of these. I could just disappear. I could just disappear. Dude, I don't see it. I don't see it in here at all. Can I search this? Oh, we can. I didn't know we could search it. Wait, it's not even in there? Okay. So it isn't in there. That's strange. Why wouldn't it be in there? And we're sure it's... Is it not saved? It has to be saved. Otherwise it wouldn't show up in the first place. So this is one of them, right? We've got block instance in there. It's a node 3D. It's a child of terrain. Do you get a point? A point? What do you mean? You mean a credit for the game? Sure, you can have a credit for the game. There's actually a credit I give if people ask for a credit. Forgive me an idea. I mean, technically you didn't give me the idea. It was already an idea. But there is one I give to folks when they ask. And that is... It's a very exclusive one, actually. Moral support. Right there. Moral support. That's the one. That's the one. All right, Muhammad. You've got it. You're a moral supporter. Bam. Uh-oh, I have to copy the formula down. I haven't copied the formula down. Actually, some of these... Whoa, why does Gravitas have no score? Oh, I see. Did I get the asking one yet? The asking one? What is that one? You want moral support? Oh, the asking one. I see what you're saying. Yeah, you can have it. Absolutely. 100%. Why does this one just not have anything? I don't know what happened to this cell. It just got like deleted at some point. It just got murdered. How can this be 0? We gotta update that. And this one's 40/40. There we go. We just had to fix this up a little bit here. Fix up the code on these. There we go. Now we got your point. And Rogi wants the moral support one. Yes. Yes, because Rogi's trailing behind. Rogi likes to be higher up there. So let's give you the asking one. There we go. 15. Your score half increased. There you go. You've got it. You're a moral supporter. It's official. You're most welcome. Thank you for being interested. Thank you. Climbing the charts. Yep. Yes. Exactly. Okay, so I don't really understand why this isn't being seen. The rest of them are being seen. Block instance, not so much. Why? Oh yeah, Rogi has 15. Rogi does have 15. Tied for second. Tied for second now. Godot Consultant, Blender Consultant, Game Concepts, Helicopter Movement, Moral Support, Object Destruction, Particle Effects, Debug Tools, Optimization, Grab Mechanic, Score Dunk. That's it. We got receipts up in here. Honestly, Rogi, you have been helping me talk this out. Now that I look at that, I feel like we owe you at least one more credit here. For the terrain spawning. I think that would put you ahead of Psychonic Joe. I'm just trying to be fair here. You have been advising me. It doesn't always restructure it. It'll sort it later, trust me. It won't right now, but it will resort it later, don't worry. But for now, we know you're actually above Psychonic Joe. The sorting is iffy. I don't really understand the sorting. But like, I'll come back a different day and it'll sort just fine. I don't really understand it, but... Oh, there it goes. Oh, nope. Just trust. Just trust. Just trust. It will sort. Just not today. I guess we could just move the row up. There we go. Manual sorting. Done. Number 2 is pierogi. We got it. So for this should be in here. For no reason should this not be in here. I mean, the human is a class script as well. It's a class script. It's instanced. It has a capital letter. Like, there's nothing different. Even the house, right? The house is a node 3D. Actually, that human needs to be updated from a rigid body at some point. But this should be in there, because this is what it's getting the children on. So I'm gonna try it again. I guess I want to make sure both of them go through. Maybe I didn't do it on the second one or something. Doesn't really make sense. Let me close some of these so we just have a little more clarity about what we're doing here. This one has, this is block. This is the second one. This is the first one. It's on there. This one does have that extra script. We can detach that. So there's really no reason why it shouldn't see it. Okay, I don't feel like I changed anything, but I'll try it again. I'll try it again. Alright, I gotta switch. Oh, dude, did I load the wrong level? Guys, did I just load the... Dude, I loaded the wrong level. I think. Maybe. I hope so. Okay, that one just went. Now let's check it. I would be embarrassed if I wasn't just so happy we're good now. And at least we crossed our T's and dotted our I's. So we're gonna search this time for block instance. Wow, all of these are hits? Okay, there it is. Got it. Beautiful. Okay. All right, we're good. We're back on track. You have input integers into get child before to get specific children. Ooh, that isn't pretty. Oh, that's real ugly. But hey, noted. Wow. That's real desperation. Right there. So instead of printing it, we want to iterate through all the children. Well, actually, first, we want to set a flag on here. I guess we don't really need to set a flag. I almost don't even need the instance, now that I think about it. There's a specific way Godot handles children. Right. What's my best food combo? I don't know. I don't know. What's yours? Give me an example of what you mean. Like, it's hard. I love cheese and quinoa. That's a really nice one. Just like anything in quinoa. Oh, you know what? Recently, I made cashew cream. Like, I made the crap out of some cashew cream. Which is just like blending cashews really hard until they turn into a heavy cream. And then mixing cashew cream with curry sauce, coconut curry, Thai coconut curry sauce mixed with cashew cream. Amazing. Right now, my answer is Thai coconut curry sauce mixed with cashew cream. And then if I mix that with something, that can go with all kinds of things. It was one of the first times I referenced a note in text, so it's only a little embarrassing. Sometimes we gotta do what we gotta do. Mushrooms on burgers is really good. Nice. I ate the vegan ones, but it's the same. Yeah, I can see that. Good textures together. Favorite snack food? I feel like we already talked about this. What did I say before? I don't know. I don't like have, I mean, it's tough because there's just things that I eat a lot. I don't really necessarily have like a favorite, you know? Shredded wheat? Probably shredded wheat. There's nothing like mushrooms on burger. Okay. All right. I hear you. I hear you. That sounds good. That sounds good. Good texture, combo, contrast. What about yours, Edward? What's yours, Muhammad? Oreo with milk? That's Rogi's favorite. Pretty common favorite, probably. Oh my goodness. Your favorite snack is ice cream? Or any slushie? First string, get children. So I don't really want to get children. What I'd like to say is block instance. But I don't think that's gonna work, is it? No. Because it's looking for it like it's a property on there. So I guess I'd want to say get children. Do I need to like iterate through it or something? Like say for node in first terrain get children. If block instance is this how things work? Oh, we got to get into the right level. You buy chocolate hummus? That sounds awesome. Okay, that is definitely not working. But it's not giving me an error. It's just not working. Smoothies? Smoothies are awesome. Smoothies are awesome. I'm not a big fan of protein powder. Usually the way they're flavored. I mean, it's just iterating in there. And it's like, if block instance. If... I don't even know what to say. This is hard for me. Especially... Yeah, this is a tough one for me to figure out here. Will that work? That'll just print pi. Yeah, I'm not really sure how to get to the block instance is kind of what I'm trying to do, is get to the block instance. I guess I could do get children block instance, right? Or maybe we could even say get child. I wonder if that'll work. And then we can just print that. I wonder if that'll work. Hell no. Expected 2 arguments. Oh, I see. First of all, didn't know it needed 2 arguments. So wait, can I then say get node and then put block instance in here and that'll work? Is that how things work? Is that what I needed to do all along? Ramen noodles with ketchup? I have not tried that. I don't really like noodles. I mean, I do, but I find them unhealthy, personally. But Rogi, I bet Rogi would get down with that. You know what noodles I do get down with? Would be whole wheat noodles, if I'm gonna get into them. Node not found, block instance. So it is actually looking for the node. That's good. Relative to root main scene terrain controller mesh instance 5. That's actually surprising that it doesn't find the node block instance. It's right there. It's right there. You don't see it? It's right there. You cooked noodles in plant milk once? It was mid. Try it in, oh yeah, you're a vegan, never mind. I was gonna say bone broth, but I don't think that is something a vegan would eat. I wonder why it wouldn't find the node in there. I mean, if I just do something like that, something else, whatever, ground. We know that's in there. Make gochujang black bean ramen. Okay. I need to set this as the default starting level. Well, interestingly, we get no error. However, we also get nothing printed. It prints nothing, and it gives us no error. How odd. How very odd. Can you tell I have no idea what I'm doing? Yeah, I mean, the rest of this stream is just gonna be me kind of tinkering, and tomorrow we'll really pull this out and try to get this to work. You know, I think our results are gonna be minimal today. Oh wait, it's printing it. Wait, it is printing it. Oh, I see. It's returning the error on all of them that don't have it. That's why. It's every block that's getting removed that doesn't have this on it. Then it's returning the error. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. So then we'd want to say, if first terrain, sometimes that autocomplete really gets in my way. If first terrain, if has node first terrain, and in fact, we could set this up here. So I'm gonna on ready. Yeah, I've been meaning to try gochujang. I've been meaning to try that. Block instance. And this is going to be, oh, but we can't set this up here. We can't on ready this. That's not gonna work. Has node, oh, you found it. Yeah, I did. Thank you. So I'd actually want to set a new variable here. Variable block instance equals first terrain get node block instance if has node block instance. You won't regret it if you do. Oh, try it. Nice. Gochujang. I have totally been meaning to try. I mean, my biggest concern is its sugar content. A little sugar is okay, but if it's too easy to have too much sugar, it becomes dangerous for me. Okay, so if it has node block instance, then print block instance, which should, if I did this correctly, which by the way, if I also did it correctly, should be able to just say block instance. And if I did do it correctly, that means it should print the block instance without any of the errors. Oh. Okay. I've made mistakes. Our resident Pokemon has arrived and announced themselves as such. Gee whiz. Who can only say gee whiz. If you see gee whiz typing any other message, it is not actually happening. There's actually a translation happening. MK Codes, see, MK Codes is actually just bullying gee whiz right now. MK Codes is not a Pokemon. Gee whiz is a Pokemon. And if gee whiz says something other than gee whiz, it's actually a translation of Pokemon language. Actually, MK Codes might be a Pokemon too. Actually, I don't know, now that I think about it. The one you get has sugar? I forgot it has sugar because I get the spicier kind. Yeah, it does, for sure. Okay, so invalid type in function has node in base node 3D. Invalid type in function has node in base node 3D. Cannot convert argument 1 from object to node path. Oh. Interesting. Because the block instance we're just saying is this. That's not a node path. That is an object. Right. Interesting. So wait, let me look at has node here. It's looking for a node path. Okay. That's a little surprising. So I need it to see it as a node path. So if I wanted to get a node path, let me see if I can get an answer here. How to get a node path from an object GD script. Stream is not buffering. I'm choosing not to put your messages on screen. Oh, it is buffering. It's both. You're right, it is buffering. It's both. I'm choosing not to put your message, and the stream is lagging. Ooh, we got internet issues. Wonder why. So up there, you can see the kilobits per second. That should be at 5,000. It's probably just a brief thing. It usually sorts itself out. We actually haven't had internet issues in a while. The stream ended? It ended? Are you serious? Oh my gosh. What? The stream is not over. Restart if you have to. I don't know. My internet really just like... It's weird. I don't see a disconnect, but you can see that it's hurting. I can try switching to my other internet, but it's gonna be risky. Honestly, if the other internet isn't good, we just end the stream. And we just end the stream. Let's see if it fixes itself. Otherwise, we're gonna do an internet swap. I have a second internet that we can try. Well, it's balancing out. If it goes back to 5,000, we're pretty solid. Just a blip. Just a blip. Looks a little iffy. It looks a little iffy. To get a node path from an object, you can connect the area entered to it. What? That's not what I want. No. It's not what I want. Do 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 do. This is not my question or my answer. Did the stream just end? It is not over. I can't believe everybody's having this problem. Can't believe everybody's having this problem. I don't know, my internet just did a weird thing, but I think it's good now. It was just a blip. Get as property path? All right, I'm gonna swap my internets real quick, guys. So it might even do the weird ending thing again. If you're watching it after the live stream, you have no idea what's going on. Honestly. You just have no idea what's going on. I see that, like, the viewership just vanished. All right. I'm gonna restart my internet. We're gonna swap my internets, all right? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Oh yeah, I do have a lot of things open. That's a good point. I do have a lot of things open, which can sometimes cause issues. All right, the stream should be back. It is not looking good. The other internet is terrible. The other internet is also terrible, but I am actually just rebooting. What I realized I can do in these moments is I can reset my other router while we use this also terrible internet. We are back. Make sure to refresh. That's right. Thank you, Rogie, for letting them know. Thank you for letting them know. But I can reset my other router to see if that helps. If it doesn't, we just end the stream. I'm gonna go for 7.5 hours. We gotta stop eventually. So yeah, this stream is gonna be glitchy. This stream is gonna be glitchy. Yes, there are glitches. All right, my other router is restarting. 24-hour stream win? Never. I have done it. I've done like at least 3 24-hour streams. And I hate them. And I will never do them again. It's possible I ever do them again, but probably never. So I know it's glitchy right now, guys. Bear with me. Bear with me. A 9-hour stream? Sometimes. Ideally, no. Alright, my other router is rebooting right now. And I'm gonna switch back to that internet, and hopefully it'll be a little better. Hopefully it'll be a little better. But I won't do anything on screen, I promise. You guys should have audio just fine. 87,060 hour stream when? I mean, that one's a possibility. I'm open to that. Stay tuned. A 2,000 hour stream for 2,000 subscribers? Maybe. All right, I think we're back. So now I'm gonna swap my internets once again. All right, here we go. Internet swap happening. One more again. Probably. I think, maybe. Yeah. Let me just double check that we're ready to do an internet swap before I do it. and it never comes back. Is that Frank's buffalo seasoning? This is a jar of shredded wheat and almonds that I have seasoned in part with Frank's buffalo seasoning. Correct. Okay. We're re-swapping the internets again. I've re. Okay. We got protocol here, folks. We got protocol. When the internet gets weird, we got things we try. And if it doesn't work, we just end the stream. It's been a good long stream. This tends to happen late at night, if it's going to happen. But it seems pretty good right now. It doesn't seem too bad right now. It does seem good now. It's at 5,000, pretty even. I think we have solved it. A little patience, a little diligence. We'll bring it together. Because we have, like I said, we have protocol here. What if I had 10,000? 10,000, I wish. I mean, I used to. But then my good internet decided to become bad internet. And so I bought new internet. And the new internet cannot handle such high kilobits per second. So we have to bring it lower. Get an Ethernet cable. Would it surprise you if I told you that I do have an Ethernet cable? Would that surprise you? So, not a problem that I need to troubleshoot right now, guys. Thank you. All right, where we got an issue? Oh, yeah, right. So it's looking for a node path. It's looking for a node path. And that's not what this is giving it. So that's a little interesting. So something that I want to try. Get path or get path 2. Oh, thank you, MK Codes. That sounds like something I can try. Okay. So if I say block instance, and where is it? Where is the issue? Is it has node? It's has node. So I'd say get path. There's both get path and get path 2. Too many arguments for get path call. Expected 0. Oh, okay. So we would just put this in here, dot get path, like that. And then maybe get path 2 would let me wrap it inside. See what happens. MK Codes. Okay, that didn't work, but that's okay. We'll try the other one. It's a good try. Attempt to call get path in base null instance on a null instance. What you talking about? What you even talking about? So block instance isn't setting. I wonder, so let me try something before we start doing all that. Let me just make sure this works without using this variable. Because that was kind of the thing that I was trying. And then we'll come back to the path. I mean, I'll try, I don't know, I guess I'll try get path 2 then. Alright, whatever, I'll try this first. But I have a feeling we're gonna get the same problem. Dude. That's okay, Mohammed. Thanks for hanging out. It's been a pleasure. Take care. I'll see you next time. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm streaming again tomorrow, so if you're here, I'll be here too. And if you're not, that's okay. I'll be here again for some other reason. All right, let's see what get path 2 does first. I don't know if I'm doing it right. Oh, we running. We up and running. Okay. Hey, no error. Let's go. Well, we do have some errors, but I don't know if it's the same errors. Never mind. Let's go. So, but what this was also supposed to eliminate were the errors, and we're still getting errors. So, we still have some problem. So I think that it's still looking for that node. The whole point of this was that it wouldn't look for the node. Is that the variable setting? Is it setting the variable? Is that where the problem is? Oh. Oh. So I would want to I wonder if I need to say if it has the node. It almost seems like kind of pointless to do the variable at some point here. Almost like I need to do it like this. That's wild. Is that it though? Oh, we're definitely getting errors. Node not found, block instance. Right, but on what line is that becoming an issue? I think you do need if is instance valid, block instance. Okay. If instance valid. And we put that instead of has node, is what you're saying? Just replace this entirely? Above the if. Whoa. Okay. I will do this. If is instance, so it's valid, then do that. Wow. If instance valid. I don't even know what is instance valid is. Okay, we're still getting errors. But I'm fascinated by this. Node not found, block instance. Yeah, because I mean it's not on these. So I wonder if the instance thing is confusing you maybe. Maybe not, but maybe. So here's what I want to try. I want to not declare the variable. And I want to try this. Storms, really like your area lately. Got another round tomorrow. Nice. We didn't have like any storms yesterday. We had like drizzles. But I know that we just got lucky. Okay, I'm going to comment this out for now. It's like doing if block instance is set to null. Right. I like that. I want to use that more often. Setting the variable. I think so. That's what I think. If you do that without checking if the it's oh, okay. Oh, so I should put the variable. I mean, it still feels a little messy, and I still kind of want to try what I was trying to try, but what the hell? Let's do this anyway. So then we have to, you know, at some point, it's like maybe I just let go of settings. Because the variable is just for readability. That's the only reason I'm setting the variable. I can let go of readability if it means we don't have to do all this mess. But then again, if this mess works, maybe it's not such a mess after all. Okay, if instance is valid, first string get no block instance, then create the variable, and then do all this stuff. And so what we want to see is no errors. Okay, we're getting error after error, for sure. Same thing. Node not found, block instance. I wonder, is checking the instance what we need? So I'm gonna try something here. I'm gonna comment out this line entirely. I'm going to comment out this line entirely. And we're just going to go back to if it has it. Get path 2. Paste this in here. print, paste this in here. So let me see if this works. If we can do get path to like this, and has node will work. Ooh, we are still getting errors. I'm actually a little surprised. So it's not necessarily that. Wait. Oh wait, this is, oh no, there it is. Node not found. You know, I'm just trying to experiment, figure it out. MK, that's good helping. I gotta throw you a credit for that. That's good helping right there. I appreciate it. Welcome to the credits list. And that would be, I mean, that's really, I would say that's Godot consultant would be, because you've already taught me some things here, so thank you. And if I just say, I mean, we know this isn't gonna work. You know, I do it for myself, honestly. Like, I just want to keep track of everybody who helps. It's something I want to do. So I can put a proper credits list in the game. Right, so then we get this issue where it's looking for a path. So if you don't want to, you don't have to think of it as for you. It's for me. So that definitely doesn't work, as we expect. But we could try if is instance valid, and then we don't even need get path or anything. Like, what if we try that? What if we just start with that? Errors. No good. Is there some other kind of thing we can do to check this? Try get node or null. Whoa. You got some tricks up your sleeve. I like tricks. Replace get node with that. What? Dude, that's a thing? That's a thing? And so wait, so then I wouldn't even need the if that does what I think it does. And maybe it doesn't, and I do need the if. But then I could just put this in here directly. Is that real? Oh, no errors! No errors! Yo, okay, let's load the level. It's printing it! What? Get node or null? What the what? What the flip-flop? That's an awesome function. Not only is that a cool function, that's an awesome function. Similar to get node, but does not log an error if path does not point to a valid node. That's what that says. You couldn't tell because stuff was in the way, but that's perfect. Awesome. I gotta have a little snack bite for that. Yes, let's go. Let's freaking go. Cool. All right. Good. So for context, by the way, what am I doing? What am I up to over here? My old, does it return null if there's no valid node? Oh, that's a good question. I think no. I think it just doesn't return anything, which is interesting. So I think it's saying it's getting null, right? That would also be used for checking. I think it's not returning node or null. It's getting node or null. And the only thing that it will return is the node. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Because I'm printing it directly. So I would think it would print null. But if we look down here in the printing, you can see nothing is printing, and technically it should be saying null if that were true. Here, where the block instance does exist, zoom is not helping, where the block instance does exist, you can see it's printing the block instance. But where it doesn't exist, it's not printing anything. So it doesn't return, as far as I can see, it doesn't return anything. So what we're doing here, I used to have a, you would want it to return null, but for this case, it's better that it doesn't. Yeah. I mean, you might be able to check if it is null, then print something. Like, I feel like you just want to rewrite everything then a different way. But yeah, that would be, I could see how that'd be nice. Actually, I feel like that would be, I feel like that would kind of defeat the purpose of the function, because it would probably give you errors in other situations. So it kind of makes sense that you have to go out of your way to get null if you want it. But this endless runner system recently got set up in a new way. It used to be that when a tile gets past the player, it will delete itself and instance a new tile randomly at the end. But that proved to be really demanding on the game's resources. So we came up with something else where we have a collector here. And so instead of deleting and respawning in a new tile, what it does is it actually moves the tile into this collector behind the camera, and then it recycles them randomly and puts them at the end. But because of this, certain systems that used to work now don't work, and they don't make any sense. So for example, if I destroy the houses on this side, I can only get to 2. So here in this tile, we can see there's 3 houses on the right. But in this one, I've now destroyed all 3 of them. But that doesn't really make sense, because if it's an endless runner and it's giving you a new tile, these should all be replaced. So what I need is to tell the houses on the recycled tile to replenish their health and become visible again. And so I'm starting the process of communicating to those things that they need to be replenished. And so that the early steps of that are just figuring out how to get that communication chain going, because I don't know how to do that off the top of my head. Look at all this code we don't have to do because MK Codes dropped us that amazing function. So first terrain is the one that is not only in front, but actually the one that has passed the player and is getting recycled. The one that just got recycled is called first terrain. And so what I want to do is I want to find a script that is in that terrain block. So like here's an example of the terrain block right here. This is actually the one that we're working with. And in there, ever just like wear headphones too long and you wear glasses and it just like starts hurting? Ugh. Okay, anyway. So in here, I've got this block instance, which I wish I had added to all of my terrains a long time ago, which is why I'm creating this instance, because it's something I've been meaning to add to everything. And then on here is the script that I want to access. And in theory, we would set like a flag or something. I mean, you know, in a lot of ways we don't need to do this, but I would like to do it this way. I don't think I want this all to be on the terrain controller. I would like to have something that gets run on here that looks for all of the things in here. And so it's going to try to find, are there houses, are there obstacles on here that need to be replenished? If so, please replenish them since I've been recycled. So yeah, so now we know we can at least access this node from the terrain controller script, which is good. which is very good. And I'm not going to be able to finish this all tonight, but I'll be back tomorrow and we'll keep working on it. I use tiny earbuds with little plastic ear wraps because over headphones give me headaches. Yeah, dude, I hate them. Dude, I love those. Well, so here's the thing. I don't like earbuds. It melts your brain. I can't stand earbuds. I don't like having things in my ears. You know what was the perfect headphone for me? It had the wraparound thing that you're talking about. Except instead of a bud, it was like a disc. It was like a lightweight disc. And it would just like hang on your ears. And the discs would have the sound. Those were the best headphones I ever had. I mean, the quality was absolute dog poop. But, you know what wasn't dog poop? The comfort. The comfort was amazing. They were the cheapest headphones I've ever owned. And the best that I ever owned. But they don't really make them with good quality. So I haven't really been able to replace them. Plus, I don't have money to replace any headphones anytime soon anyway. Alright. So what else can we crunch out here before time's up? We could... I mean, it'd be nice to at least get this hello message printed. No, just for the sake of proving that we can access it. Yeah, I think that would be a nice little thing. Just be like, hey, we did it. So instead of just printing this, I'd want to say, this is not going to work the way I'm envisioning it. Print hello on there. Is that going to work? Did I do that right? Hell no, I didn't do that right. Oh, because it's a null instance. Interesting, so it kind of does return null. So in this case, we would actually need to check if it has that. Halloween King, what's up Halloween King? Welcome, good to see you. Hope you've been well. Or as well as possible. Don't like earbuds in my ear either. Oh, I just hate it. I just hate it. Halloween King is actually a mod, not a member, so I do not have to sing Halloween King a song. Halloween King is a mod. And so you better watch out. Halloween King's watching you. But for some reason my chat app marks mods as members, even though they're not. I have raised an issue on the GitHub. Yeah, it's just like, it's uncomfortable. I don't like it. I don't want things in my inside of my ears. It's not nice. It's unpleasant. Thank you for affirming that. Because I feel like I live in a world where we all just accept earbuds. And I'm like, but are they? Are they it though? Doing all right. I love to hear it. Yay. Much love to you, Halloween King. Yay. That's awesome. All right. All right is all right. First terrain, get node or null. So we can say I don't even know. Like, this isn't like a true or false. But then if I say if this can't be if has node. There's no way that works. But I do kind of need to like check something somehow here. See you later, Rogi. Yep, I'll be here tomorrow. I will be here tomorrow. Oh, that was a hard no right there. Don't have to get up early. That's what's up. Oh, that's doing our node path problem again. Now we're back to the node path life. Right back into node path. I mean, we could try the valid instance. Is valid instance, was that it? I already forgot what that was. I totally forgot what that was. I have cloth coverings on my ear, on my over-the-ear headphones. Oh, because they can irritate my ears as well. Oh, skin stuff. I see. That's a nice workaround. That's a good workaround. Is instance valid? Is what it was. There it is. I wanted that purple. I wanted to see that perp. Let's see if it likes this. It's not complaining. It's not complaining. All right. Switch to debug level 1. And once this goes away, we should see hello. We did it. Okay. All right. Really, we just want to say if it's not null, right? What if we say it's not set to null? What about that? What do you think about that? I'm lucky. I guess I don't have my ears getting irritated in that way. It's like more like headache pain. Okay, this has been accepted. They're like elastic ear. Actually, that would help. You know what? Because it's not really headache pain. It's like because of my glasses, like in between, like behind my ear and then my ear behind this, it's like it just like creates like a lot of pressure. Actually, some softness would probably help. They're like elastic earmuffs that go over the ear pad. Your mom made them? Wait, maybe I should make some earmuffs. That's such a good idea. Maybe I want to make earmuffs. It doesn't happen very often. It's like just if like the placement of my glasses and the headphone and my ear are just lined up in the wrong ways. Dude, your mom sounds awesome, by the way. Oh, it didn't print anything. So that's kind of surprising. Can this, it's not a Boolean, so I don't know if it'll be able to check an if on that. Yeah, I'm really just experimenting to see if these things will work the way I want them to. Okay, here nothing is happening. That's good. But then we gotta come over to this level, get rid of one of these, and see if it does hello. No hello! Or had the node. So I could say, you know what I could say? We could do variable block instance, right? That is gonna be null or not, actually. Especially if we say null by default, but then it won't go back, will it? Maybe. What if we said it's a null, and then we update this? You have glasses as well, and the pressure in them sucks sometimes. It really does. Like headphone technology hasn't peaked yet. Accessible headphones, the perfect accessible headphones don't exist. I mean, that's true for anything, but especially headphones. And then if we set block instance to this, and then if we say, if block instance is not set to null, this is wild. It's not that wild, but it's wild to me. Let's just see what happens. And I'm just trying to get a sense of how we're going to be communicating with the terrain controller and the tiles and stuff. I'm trying to get used to that. Okay, switch to this level. Does it print? Oh, it doesn't. Pity. I mean, it's interesting that we don't get an error. Actually, there was something that came up. Oh, it was useless. I kind of thought that one was either gonna give us problems or work. I feel like it's just not null, is the thing. Because it probably... But then wouldn't it be printing? It must be doing so. What is in it? Just tell me what's in it. Like, let's even just print this. Well, but that's not going to print anything because we're checking if it's null or not. This is going to be a problem, right? Now it's not printing anything. Oh, there it prints. Oh, now it's working. But it's not... It's only... Oh, okay. Interesting. It's still only printing the block instance. Which, if I wanted to print something in there... Block instance... I don't think it's gonna find that variable on there. Yeah. Because that's really what I want to do, is I want to update a variable that's on there. But it's not able to access the script. I wonder if I... On base null instance. Well, yeah, because it's a null. Right, and that's why I wanted to say if it's not null. But that it didn't seem to care about that. It's interesting that it says that it's a null instance. So, okay, so if we do is valid, well, that's going to be a true or false, right? If is valid instance. Halloween says, I looked into bone conducting headphones. Whoa! That go behind your ear, but they're expensive, and you don't get all the audio range as normal speakers. I could let go of audio range, personally. Because, like, for me, I tend to listen to it, yes, MK, I was going for it. I was just like, where do I put it? That's what I was looking at. Oh, I was typing it wrong. Oh my gosh. You were telling me to type it correctly. Thank you. I just learned it. So, like, to me, that sounds awesome. Bone conducting headphones? I need, okay. I will not be that distracted, right? Bone conducting headphones. What the heck? They are pricey. This one's $20. What? This one's $13. This must be something else. Fascinating. Allow you to hear sound without using your ears. Okay, I'm intrigued. I don't like the battery thing. Personally, I would like something with a wire. Personally. Because the compatibility is expanded. So that's a con already. Okay, they exist. They're right here. It's literally right there. Thanks for telling me about these. I'm extremely interested. They sound scary. Like I'm gonna be listening through my bones? Cool. I gotta like add this to my personal to-do list right now. Good looking out. I'm so glad I was being hurt by my headphones. Then I wouldn't have to like wear headphones. I mean, then I couldn't like, you know, get sponsored by a headphone company. I don't expect that to happen. And I wouldn't take a sponsorship anyway. I would do affiliate, but still. We can always switch if we need to. I would like to try them out before buying them. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Ooh. I wonder where you can do that. Look into bone conducting headphones wired. Thank you. That's true. I mean, I will say there are some very, very cheap ones. So, I mean, you would be in the hole a little bit by taking that risk. So that's fair. That's fair. Maybe you could, like, try a friend's or something. All right. Is instance valid is what we need. If it is valid, then check this to try to print. It still might give us an error if we even get that far. We are getting that far. All right, let's load the proper level. And when this goes past the player, we'll have our answer. Nothing. Well, at least there's not an error, which is actually kind of good. I'm a little disappointed that it's not printing something. So I guess I'd want to know. I kind of just want to see it just print that as a string. I mean, that's not fetching the variable, but at least it would confirm that something has happened. Oh yeah, it worked. Nice. Okay, so ooh, okay, things are coming together. Nice. So then the problem here is that it isn't finding the variable on block instance. Okay, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. So I did create a variable on here that should be, you know, type string. You know, and I was hoping it would just plug that right in there. And it would find the block instance. And we'd be good to go. But it is not finding. It is not finding it. And I don't know why. Like, I mean, if I were to try this with something else that's, like, easy for it to find, right? Like, we have a variable on here called debug counter. That's gonna be 0. I don't even need debug counter anymore, I don't think. I don't even know why that was there. But if I were to say self.debug counter, like, am I checking a variable correctly? I think so. I think I am. Oh, I may not be. Although I would expect to get the same error. Cannot call method add child on null value. What? What? Okay, you got me very confused right now. You have me very confused. Who said anything about that? Is it because I changed the level so quickly? That's strange. Why did that happen? And if I put this back, and we change the level, I wonder if that has to do with... That's interesting. I wonder if that's some unrelated bug. We get no error, but it's not printing that. So maybe I'm just, like, calling this wrong. I mean, I think in this case, I might need to do string. I might need to tell it to convert it to a string. So it actually... But I'm still surprised that it's not giving me an error. Still no print. Interesting. What if I just do debug counter like that? Maybe I'm not calling a variable correctly. That doesn't print it at all. Print anything. I mean, I can't imagine why this wouldn't work. All right, well, maybe I'm just too tired to realize what the problem is. And it's just a tomorrow thing. Oh, well, now it's not printing that at all. Well, that's surprising, considering we did get it to print. Wait. Now I'm very confused. It seemed to be okay. Maybe I, like, undid something I didn't mean to? I don't think so. Huh. Well, now I'm just all the way confused. Alright, well, I think I picked this up tomorrow. Guys, I think I picked this up tomorrow. I think it's just not meant to be. I think it's not meant to be. But that's okay. Good progress. So much great stuff done today. So much great stuff done today. And I could not have done it as quickly as I did without y'all's help. So thank you. Thank you so much. What are all the achievements? Let's go over them again because it's exciting. First of all, we built the game for the first time. And I can actually play the game in an exe file and it works, which is pretty cool. So that was a nice W I wasn't expecting. We can also pull up a level select menu and change to the different levels that exist right now, which, you know, aren't many, but it's really helpful for debugging. Oh my gosh, so much. Oh my gosh, it's just so much better that we can do this. And then I can now actually pause the terrain with a button press, which is nice, and then start it up again. So this is also a very helpful debug tool. But there was like something else we did. There was definitely something else we did, but I don't remember what it is. I would say the biggest achievements, I mean, we began to start figuring out how to add, you know, a flag that gets set when terrain blocks are recycled, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, that's some good stuff. I would say the menu, the debug menu is our big W today, so that's a really good thing. You're most welcome for the stream, Halloween King. Thanks for stopping by, and thank you everybody else who stopped by as well. I certainly missed something that we achieved, but that's okay. We'll talk about it more. I stream every Wednesday and Thursday. Sometimes I take off every few weeks, but that's pretty much that. If you're still here, oh my gosh, I have to ask, have you subscribed? Have you pressed the subscribe button? If not, I strongly recommend it. At least I'd appreciate it. Thank you if you do. If you're watching this after the live stream, hello, thank you for making it this far. You will be able to tap or click in the bottom left to watch the next one. Actually, you know what? Before we do that, hold on. No more tapping and clicking. Can I tell you guys about some people? These people right here. These are some patrons. I almost forgot to tell you about these awesome people who support the stream. Thank you for doing that over there on Patreon with your monies. Y'all get access to an extra live stream. Y'all get songs sung to you. And I've actually been doing more behind the scenes stuff and sneak peek stuff for patrons only, which is pretty cool. If you are a member on YouTube, you'll be on this list and you will get emotes, that extra live stream, songs sung to you. You won't get the behind the scenes stuff though. But that's okay, you don't need that. What do you need all that for? Thank you guys for supporting the channel. It means a lot. Now, I have to ask y'all who are watching it after the live stream, tap or click in the bottom left to see the last devlog in this series, tap or click in the bottom right to see the next live devlog, and I will see you there. Goodbye, y'all. See you tomorrow.